Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's another day here out in the CCTs. We've gone through our first round, we've gone, partially through our second, and now we're going to finish that third round as well. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, there we go. We've gone through first and second, and now we're going to be finishing off that third round today. That's the one. As we're going to be seeing a couple of teams in the, 1-1 brackets, maybe 2-0. We'll see. We'll get up to all kinds of tricks today, I'm sure, but for now, what are we feeling about some of the situations that have happened here today, or even before in this round and before in the previous? Is there anything that catches your eye?
Oh, for sure. I mean, Fnatic is finally on the verge of going 3-0. It's been a while. Amkal is having quite a day. Fireflux has proven to be one hell of a team that I didn't expect him to be able to kind of showcase a potential 3-0. And then the fact that we have Fnatic on the level of 1-1, the fact that we have Sashi at the 1-2 and Aurora as well, two teams that I certainly did not expect to be on the level of elimination. Not to mention Paravision as well. I think we tend to forget that now, of course, James has joined the squad. Definitely a few surprising results. Like I said, the 3 CIS squads on the verge of being eliminated. Well, 2 CIS squads and the Danish squad that is currently on the verge of that. Already losing 9 as well. The only Polish team or the Polish organization with not so much a Polish team. Yeah, that have been eliminated.
Not really much Polish going on there. It's just magic.
Yeah, there's not much of Polish anymore, but the fact that they were eliminated kind of gets me a little bit there as well. It's an unexpected result, shall I say?
Yeah, I do agree with you that on that one as well. But for today, right, we've got a couple of games we need to look at, and we're gonna hop over toward that schedule to see exactly what we have, because it's intriguing. We're going to be closing out the day with a couple of 2-0 matches. Like you said, Fnatic and Fireflux both had a chance to go 3-0. Same with Amkal and Spirit Academy. But then the ones we're going to be focusing on for the next couple of hours are going to be Rebels versus Fnatic, and then Sinners versus Iberian. So both teams all teams in the 1-1 bracket in that case. And I don't know how to feel about this. I really don't. I'm kind of left at a bit of an impasse in what do I think is going to be happening here in these next few games, because I genuinely don't know.
I mean, it's hard to predict the outcome of some of these games, that is for sure. The first one we're going to be having, Sinners versus Iberian Soul. It's our first on the day on the bracket here. The 1-1 matchup between the two teams. Honestly, Sinners have been unequivocally one of the better teams at this stage, at this level. They've certainly proved to be quite a challenger for the actual playoffs, beating the likes of Paravision. Did take a loss against Amkal, but they're looking to solidify their 2-1 spot, potentially with the fact they're going up against Iberian Soul. And to be fair, Iberian Soul on the other side, it's effectively the old Koi roster with, I think, Alex,
no Adamus plus Alex,
who was benched on NIP and then moved to Iberian Soul. But generally speaking, I always had a lot of hope for the Spanish team, with Stadodo as the Portuguese. I don't know if I still hold out the same hope. Like, they've fallen quite far since then, or at least haven't performed as much as you'd expect them since the Movistar Riders times. So it's hard for me to gauge whether or not they can set something against their opponent's Sinners.
Yeah, and as well, the Sinners roster recently having made some changes, trying to still figure out exactly how they'll, balance things out going forward, but the pieces are absolutely there, right? The biggest question marks were, I think, bringing in Peppo for Oscar, and that was a bit of a shock, I think, to a lot of people. And then you bring back Zedko, who's been previously here, now once again dons the Sinners jersey, and he's been good, right? His time previously in Zampi, he was really, really good. Pretty much a beast. And carrying on some of that as well to this roster, I think brings in that some more firepower almost to a degree. But at the same time, it does leave me wondering, how do they want to balance out the team long-term in terms of roles, positions, and such? Right, are they going to let Zedko, who was previously more of a supportive element on this team at a time, to carry on a lot of the same positions? How much overlap is there? So, those are the questions I have for the long term of Sinners right now. I'm sure they'll figure it out. But if they can't figure it out, I'm a bit worried that they might become, again, kind of similar to the previous versions and just start looking maybe slightly stale at a point. That's the biggest worry I have.
Stale is definitely a word we can perhaps use, but let's see the veto. Let's see if it's going to be stale as well. Are we going to be seeing Train? Are we going to be seeing some fresh maps in the actual veto itself? We do have a ban on Train. You gotta be kidding me, Sinners. How could you do me dirty like that? As the Iberian Souls will pick Ancient, no surprise. We should be seeing then either... it's hard to say. I wanted to say Inferno, but okay, I guess Mirage is the way to go. And then we have, what, a ban on Inferno from Iberian Souls? Yeah, and then a ban on Nuke, I guess? Or do they want to play Nuke? I guess they want to play Nuke and leave Anubis as the ban? No, they want to ban Nuke. Okay, fair enough. It's an interesting choice. Iberian Souls are good on Nuke, to be fair, so it makes sense. You want to avoid it. But the fact is, you haven't really played a lot of Anubis with Sinners, so this is going to be a challenging moment for them. You said it yourself. You have your doubts. You have your, let's say, your question marks about some of the players and the plays and how it's going to work out. They're going to need the numbers. They're going to need the individuals. And without their main guy, right? Without Oscar, you're kind of lacking that firepower. I mean, I know it sounds crazy when I say it like that, but Oscar had the firepower. He legitimately was quite the player, and it's sad to not see him with his old teammates anymore. But hopefully, they're still going to perform here. Iberian Soul should not be an easy target, though. And that is the Iberian Lynx. Beautiful.
If we are nitpicking, technically Oscar is with some of his old teammates.
Yeah, that's fair. Technically.
Yeah, technically. Fair. Yeah, it just depends how old you're asking, but yeah. Nonetheless, like I said as well, Anubis is intriguing. They've barely ever touched it. Twice they've played it, and both in the last month, or within this month, they started playing it in that. January, played the first game against Wildcard, lost 13-5, and they beat Paravision 13-9 only about, 3 days ago. So, there's not a whole lot of experience that Sinners can immediately show they have on Anubis if it goes to it. Which maybe causes a couple of concerns, but I think if we get there, in terms of this best of 3, we'll have seen enough to kind of look at, or to find the people we need to look at, and to have some faith nonetheless. And the fact that it is going to be more balanced, or more one-sided towards the T side, on paper and in theory. I think it still gives a fair bit of hope nonetheless. But Iberian Soul, the core, they've been around for a lot longer, and Alex, they just kind of slot him back into an IGL role, I imagine. So, I don't think there's a whole lot of concerns in that regard, right? They've played together previously as well. I saw the game against Ecstatic that Iberian Soul had. They looked pretty damn good. It was a Stadodo masterclass almost that had to come out, and he rocked Ecstatic's world despite being a 2-0 losing game. So, I know I've already seen that part of the Iberian Soul lineup. Now I'm still asking who else is going to be stepping up there, right? If you look at just the numbers alone, there's not that, exact standout star player on this team at the moment.
They don't have the player that would have a 1.12, 1.15 KD rating, or a rating in general, that would be the main workhorse of the team. As in, you can always rely on this guy to be able to pull you through, yeah.
Yeah, but similarly as well, right? Stadodo, last game I saw, an absolute stellar performance, but she's still rocking a solid .99 rating, right? Like, the numbers don't tell the whole story. In which case, you gotta look towards some of the other people as well with that same sort of question. Okay, like Sossel, he's got a whole lot of experience as well. He's been around for a long time, I think. And sometimes, on IGL, sometimes not. I think he can pop off if needed to, and I would like to see that potentially as well. And then kind of similarly, Morpos as well, who, well, I mean, very similarly, has been around for a long, long time at this point. So, I've got faith, and I want to see exactly them to fight against the Sinners, and both kind of clashing in that same exact situation of question, who's going to be the ones to stand out and who are the players we need to look at here to start off the series. And for that, I think Ancient is a decent map for it, right? With mid control being such a incremental part of the entire map as well, the duels heading the other way. If we just talk about it, then cave and B ramp as well, I think those are the dueling points that we need to look at. And the individuals that do take up those positions will have the time to shine. It just depends on how their teammates decide to set them up.
There's also the discussion of the fact that Sinners have played a lot more recently than Iberian Soul did. Their victory against Paravision and Monty had been quite one-sided, so Sinners definitely perhaps in recent times a bit more warmed up, a bit more ready. And historically, these two teams have played out through the last 4 years quite a lot, or last 4 years, since 2021. They've had quite a few headbutts, and most of the time it had been Koi or Movistar Riders that took the win. But apparently it's not enough yet, as the last time it was Sinners. And perhaps once more it's going to be Sinners. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what's happening with the game. We should be live potentially soon, hopefully soon. As soon as we get more info as to when our first map will be live, we'll be back with you. So let's take a moment here and we'll return once the series is back online. See you soon.
Doesn't take us all too long. We are into the game. Sinners, Iberian Soul, Map 1 Ancient. My name is Nexus. I'm joined by Overseer. And ladies and gentlemen, put on your seatbelt, hang on to your hats, I guess, not to get caught in the turbulence of what I'm sure is to be an exciting Ancient. As always, mid control, bada bing, bada boom, duel, the round is over kind of thing. But for now, we're going to be starting off with that exact same thing, it seems. Okay, we don't even have to wait for it. We're looking at a solid mid-rush coming out from Iberian Soul through Red Room and on to potential B. Or not. CT instead. They haven't lurked toward that B side. Still gotta keep an eye on as well on that mini-map. Or just watch and God for the lurks. But that will never come to happen. Firepower was the question. Peppo is the answer. An ace he hunts for, an ace he gets. Pistol starts off clean for Sinners and clean for Peppo. My God.
Big ups to the man coming from Sinners Academy. Last time we watched him was against, I believe, Paravision, or was it against Amkal? I'm not sure which one we did. I think we did them against Amkal. And they did lose 0-2. I believe Peppo had a few brilliant moments. Unfortunately, nothing enough to suffice. But this is one hell of a way to start off your game. An ace for the pistol and quite a statement for the rest of the squad. As we do have a force buy, interestingly enough. They're gonna force buy and go up B lane into B itself, 1 by 1 with utility. Okay, I guess Iberian Soul decided that this force buy won't really work out too well.
No, I mean Zedko is in a fair bit of trouble here on site, but yeah, there comes the cavalry, so to call it, or so to say. But there you go. A second round nonetheless for Sinners. No bomb plant either. No real, you know, I guess bigger investment into this next round. And a decent enough round. Although, I will say, slightly slower the rotation, though I can't really fault him for the result afterward. I do like that Shock and Beasting at least. They do fight it together if they're not able to help out Zedko in that exact timing that he's pushed as well. But it is what it is. I doubt that's going to cost them all too much. But for this round, a failed run boost. Beppo down to 23 and Morisco to cover. It's again going to be a B approach for Iberian Soul. seems to be getting dismantled before they even make it onto the site.
Yeah, the CTs have their tickets here, and unfortunately the inspection is thorough. Iberian Soul, not a single survivor. There will be no chance. Very straightforward. I mean, Ancient, great start, to be fair, if everything goes or continues to go like this. And yeah, so far, Sinner's on point. I mean, Iberian Soul's map pick, perhaps not exactly the start you want to see, but here's the AKs, here's the utility. Let's see what the plan they have. Last we talked, mid control is vital. They're not really exerting it, and they're going to be going straight for A. They're running A here, in fact. And it's a fast execute as the shutdown from Morisco gets one and tags Alex. Bomb plant, and first actual retake of the game so far. Decent damage on IBS, by the way.
Interesting choice of letters there.
I know. Irritated bowel syndrome.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see if they can hold this one in. The B-side to be locked in, loaded is, and all is well, it seems. I say, they'll be able to run back into one of the side. Zedko, momentary relief with an entry found. Mopos will still shut him down. That is the B-side held in by, as you said, IBS. A lot of layers to that one.
A lot of layers to that one, exactly. And, well, not a lot of layers to the retake, though. 1 by 1 for the most part, trying to engage, even winning some duels, but unfortunately always coming out empty-handed in the end. The trade's unequal, as that brings round 1 back to Iberian Soul. The Lynx has spoken, and let's see if the cat will drag any more victims down below. Davi already tagged. Good night, Mr. Alex. As Sinners take it upon themselves to up the ante. Peppo with the quick peek into main. And the rest of the squad kind of lurking through mid, or not really lurking. They telegraphing their moves to a degree, but expected in Donut as well. Shock is in trouble. If he gets peeked, he's dead. That headshot is going to be vital. And I'm not even sure what they want to do here. They don't seem to have an idea as to what would be a proper exec. Yeah, Davi waiting. Oh, Peppo so quick.
Yeah, no, this was a round where Iberian Soul, they were trying to get into the positions they wanted to. They did get into the positions they wanted to. But no CTs were waiting for them at those exact times. Weren't able to capitalize on it, and when you then start to see Sinners walk in. I wanted to mention that duel in Donut, right? There's a reason you don't want to crouch your character model. The Slav squad, your cheeks get a little bit widened. Knees get bent and can't be seen. You know, you gotta be careful of these things. Although, for the end of the round now, Starodo in a 1-on-3, he's already got himself 2 kills. You know, potentially an ace. Unlikely, considering his position's known. Utility, good fly from mid to support, and that's going to be 2 players that has to get past Justin Donut, which, let's be honest, not going to happen. Even if Zedko almost gets rid of Shock. Still does not happen. Instead, pretty damn good round for the side of Sinners here. An opening by Peppo. Here's the crouch I was talking about for Dali G. And then it all just quickly falls apart. And not a whole lot of hope left at the end of it. Instead, 4-0 or 4-1. Sinners, a really, really good CT side start now. Because not only have they thwarted off the first gun run, but also that second, not letting Iberian Soul get it too much in terms of this early control of this game. And T-side specifically, which every round counts on it. CT-sided map and all that. Sinners doing very well for the moment.
Going towards B, apparently. Iberian Soul gonna commit here. Pop flash to open up lane. clearance achieved. I believe Morisco on middle. Trying to be the nuisance, the thorn in the side, but it's going to be a full B ramp take. Do they run up ramp is the question. They've still got a deep flank from Davi. I guess they want to crunch mid, perhaps get a free kill if they can, but nobody's helping Davi. This is a problem. Surely one peeks shelf here. Although Davi seemingly to smell danger, and he will find one for free. Goes back out wide, searches for another. Alex has been spotted. The rest of the team now support. But it seems like running into guns might not be the best idea, as the Dodo does bring down one. Alas, 5-1 is the new scoreline.
And again, doing so with very minimal casualties. I think Sinners so far, they're doing a very good job at controlling these rounds. Sure, we could be seeing more in terms of Iberian Soul trying to force these early duels into map control, which then force rotations or reactions from Sinners. Right, most specifically, forcing those duels towards Cave, which currently we see Sinners not really running towards Shelf at all through Cave. I think that's a big part of the map that currently is being unexploited by Iberian Soul. That's where you could find an opening, a 5 vs 4 to change up the status quo. I would love to see that be a change. So far, right, Red Room and Donut, both Iberian Soul have more or less been able to find in these rounds they've now played out, but haven't really made much off of those.
Yeah, their moves have been a little bit iffy, and they haven't really pulled much in their favor. That's the problem. And again, on middle, they're going to trade again. This time, Morisco wins the duel without any sort of issue. Where's the Shelf player? Peppo misses the shot, though. So second chance given to Iberian Soul to stop this bleeding. I'm not a fan of how split they are across the map. The fact that we have Sosol at A main, the fact that we have 2 players on lane and 1 towards elbow mid, kind of indicating they don't really know what they should be doing or how they should be going forward here. Split across the map means only one thing. You're going to be tucked away one by one into those corners and eventually snuffed out. Smoke into Red Room, flash into Cave. Looks like they want to split up for that donut and go to A. Good choice. Let's see if it works.
Zedko wants this information. We'll confirm it as well with that alone. Smoke confirms even further. It is the A play happening. Which Peppo, quick shoulder spot is the only thing he needs to take down his first target. A second tag onto Alex, not the bag, but they still keep tagging him up, and 8 seconds on the bomb plant. Will go down and leave it onto Zedko. Both players with nothing to their name, just hopes and dreams. One bullet to shut it down both, to induce nightmares instead. Molotov on the site, forcing Zedko again to search elsewhere. He's already found himself the first. In the flames, not sure where Alex is going, but he's playing the mind games now at this point. Bomb, however, not planted all too well for Alex, but I think he can still just stop it if he tries, but not there in time. Oh, a half second too late, not even. Makes the difference. Sinners 6 on the board instead. Man, that is unfortunate.
That's a statement. Zetko could have chased down towards Donut, could have gone wider to check those corners. Instead, decides to spring onto the bomb and defuse it. Knows that he has the time, apparently feels it in his bones. Alex slow walked all the way through middle, through Donut, and in the end ran out of time as Zetko diffuses it. And Alex, yeah, just right here, if he had ran up a little bit earlier, he probably would have been able to shoot Zetko before he ever gets to that defuse, at least a second too early, but unfortunately the stars align, 6-1, and Sinners continue their victory so far, victory lap. And it's not even about bit control anymore, it's about the fact that Sinners are winning these duels more than not. Very ballsy moves. I love the crunch here towards lane. They might be given a free kill. Mopo's burning and a lot of damage.
Yeah, remember when I said this is open space that hasn't been contested all too much?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's changed immediately after I said that, by the way. Zedco took control of it. Now we start to see him reap some of the rewards as well.
They can smoke them in. They don't even need to fight this. Shock, Hurden, Shelf. So there's a chance this could work well. Alex might be on the right path here.
Yeah, you gotta watch out for Marisko's health as well. He's... okay,
no.
never mind.
Oh.
He sensed it. He knows.
Oh, no.
Duels, 1-2 taken, maybe even a third. He'll at least slightly make it more difficult for G to live from here on out. And Dodo's also shown himself, leaves Iberian Soul. Both players, positions known. 2 or 4 is what they have to get here. So far, with how these rounds have gone, I don't see a lot of misplays for Sinners. They keep playing passive and they are able to trade each other out at almost every position. And this one, I'd say locked in as well.
Locked in for sure. I mean, Stadodo, what are you going to do? Save that up. Disaster? Early morning battle they can't handle. I don't know what it is, but certainly Iberian Soul right now being an Iberian goat. They're being strung up and ready for the campfire. They got to do something here.
Yeah, here's the question though. Now that we're also seeing Zinners fighting for what we would have said is the only available space on the map besides for mid control, what do you even do? Because they're taking both of those. They're taking cave, they're taking mid now. They're shown A retakes will still work out to them as well. What is there to do? A fast B play to shake things up, maybe? Because that at least, I would say, probably gets a bomb plant going on. Get an after plant from there on out as well. With Sinners now a bit more focused when it comes to that cave control. You've got the A site, which always easy enough to get a bomb plant on. It's just the question of how difficult is it on the post plant and how much do you lose initially before the bomb goes down. It's just a couple of these sorts of questions. So what do you do really to change things up for Iberian Soul?
I think you change up the way you approach and just speed up the attack. And just go together. Stop splitting up, stop playing default. Use the numbers against your opponent. You get Tech 9s and an AWP. Either play on that op or play on those Tech 9s. Or Mac 10s. But stop splitting up, stop going in alone. Stop going in one by one especially. I think that's the first real change they have to do. And so far they're setting up for a BXEC. It's not going to work because they've lost A main. Look at the deep flank coming in from Shock.
Yeah. Gotta find a freebie.
And they know everybody's towards B then. The rotations should be pretty much clear here. A counter smoke has been thrown perfectly at the timing as well. 2 players are already on the defense. There's a player coming in behind that's Shock again.
He just doesn't care.
Neither does Peppo, and yeah, it's 8-1 this first map. Should be at least soon.
Yeah, supreme confidence pretty much on the side of Sinners for Shock and Peppo.
And it's not like Iberian Soul is doing anything to break it.
Yeah. Yeah, like, this is one of those rounds where it would have made the world of difference had they had it just a slightly... If they had a default, which... Well,
yeah, which
that's
they
the
don't.
one thing we said, we gotta change it up here. But then it's just a little bit too slow in the actual approach. Sinners, they're just playing this, 3 steps ahead. Hell, they might have written the entire book that Iberian Soul is currently reading with the way things are going. Sure, a bomb plant, but is that really all that? I don't think so.
They don't give a F about the bomb plant. I mean, honestly, right now Sinners more care about winning these rounds.
Yeah, I guess it's not like they're actually struggling to win these rounds, so whether or not it's guns or pistols or anything in between for Iberian Soul, Sinners, they've had no issue when it comes to differentiating between those. A bomb plant for some extra money to get an AK or 2, it doesn't matter. This is an insanely strong style for Sinners now. Like, 4-1, I was already saying, like, okay, that's good, they've got control of the game, now it's 8-1, and I don't even know what to say for Iberian Soul, because this does not look like their map pick anymore. Lost in the sauce, man. Both Zedico and Morisco all 10, 11, 12, while Beastic has barely had to do, well, nothing.
You know what I'm worried about? It's the fact that Davi is on 1 kill, man. Sasol is on 2. That's problematic. That's when you start asking yourself what has gone wrong, what is going wrong, and what can you change to bring that around.
Good question. A life round, maybe?
I mean,
confidence
maybe.
booster. I mean, WG now doubles up his skills.
It wouldn't be the first time we see something like this, for sure. It's going to be a B split again, through cave this time. It seems like Sinners are reading pretty deep into this, realizing that this might be actually what's happening already. They've lost B site, so Sinners now setting up for the retake. Oh, Morisco is dead. The Shadow gives it away. Sasol. That's pretty much it. I think they're going to have to save. They cannot retake this anymore, and indeed they cannot. It's gone. Shock kill with 2 remaining. Make it just the 1. It's lights out as the second round for Iberian Soul is here. Confidence boosts and confidence kills. That's what it is. Beppo amongst the fresher additions to the squad. Not long for this round. Good night, brother.
Now, there's a world where this goes 8-4. Iberian Soul, they win that pistol, and we've got a game on our hands again. It's a CZ-sided map, right? 8-4, 9-3, you know, maybe you're stretching it a little bit, but you can absolutely still make that comeback happen. You're looking at a game that can still happen, but needs this round now to pay off. Because if this one also goes Iberian Soul's way, you're gonna notice that at Sinners they will have no money for that last round of the game, or last round of the half. So, while it's insanely late, we might see this fight now from this Iberian Soul side onto A as well they go. It's 1, it's 2, and it's a good night. Sinners in this one, it seems. And
yeah,
speaking of that economy as well, a save should be called immediately to recover as much of that as they can. I say that, hold on.
Nah, there's no chance.
Zediko's hanging around, man.
He wants to do damage, I guess, but I don't know why.
Oh, okay. No, never mind. He's him. Go for it. You've got Beastic as well in the position. Zediko is the man with the kit right now, so if Beastic takes next contact, wins this duel 2v5, it's not out of this world. It's possible. You're still gonna get past WG on site, but the corner currently not being checked. Smoke at the moment. Zediko has to get past both 1 and 2, and position's currently not really there. They should find this way. Wait! No!
You
can't do this! A 2 versus 5! They still go for it. Man, you are... No. No way! You are shitting me. This is insanity.
I don't even know how
Where's the cameras?
take this.
Where are the hidden cameras?
Where's Ashton Kutcher? I know I'm on punked right now. I gotta be. Like, legitimately, this is... How do you... I have no comment. I can't believe this is what happens. I can't believe this is what they let happen, in fact. And they even take a tactical pause afterwards. Sinners are like, you know what? In your face, boys. Yeah, this is pretty much in your face. 9-2. They steal away another round because they defuse in the smoke for the second time. Or rather, ninja it. So, either go big, go home, Iberian Soul, 9-3, maybe, I don't know. Yesterday we saw that 9-3s were the standard for the half times between Eternal Fire and Vitality, and Eternal Fire still kicked the shit out of Vitality, and perhaps Iberian Soul might be going down the same way. Let's find out. It's going to be Beppo on mid, no AWP this time. And the rest of the squad following towards A. There should be some sort of a read for that. Shock is already in Donut. We got Beastic rotating from middle red room. And here it comes towards A itself. And a good timing on the molly, but oh, it does not spread. It frickin' incendiary. Such a bad util now. Bomb plant. 4v4 retake.
Yeah, after the last one, I'm not saying anything.
I don't even know if I can believe in this retake exactly, or rather in this after plant. Like, at this point, I'm expecting another defuse in the smoke.
I mean, there's no smoke, but they'll manifest one anyways.
Yeah, they'll manifest one. Somebody's gonna vape big enough of a cloud as B-Stick finds Alex. It should be enough. I mean, come on. From elbow, there's no chance you can find Mopos. He's holding... Oh, my God, no.
Oh, my God, not
no,
again.
You gotta be shitting me.
Another
come on,
retake.
are you freaking... What the actual F? Like, I don't want to be... I don't want to use profanity, but how the actual F are you... How are you this sloppy? Like, how are you this sloppy? Like, seriously.
God damn, that is insane.
That is devastating, and that is very disappointing. Iberian Soul, I'm sorry, but that was a horrible T-side. Like, no matter how good Sinners might have been, that was a very bad performance from Iberian Souls in general. Like, there's just not much that I can look on and say, oh, you know, there were some good ideas, I guess, but beyond that, nothing that really was an outlier.
Now, here's where I'm gonna go out on a slight limb for Iberian Soul. Is that there's this what if world. Had Sinners played the way that Iberian Soul expected it in those first 6-7 rounds, because the T-side default for those on Iberian Soul, I'll get back to that in a second. Hold on, Alex causing havoc on B, drops the bomb. Okay. Something. Alex drops the bomb. Sinners to 3-on-5. Shenanigans ensue. But keep an eye on, or just remember what I was saying about T-side default on Iberian Soul in the back of your mind for now. This round has become interesting. Shock has a position here to make something happen.
Yeah, it's pretty well set here for IS. And, yeah, Shock checked, killed, and finished off. Alex, if he had just... Yeah, I was about to say, if only he had moved an inch sooner, he'd probably seen a few. Clean round on the pistol. The Lynx is alive, but...
yeah, so... back to what I was trying to say. Iberian Soul on their default, it was one where they were... Because of the way Sinners played, I think it just highlighted more of the way it was approached. Had Sinners been more aggressive from the start, it wouldn't have looked so half-ass almost in their approach, because they played those defaults and got players into positions. And had Sinners been in those positions to take the duels in immediately when that map control was contested, it would have looked a lot different. But instead, they only got into those positions, and then they kind of started slouching. Then they had nothing to go off the back of that, which then just highlighted, okay, they had the position, an idea, but an execution to follow that just looks very foolish at the end, and like, just nothing born from it. I think that's the biggest issue, or not the biggest issue, but an issue for how the game started.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
But nonetheless, I really don't think it matters too much. Iberian Soul, sure they've got 4, but Sinners, they only need, 3
more.
There's not much here.
Yeah, it's less than Iberian Soul are able to get here early, but in any case, it's more of a point of how the hell do you win after a half like that? And if Vitality was unable to do it yesterday twice, how the hell is Iberian Soul expected to do that? As the Dodo finds Beppo. It's a good start, but B-Stick immediately through the smoke hears him fall back, takes the shots, and actually finishes the job. And already we see a bit of a passive approach. Sinners taking their time. They have the AKs. Why would they throw them away freely? Love the aggression from Iberian Soul, though. At least they're taking a page out of the book of Sinners, and they're getting the job done.
Ooh, I was gonna say.
Yeah, I don't think he expects a boost,
here.
does he?
No, the smoke also starts to fade if they call it off, but... They know he's close, and before the smoke blooms, you think...
Smart choice.
Yeah, just flirts with the idea.
They're gonna go A here. They're gonna go run through A main. Or walk through A main, depending. But Beastic, I think, just made the call. They have no mid control, they have no lane control. They know the CTs are gonna be up in their face. So rather than take a risk and walk through deadly corners, they might just walk up all the way to A and take control that way. As, in fact, go through mid and donut. That's a crazy move, but they might clear out Davi, and that gives them A completely. 15 seconds now. Oh! Oh no, Davi. Oh no, brother. Oh, the second player offers himself up. Sasol, what is happening? Oh, God.
All that requires is one kill from both Donut and CT players. Bomb goes down.
Or just survival. Or just
that
survival.
As well. Yeah, time is way too low if that would have happened, if some shenanigans would have ensued there, but it's not. And it is what it is. It's going to be Sinners onto 11, and for Iberian Soul, you know, I often say it is what it is. You know, that's the whole male starter pack of emotions, but I don't think they're really allowed to go with that at this moment. It's not what it is. It's not your map anymore. You know, top left says pick Iberian Soul. I think Sinners just got 2 in this series. Because my God,
so too.
This is
I think so
an
too.
insane show. As well, we started off as well, the game, before we hopped into the map. We said, yeah, they lost a little bit of the firepower. Oscar gone. We're unsure exactly what to, or what's going to be happening here as we head forward and more into the future. Long term, the firepower potentially might be an issue, and I don't know how they want to balance out their roles. Well, currently, Peppo just aces in the first round. Zedko's picking up some insane rounds. With 2v5 with Beastic. Marisco on 12 as well, and Peppo still hangs on the 13. Like, firepower at the moment seems to be not an issue.
Exactly. They seem to have replaced that well with Peppo, Morisco stepping up, you know, Zetko stepping up, the players you'd expect them to. Last time we watched Sinners against Amkal, I believe Shock was the one to play quite well as well. But
yeah, I think you know well enough my opinion on Shock. He's a very good X-Factor player. He pops off, you're going to have a 13-0 in your hands, pretty much.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Shock
and if not, he's kind of like a chameleon and just blends in with the rest. No massive complaints in that sense. And he has that pop-off game, you know it.
Exactly. And I guess we got to be honest for Iberian Soul as well. As we've already said, they've been very sloppy. They've been very... let's say unattentive to getting these rounds, but generally speaking, historically, yeah, the shadow gives it away.
And
generally speaking, oh my God, I can't even finish my thought.
Yeah, you can't even finish your thought. I don't want to get ahead of that.
Yeah, I was like, you know, Iberian Soul, like I said, generally speaking, when you look at historical games of theirs, from Movistar Riders to Koi, to generally how they used to perform, or what you'd used to expect out of them, is in fact usually a win over Sinners. Like, I'm not even joking. If this was Koi, if this was, and I'm not saying because of the orgs or anything, but just the players themselves, you know, I'd pretty much trust them to be capable of winning this series. I very much would. But given how they're performing here, it is subpar. It is not even close to the level that you need them at. And unfortunately, Sinners is abusing that, as they should. And this is 12-4. It's going to be 13-4. There's no money, there's no hope, and there's no chance. Ancient is gone.
Yeah, now, as well, just to kind of go on the back of this, you mentioned the games that these guys would have been playing in the past and all that as well. It's been a clash of these organizations and teams all the way from 2021, man. They played full bouts back then. Sinners not winning a single one back then in 2021. In 2022, they won one map in the best of 3 they played. They skipped 23 entirely. And now, in 2024 as well, they played a couple of Koi, won the first one, Sinners the second, and now in 2025, they're coming in with a very, very fresh start to the year, and a very fresh squad on Sinners, having a couple of players replaced. And for now, it's looking pretty good. For now.
Yeah, Sinners, like, the thing is, Sinners seems to keep on improving. Now... I don't know what just happened. I guess we're in the replay of the previous round. And even further back, in any case, as I was saying, point is, Sinners, when we first started with them a few years back, we never thought that they would be able to rise to the occasion as much as they have. Yeah, map is over. But point is that they've really grown into this role of, we might not be tier 1, right? We might not be at the very top, but we certainly can contend against anyone that isn't in the top 10, right? We can pretty much do that, and that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing here, exactly. They're beating the hell out of Iberian Souls. And I'm not sure... I'm not sure the second map is going to go that much better. I mean, it is Mirage, and maybe, just maybe, Iberian Souls wake up then.
I mean, that's the hope. The reality almost is that you can say it's not going to get any worse, and if you put money on that, you're probably going to be right. But there's hardly a way it really still gets realistically easier for the side of Iberian Soul. The only way I can really say that is it gets easier is that you're playing Mirage, which yada pug map everyone knows how to play.
And
it's just that repeat of everyone knows how to play Mirage, just W and shoot. That's the very basic way you could say Mirage can be played. You wouldn't be all too wrong, but it's still difficult to master, and with so many varied approaches as well, not every playstyle will clash with another team's playstyle to an exact extent that you'd like to as well. So you can get away with something, or it can be a complete shutdown as well, depending on how these teams want to play it.
And I just want to point something out. I like the performance of Iberian Souls was subpar, and we expect much more out of them. I think that's what people need to understand as well. We have a certain level of expectations, especially out of a team like Iberian Souls, where if they don't give us that at the very minimum, that spells trouble for me. That showcases something is wrong. It's definitely unacceptable that they lost 2 or 3 rounds with diffuses through smokes, etc., and 1v1s. 2v5 retake. Like, the fact that those things happen is a showcase of, okay, something is obviously not working out. Either you need a pause and take a moment, or you have to talk it out through the timeout, or through the pause that we're about to have now between the maps. But regardless, point is, it's tough. It's tough. And Iberian Souls, I don't know what they need to do. I don't know what their mantra, but something has to change before we go to map 2.
Yeah, but before we go to map 2, there's a quick break. So, ladies and gents, we hop over towards it. We'll let both teams reset. Sinners basking the glory for a little bit, but for now, get ready for Mirage. We'll be right back with that one in a bit. Don't go too far. Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got your next map and our next map as well of the day coming right at you. We still Sinners. Nothing far from smashing on the first map, and Iberian Soul, unfortunately, on their pick. Not looking all that comfortable. It looked half-assed at times, and most of the time it did look for that T side. And then at the end of the half, round 11 is what changes the status quo. What would have given Iberian Soul a way back in, but Zedka and Beasting with 2 versus 5. It's realistically
crazy.
If they don't attempt that, if they don't win that, they're gonna have no money for the next round, and it's 8-4 at halftime. Instead, it's 10-2 and a game that is done. It's crazy.
Yeah. It is crazy, and honestly, I don't know how I feel about it. It feels like there were one too many mistakes from Iberian Souls, much more than we'd expect otherwise. And honestly, I just hope that we don't see the same kind of game plan from Iberian Souls, or rather the same kind of game, because it will be quite disappointing to see them in such a light, given how good of a team this actually is, right? Because we cannot stress this enough. They are, generally speaking, a very experienced team. Like these guys have been playing together for such a long time. You'd expect them to be ready to take this on. Head on, in fact.
Yeah, now we'll see if that is going to be the case or not as we hop over towards it now. First round of map number 2. So, ladies and gents, let's see what we have here. What do we get with Mirage? Is all ready, Sinners? A plan toward the A site. Some smoke deployed from Beastic. Should be going towards jungle, I imagine, at that point. Or top connected. That also works, but the play toward the A site from Palace, it goes as well as Connector. Through the smoke they jump onto the site, into Brave New World, where only one man remains in CT anymore, with Zedka removing 2 from jungle. You've got Alex in CT, now God and Saw so far removed from the actual, action of the round, if we want to call it that as well. So, a first pistol round. It's pretty clean. It's a decent idea and very well executed about that for the side of Sinners. With another round of the bag, I think issues might be something we need to talk about, at least. Be concerned about.
I can agree with that. Yeah, definitely a few concerns. But we'll have to wait and see the gun round, right, to actually make a proper assessment here of the situation.
Yep.
As one survivor for the Iberian Souls is not a lot to go on.
Eventually we'll see something else here, but for now, Sinners first on the board, an eco out of the second. Oh, not an eco, sorry, a force buy out of the second for Iberian Soul. Intriguing enough, trying to make some sort of statements here, clearly.
We haven't really mentioned this yet, because I didn't want to go into the depths of it on the first map, but we do have a new update that I am not sure if we are live with yet in the tournament.
No.
I don't think we are. Next week? Yeah, exactly.
Next week is when it's actually coming out.
But I'm hella excited. It's something that I've been talking about for so long, that I genuinely just want to see it be implemented ASAP. And, well, speaking of implementation, it's a fast B take, the defense crumbles, and the round is gone. It's as simple as that. But yeah, the update, really great. Finally, we have the M4A4 at the same price cost as we had the M4A1S. Plus, the FAMAS is getting a price reduction and a boost in the, I believe, in the burst, probably.
Spray. They're making it a bit more tight, as it were, grouping.
But regardless,
that was the
right?
Wording used, but we don't know the actual price of the M4. We just know it's going to be slightly less expensive.
It's been said that the M4A4 will now be priced at exactly the same as the M4A1S, so at 2.9k.
It was said it was just a bit less expensive, but I guess
no. I think I read specifically.
You might be just looking at someone's tweet and being like, "Yep, that's real now."
No. I'm reading their official announcement where the M4. Oh, never mind. I read it on HLTV, and the actual announcement is different. Okay, never mind. Because I read the HLTV post, and it said that it's going to go down to 2.9. Maybe that's just me imagining gaslighting myself, as I'm used to, yeah. Never mind, then. Regardless, 2-0. Sinners so far starting really strong. Everything's going pretty much according to plan. And honestly, I have a hard time seeing how this goes any worse for Iberian Souls. Like, they force up, they lose. They have their first gun round coming up after this, and if they cannot shut it down, if they cannot get something going on, well, I will have my worries rise as B-Stick clears out Soul. And we are right back where we started again.
So, round to be done. This is going to be another one in the bag here for Sinners. And just a question, if they're going to be losing any more toward the end here or not. As so, this one, yet again, to be finished. And for the end of it, you've got at least one AK. Mopos wants to carry over toward the next one. Not bad.
I mean, a single AK stolen, great.
Yeah.
But let's be real, right? You need a lot more than that. Alex gets killed, which is a bit unfortunate. And they do lose Peppo. But all in all, here we go. This is it. This is the round that we want to see out of Iberian Souls work out. We want to see something good. And hopefully they're going to deliver big time. Because we're going to have the AWP out for Stadodo. The rest well equipped enough to handle full utilities. I would like to see a defuse, and we have one on Davi, so that's good. But let's see for certain what the actual plan is. Sinners towards upper holes in B, even into lower, putting B-Stick on that pedestal again. And remind me, please, but did B-Stick have like 2 kills at the end of the first half on map 1? Or like 3 kills maybe at most?
He was at 1 or 2. No. He was at like 6 or 7.
At the end, yes.
At the end of the first half, yeah.
First half. Yeah, at the end of the first half. But he
got there,
started off pretty slow. Yeah. I know that much.
To be fair, he wasn't needed. So
no, he really
was doing his job.
It was Peppo and the Zetko that did most of the legwork. Then you had Morisco and Shaw kind of performing when you needed them most. And if really required, B-Stick was there. But generally speaking, he didn't have to do anything, exactly. And Mr. Zetko...
Just, correct myself. He had 4 kills at the end of the first half. 4 and 6 was B-Stick. And then in the second half also got 4 kills. For total 8.
I thought he was somewhere there, yeah. Now, there's one thing I'm going to be stealing from chat here, and it's the fact that Zetko is now called Chatko. That's such a good one. I love it. I don't know how I never came up with that before, but it's such a good one. He really is a chat.
It might have something to do with your not a Zoomer age.
Maybe, I don't know.
Your imagination's, man, it's not what it used to be.
Man, I'm getting older, bro.
Remember when you would just clash 2 toy trucks together and be like, that's cool.
That's an explosion in my mind. Hollywood action.
Exactly.
Let's go.
Nowadays, you just have to imagine it in game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah. Now I have no choice but to watch it burn in front of my eyes. No, but all in all, I mean, this is a really good start for Sinners. They win the gun round. We didn't really talk much over it because the defense just crumbled on B. Both entries went the way for Sinners. I believe we saw one in return on their way out, but Iberian Soul couldn't stand the initial attack. They lost majority of the players, and they find themselves again in a position where they either win or are forced back onto an eco, somewhat of an eco. They might have max loss bonus, but for the majority of players, they are broke. And that can only entail one thing. And in fact, if nobody saves, a full eco. As Sinners keep playing the default, like they haven't really changed up their approach. They're kind of juggling towards middle, kind of juggling towards B. They haven't really poked the bear towards A. And they're effectively always getting those entries first.
Yeah, I mean, so far they've yet to lose an entry. It's been everyone except for Mopos, now that we're 4 rounds in the game and 5th one going on here. Mopos is the only one in his team who's yet to die. Everyone else has been the first kill at once, at some point at least. Which is kind of funny. They're going at him one by one. Now I just want to see that tradition kind of continue. Now to get to Mopos, everyone to be taken down at least once here. But we'll see, because Mopos might test this. He might. But in window for now, B-Stick up connector. There's a minute left on the clock. Sinners, they want to keep this a little bit ambiguous as to where they're going. And Peppo, there you go! First one, but hey, look up behind you. There's B-Stick. There's no more post, but a man in window nonetheless to go down. No. And now B-Stick to catch these rotations, control them potentially as well. While on B, the approach heads their way. So, first one found, 2 more from a short, caught in rotation. B-Stick as well, now rotation removed. No more guard for it. But on for the retake, 2 versus 4. 2v3, that's the one. Shock and Morisco, no utility, nothing to speak of. There's a Molotov on that CT side, and at the first duel, heads their way, but no kill from it. Need to find this next one. Need to find this opening, but it's not happening. Morisco keeps them at bay. Shock continues, and Stadodo very slow. Finally, in the action, and 1 more to go. Shock. Bides his time. A quick scope needed, and a quick flick to correct it. On the defuse, we welcome Iberian Soul into the game.
Welcome to the scoreboard, fellows. It took you long enough, but at least they get it done. And I was a bit worried when you see both players on short get killed.
Yeah.
And then you see Stadodo coming out kitchen late with the op. Luckily, the first target appears to be for free, and the second, well, he's quick enough on the reaction. Good job by Stadodo. Finally, we see some brilliance individually out of him. As round 1 to Iberian Souls, they evade certain death, but they are not out of it yet, especially with the fact that they reset their loss bonus. Perhaps Sinners, it was the plan all along. Let's find out. Back to AKs they go, and we kick off with a default. And this time, look at the presence towards A. They've got 1 in Pit, 1 in Palace. They really want to put the pressure now on the defenders of the big A site.
I like the implication that Sinners lose a round just so they can get rid of all the god of it, Iberian Soul.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time we see something like that. We've seen it before. Maybe not intentionally, but not that they would mind much by losing a round, right?
Ooh. Yeah, but now losing a second, or at least make it look like it. It's not started off all too hot, smoke in the palace as well, but B-Stick's walking through that, it seems. Keep an eye on that A approach. Hold on, this can catch you off that CT side, because Alex already tagged the 16 and HG to try to chase him as well. Not gonna finish the job, 5 HP on him. Stadodo as well, half of his HP suddenly gone. But they're still util here. Like, this is not a bad A-take, or at least an improvised A-take they can come up with if they want to. Oh yeah. Oh, Molotov as well. On to default. Davigi. Down he goes. Stadodo on stairs.
Oh, they know
this is a slow approach for Sinners, but I'm almost concerned for how reserved the CT side is at this current fight.
Yeah, they're really not giving them much, and it's a good thing as well. They're not letting themselves be clapped 1 by 1. They're not making the same mistakes as we saw in map 1. So in that essence, I like the fact that they're being a bit more reserved, that they're playing a little bit less on the nose, right? And they're letting the op do the dirty work for them instead of having to fight 1 by 1 and dying in that instance. Davi at least takes damage on shock before he goes, and voila.
I can get behind it, but I still feel like that was a... Just looking at the situation, it felt like they were very scared no matter what, and I think... it's not bad.
Yeah.
Necessarily, it's not inherently a bad situation, but concerning, I think, can be it if they're not confident in taking those fights, right? So no, you can at least count on him to hit that shot, and it still works out, but I don't want them to stay that passive, even if it is a 5v3, whatever it was.
Yeah,
I would like to see a bit more...
Oh, what is that
attempt to set things up. Alex, there's no attempt or setting up anything. Is here just the mass execution on short.
Yeah, 3 kills given to him. First one through the smoke, he sprays. The second 2 takes them down because their smoke is absolutely horrendous there. Trying to cross short and being caught outside of ladder is a little bit awkward, especially when Yeah, right here. A second molly to be thrown or something. A second nade. Not really the place to be. Peppo gets clapped, and it's going to be 4-3. Sinners, for the first time in this series, it feels like they're being equalized in a bit. That they're being dropped down to the level of, or rather, that Iberian Soul have risen to their level. Perhaps it's a better way to put it. And it will be an eco, in fact, as well. I don't think we saw a single eco on Ancient from Sinners. I don't recall a single eco, actually.
No, what? Second half pistol.
Maybe second half after the pistol. Yeah, actually.
Yeah, did they force a Rico? I don't. Doesn't matter.
I'd have to double check. Yeah.
Go ahead and, if you can, do that. But for now, we'll continue with this one because now it's been all these last 3 and this 4th round included as well. Iberian Soul are the ones to have found that entry. As soon as we mentioned Sinners yet to lose one, now they've lost 4 entries in a row, and it's impacting these rounds. And the way that Sinners kind of play them, it's them slowly almost trying to get an entry just by sheer willpower alone. And yet again, it's proved to be quite detrimental to the round itself. Not that this one is expected to win, but it's not really all too clean from them either. Not a whole lot for Sinners. So, headed toward this next gun round, what I do want to see change, if this is even going to be a gun round, by the way, but what I do want to see change is Sinners play a different way for that entry, because right now it's take a duel straight up, nothing else to it. Yeah. For most of the approach. Which also, sometimes does get interrupted by Iberian Soul and Stedodo in Window, for example. You saw him dueling a few rounds ago. But yes, you were saying.
We saw a total of 2 eco rounds on Sinners.
Oh.
Yeah. Both of which happened after the pistol on the second half.
Ah.
Yeah. So, there's that.
I like this. Yeah, now I said, I wanted to see a change for Sinners. Fight for the entry in a different way, and I'd say a full exit onto A is a different way. Oh. An opening to be found. Beastic delivers, despite
nobody under Palace.
Defeat. No one on A. They were playing a full mid setup instead, expecting more approaches, more action. Zedko on the stairs. The first one found, and back he goes through the smoke. A 5-on-3 you can now convert to a round if you just play the trades. But who is feeling adventures? Who's going to give us that first kill is the question. The answer is Beastic. Second, not found by Alex Morisco. Should have been a dead man long before this one. 5 HP, he'll survive and thwarting off Iberian Soul from A.
And that is a 5th round for Sinners, as they successfully go for a default, catch the first player in the back. I believe that was Mopos that got killed towards CT, right?
I think
afterwards, it all kind of came down crashing for Iberian Soul. 2 survivors means they rebuy, they have the money for it, no question asked. Problem is that Sinners are still able to take the 5th, they are still able to contain 4 alive. So this is going to spell a little bit of doom and gloom for Iberian Soul, especially if they cannot wake up before the end of this half. I mean, this could still go 8-4 for Sinners. This is still an option that they might be vying for. So Iberian Soul, I hope they haven't said their last just yet. I mean, Davi's still on 0 kills, which is concerning. I mean, I gotta mention that this is not the Davi you're used to seeing.
No, it really is not, but then again, it is what it is. Sometimes life gives you lemons. You gotta make lemonade. But another A approach. But I'm still looking at Beastic. Ways away for the moment. So this round, almost dependent on getting that first entry. Go their way. But if not, Beastic is venturing back into the B apartments. Mopos is gonna catch him here. A very odd duel, looking at the state of the round itself and why Beastic decided to go back. Still a question to be answered. Zedko. A bomber blows its way to Stedodo. Oh god, 2 players still tagged up here as well on the CT side. Iberian Soul, they gotta be very careful with this approach.
Let's see if they do. Shock and sandwich
No
not being checked. That's a mistake. He sees the second player on ticket. This is massive. The info there for the T's implicates the fact that this is what they're going up against. Morisco and Alex. And it seems like Iberian Souls are running out of players. I mean, Stadodo had been given a new job opportunity, becoming a gymnast. Unfortunately, the rest of the squad being eliminated. And that is going to be round number 10 gone. 6-4. And that nade right there. Stadodo just makes a somersault backwards. And yeah, this is going to be very solid for Sinners. I mean, they must have lost a few players, sure, but they're winning the rounds and they're basically battering on the economy of Iberian Soul as they now find themselves on a last buy. Fail this and you are most likely facing the music of 8-4 halftime, which is not something I think they'll be very happy with. Given it's Mirage, like I said, I'm expecting greater things from them.
As is, I would say, most. Oh! Hello, Stadodo! I'd say great expectations. Again, he's currently matching those again. Doing fairly fine when it comes to Mirage. Shock and Beppo, they're left at a 2-1-5. And while we've already seen one, surely this one's too much. Situation completely different.
Solo walks out, finds 2.
Yep. But the result might still be very similar. Social as well should have been heard ticked in jungle. He's still taking damage from that Molotov. And 40 seconds, the approach onto A. Looking at it, no smoke does not make the bomb plant any easier. It's just brute force duels they'll have to take.
Oh, he sees the guy in jungle.
No. Oh no! No!
Oh, Beppo.
Walking into it, 2v5.
He's gonna pick
No,
CT.
not gonna happen.
He sees him in CT! Oh,
No!
Shock! No.
No!
That
way!
Shitting me again. Again, Shock walks out pit, finds 2, finds 3, and voila! All of a sudden, Sinners have another one on the board. Or what? Stadodo, another clutch. It's not the first time we see him do this. In the first gun round, he's the one that saved it. He needs to save it again. And I'm not sure he has what it takes. He's got a molly and a smoke. Perhaps that's enough. Perhaps that will do it. But as soon as he throws that molly, they'll know exactly where he's coming from. And yeah, he realizes now, no time, no chance. That's it. He pulls back, saves the op. This is... oh, man.
Yeah, no, that's insane. Ancient, you can say at least, okay, whatever. Maybe there's a world when they find the first opening the way they did. Here, it's a 2v5. You don't even have the bomb down, no position on A to work with. Yet somehow, it makes no sense for this to be a round in which Sinners are able to take it back, yet they do so. And the worst case scenario, you said an 8-4 potentially. It's 5 kills away. My god.
It is. Oh, nicely done. At least get rid of the player that lost you the round previous, but unfortunately Davi trades off only with the 1, and yet again damage on the side of Iberian Soul amounting, but luckily Stadodo seems to be mad about the loss. 12 kills on him, 4 deaths. My man is more alive than he is dying, so that's better, but they still are losing players one by one. Mopo's on a pistol. Stadodo, the saving grace with the op. Perhaps he gets a free kill. And no, Morisco, so quick.
What?
And how many more times is this going to happen? How many more times is Iberian Soul going to be at an advantage and yet still absolutely get destroyed? Oh, well.
Oh, man. If they walk out A now as well, they just get a bomb plant for free and Mopos is never going to be there in time. Taking a little bit of their time, however, should have seen it. Mopos is going to have the warning sign. Head is going to be spotted in the connector. Take the duel. There it is. That should be confirmation.
I think he goes B.
Play.
I think he goes B.
However, now
never mind.
Allows himself all the time in the world to make this play happen as well. Smoke deployed. There's still a Molotov, but he's setting up for a post plant in CT.
That's smart.
Mopos, smoke, kit, molly and a flash. We've seen this before, but Zedico holds an HE.
The problem with that smoke is that the bomb is planted on default. So like in really noob corner kind of default for Palace and CT. So the angle of attack is very narrow for Zedco to kill the diffuser through the smoke itself.
Does the HE go out?
Good molly. Oh, he's in a good position.
HE out.
But there's the HE. Oh, bad HE. Oh, wow.
Poor bomb plan as well. Allows Mopos to defuse it from far off.
Yeah. Well played. Iberian Soul, 5 on the board. It's not the worst that it could have been.
It's not the worst, but is it the best? No.
No, certainly not. Anything but the best, in fact, but...
Still, yeah, they at least avoided the worst case. They lose that 2v5 again, twice in one series. But don't suffer the 8-4 here. 5 absolutely doable. And they've given themselves a little bit of breathing room in the context of the entire series and this entire map here as well. Headed towards A, Iberian Soul. No questions about which side they're headed to.
Absolutely. 2 defenders on A, 3 on B. And the preparation
calls a flash for ramp as well. If there's any indication given, he'll flash Zedico in potentially.
And he does that immediately here. Davi spotted, and I think the gig is up. They know this is going to be an A split. Davi, first in, first out. So Soul brings it back. The duel is dropped. 4v4 retake, though. Not going to be easy. The P2K is a great weapon at this distance. Oh, my lord. Shock with a double. And it's still going to be a 3 versus 2 setup that they can work with. Through Con, it's going to be Morisco.
They want to force these duels. But how much are they willing to give here?
Force.
Yeah,
to force these fights.
Otherwise they'll keep the advantage. They still do. Into CT, into the corner. Peppo tucks himself in. And now has the backup as well from Morisco. They get a double up back in CT. Mopos, once he fakes for it. Not on it, not sticking.
I love the
money
fact.
Would have been real nice, because now you got nothing.
I love the fact that Beppo immediately evades after losing his teammate, goes into that corner and just tries to buy time for Morisco to help him with dualies. And it works. Sinners, they win the pistol. Shock with a double here, goes out wide, burns, but then as Iberian Souls try to get onto side, they realize they have to take control of CT, or at least try to fight it. Both players go wide, thinking there's only Peppo there. And in fact, there are 2, and that is going to be 8-5. And please remind me if on Ancient, it was the pistol that went to Iberian Souls, that did not in the second half.
Second half, yeah. 10-2, 10-4, and then bye-bye.
Yeah, and then good night, goodbye. And, well, force buy, no bomb plan. I'm not a fan. I cannot say I agree with this. They're really risking it a lot. Lose this round, and you pretty much play against 11 next, probably. Or at least 10 at the bare minimum. But here we go. Onto site. They might actually get the bomb down.
Look at how little Sinners actually have to fight for this retake.
Yeah.
Stood up. Fairly lucky to get away from the bomb plant. Not to be spammed by Zedico and CT, but this is where fight's coming in. Through the smoke. No flash. Nothing of the sort.
Oh.
And a mowdown goes both ways. But major CT wins coming out from this duel. Celtic left alone. All their eggs in basket number 1 in CT spawn. They go down. And retake the casualties only total 1 for Sinners.
And we can't really say it was worth it because they forced up. Even with the bomb plant, yes, they make it a little bit better. Yes, they, tend to their wounds a little bit better, but it's more about the fact that they don't win the round. They don't even kill more than 1 player on the CT side. They haven't really impacted the game so far too much. And they rebuy. I mean, I get it in a way, but also I don't like it. I cannot stress enough that 4 Galils are vastly inferior to the M4A1Ss, especially with the utility to boost them up there. And it all depends on the individual. Can they get those headshots? Davi's still on 2 kills. Sasol still on 6 kills. Mopos on 8.
The same exact complaint you had pretty much at the last map as well.
Yeah, and it's not like I want to complain. I don't want to complain if I don't need to, but this has to be at least mentioned that individually, right now, Iberian Souls are not giving us the show that we wanted to see.
No, they're so close to as well doing that, by the way. It's 9-5. You imagine if there is a world where Sorsal and WG had a couple more kills both, it's a tie game or it's a different sort of story altogether. They don't lose that 2v5. They have a 6-6 half. Imagine the change it would have made. But that's all a what-if scenario, because right now, you're looking at it, you're leaving Iberian Soul, well, with not a whole lot. Instead, you're giving them some benefit of doubt just by the name alone, or just by the individuals on this team. But how much is the payoff right now? Because it's not all too much. And in this round as well, least of all, you mentioned it, 4 Galil's M4s on the other side. I'd say a lot of people would say that's a yikes. Not all that. And in mid, Mopos tagged up, bagged up, down he goes. And on A, sure, you can have that bomb side or at least attempt it, but they've made no headway during this approach in mid as well.
The thing is, why the hell didn't they... Yeah.
Yeah, Sinners, their entire attention was focused on mid. 2 plays in connector they should have known about as well. And now 15 seconds, 10 on the clock now. Making their way, the approach, it's not going to happen. And the bomb as well gets dropped in the middle of no man's land. This one is done yet again. Although, hold on, maybe not. Bomb goes down with nick of time, a second or two spare. Sasol, on site, moves around the smoke, tries to make the cross as well to guard for these CTs. And the first one taken down, now up for the 4K. We said we need individuals to show up here. Sorsal was one you said to frag out a bit more to make the difference for Iberian Soul, and he's currently on that track. Up against Beastic, an MP9. He approaches slowly, cautiously, but check his corner. The other side instead. Oh, behind ticket booth, Sorsal will strike a 1-on-2 on Iberian Soul. Maybe not all that done just yet.
Maybe not. Maybe they still have some life in them. And I just have to mention this. Well played by Sorsal. At least he gets the round here and kind of perseveres. What I'm shocked about is Beastic baiting Zetko. Like he was in jungle with an MP9, and Zetko was pushing from stairs forward.
It's
and Beastic
the HP in this case, but
yeah, but surely you
play
wanna
together maybe makes sense.
Exactly. At least both together peaking, that would have made sense. But that's just my observation. Let's focus rather on round 16, as we have a force buy from Sinners, or rather a full reinvestment, hoping they get something done. They do have a kit, and they can rely on the individuals to kind of bring them out of the mud right now. Well played, Sorsal, man. That was not an easy clutch.
No, it was not. And that as well, consider with the time remaining. There's 2 seconds when he gets over the bomb plan, pretty much. 1.5. Down to the time, down to the wire. Here in mid, Peppo. Try to spot above the smoke, see what's up. Any information, any stray legs or bodies to be dropped.
A split. Here we go.
You've got a good situation here, at least with CT side of Sinners. You've got a short plane forward, up by ramp. You've got Morisco who can support him as
Nobody's
well.
Watching
They can take 2-1-1 here, pretty much.
Is there really nobody watching connector and jungle, or rather stairs?
There's not.
Okay, never mind. Peppo comes in to check, gets killed.
Feel the wrath of the pistols, the stocks.
So
they want to go up again. Oh, okay, and they seem to be with Stadodo.
Big stonks.
Oh no, HP, nothing. Round of Sinners.
And this is where Zetko and Beastic again in the same position as before, in the same kind of clutch, 1v2, right? They go against Stadodo again, or rather Sorsal, not Sorsal, but Stadodo this time instead of Sorsal. But it's the way they play together. They're peeking together, they're helping each other, and the Deagle, not only that, hits the shot and finishes the job. 10-6, Iberian Soul. The problem is they've forced up so much, they've lost so much. Even with a bomb plant, even with a round victory before, it's not enough to give them a case here. This is their last chance. Fail this round, it's 12. It's a guaranteed 12 on the board for Sinners. It's a series point. Oh boy, the timing. Beastic, you gotta be mad.
Bye-bye.
C4, sees more. This is devastating, and Shock will die as well. Oh my god. Okay.
Not so devastating anymore.
That's so much worse than I thought it's gonna be. Yeah, Sinners, that's kind of disappointing, actually. Shock especially, the fact that he doesn't get even a single kill is a little bit awkward, but perhaps it's not all over just yet. Zetko, does he check kitchen? He does. Alex, oh, almost gets the kill. Expected. Zetko keeps on pushing. What is this?
Yeah, the confidence is insane. HP is nothing, and he's still going for it, but...
Why?
that's him punished. How did that smoke? Could have fallen back after one. He knew there was going to be more around this area. And does get punished for lingering.
Needlessly getting killed. And I like the idea. IS is going to be going through lower, through underpass, into A.
Taking the B out of the shortened name, I see.
Ah, yes. I mean...
They got rid of their issues.
Unless I'm going to have an irritated bowl syndrome, I hope not. Let's rather not mention it.
I hope your bowls are not irritated. That would be
bowel.
crazy.
Sorry, bowel. Yeah, there we go.
I mean, bowls are fine, I'd say.
Bowls are fine as well. Bowls are pretty good. They hit hard too. But it's going to be Morisco and Peppo. And again, 2 versus 1
as well. Sort of as well.
Yeah.
The head of Mopo spotted it. His cutscene.
Oh,
and now into the open. It's an MP9. It's going to run him down easily. Oh, if Morisco doesn't force the trade immediately, but it's the HP advantage still works out.
I wonder how many bullets Morisco had in the M4. That's why he didn't maybe wallbang further. Right? Because he took a few shots through the wooden plaque, but didn't shoot afterwards, and then after losing his teammate, he confirmed the players there. Oh, this was... just seeing that again gives me the heebie-jeebies. Zetko as well, deciding to retain his spot on in apps. Kind of not what you'd expect, but... Bomb plant plus loss bonus, I guess, come together here for Iberian Soul. And they buy again, and again, and again. Nexus, I gotta be honest with you, buddy. I think we're about to see the end of this series. No, neither am I. And again, I understand they have to buy here. They feel like they have to. They don't have a choice. I get that. But... it's more the problem at the start here, where they were forcing into rounds they probably shouldn't have and would have had a chance to have a proper buy last round. But hey, that's the decisions that come to haunt you as round 18 is here. And equally so, Sinners are broken, so this is not exactly a rosy scenario for Sinners. Likewise, they are near economical defeat themselves, but look at the setup they're running. With Peppo on short with the op, he can quickly support B-Stick, and no, not through the smoke. Not through the smoke.
Oh, no! Oh, B-Stick. Send them out.
It's GG.
Painfully. They go down. Beppo only finding one. But look at the rotations. They're all here. Everyone keeps fighting, and B-Stick and Morisco, they keep holding. Most of all makes the difference in Sinners. They really want to say goodbye to this series already. They've not given IPS the time of day. Iberian Soul not been able to give us what we wanted. Only glimpses of it here on Mirage. On Ancient, nothing given.
Yeah. Even Mirage, perhaps we cannot go as far as saying there was more than just a glimpse. A small sliver of a window to see into the capabilities of Iberian Soul, but unfortunately never developed beyond that. Sinners, currently on a different level. I mean, Morisco's doing really good on 17 kills. We talked about him at the start of the series, how he'd usually be the one to perform. We have Peppo on the op that did brilliantly map 1. Zetko as well, did really well. And Shock has been stepping up lately here, likewise. Even B-Stick, who'd had a quiet first map, is on 11 kills. He's on a positive KD, or at least a net positive KD, right? So he's at an all-time 1 KD. So that's good. And oh, where's the... why is there solo Davion mid? Where's the rest of the squad? My lord. So Soul, perhaps he could be the one again, but to save them, I don't think that might be the case. Oh, Alex.
Nope, eyes on Peppo. I stand corrected. Sixth sense, he feels it in his back.
It's the Dodo coming in for seconds.
Probing, wanting more. They at least bring it back to 2-on-2. This looked like a done deal for a moment, but it has now been recovered. to a possible one for
Oh.
Iberian Soul instead. It's their turn at a clutch. At a round like
that's
this,
the
where
C4.
Sinners instead might give it up, but it's B-Stick. The man of the myth, the brain, versus Sasol on the other side, and down they go. Sinners
GG.
really don't give Iberian Soul much here. Instead,
Or much to do.
they're the ones sending those statements out. And remember, those questions got to be said. Who's going to be the long-term, or who are going to be the long-term stars for this team? Right now, we're getting the answers in the short term. It's just about keeping this up for Sinners now, and letting them cook, as it were. Because Morisco has a great day, we already know that.
Oh, yeah.
Zedko, Shock, pretty good on Mirage. Or Mirage as well, and Peppo had a great Ancient when he needed
Big
to
ups
as well
to
to
Peppo.
stand out.
Yeah.
So we're seeing the bright shining stars for Sinners. I want to see that continue, but for Iberian Soul, I don't know. I'd say I'm more inclined to say this is just a bad day for them, and just want to write it off almost.
It surely has to be. It surely has to be. The decisions were just bad. Like, the calls are off kilter, off point. The push through the smoke here in B-Apps in the final gun round, for example, especially that. A few questionable rounds on map 1, a few questionable moments on map 2, and it's enough to give Sinners a clean 2-0. A total of 10 rounds for Iberian Souls is what they're able to get, and that is not even close to scratching a victory on a single map. So, yeah, this has to be... This has to be a bad day, because if it's not, obviously we'll see that in the coming Swiss stages. It's going to be elimination for Iberian Souls next, if they fail.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, things ain't looking all too bright, but sometimes people and teams do perform better when the pressure is on them, I'd say. So maybe that could be one of them, right? Give them a good kick in the ass almost. Power them up, but they're in there with a couple of very good teams as well. Cybershock, who've been looking at really damn good these last couple of weeks. Sashi, who I'll say have been looking a little bit off, but still we know they're good. Aurora, pretty damn firepower heavy, and Paravision now who've added a Jame as well to add some more layers to their team almost.
Yeah.
So you've got real good teams in that elimination pool, and you've already got 9 eliminated, ESC Gamer as well. So this is shaping up to be a very interesting Swiss stage, and then as well playoffs for this edition of a CCT, which I really want to see how we get to shape up the brackets later on as well, or the group, the standings here. But there's more to be decided, isn't there?
There's definitely more to be decided, there's more to be done, and there's more games to be played. First up, within an hour and 20 minutes, give or take, we'll be starting with Fnatic versus Rebels. You and I will be taking that over for our last series of the day. Fnatic taking on the Polish team of Rebels. And then later, at 4 o'clock Central European Time, Ecstatic versus Fireflux, and Spirit Academy versus Amkal at 7 Central European Time in the evening. Ladies and gentlemen,
games 2-0 as well, just to note.
Oh, yeah.
Playoffs on the line.
Yeah, playoffs on the line. Yeah, there's a lot of question marks here on the final 2 games of the day. But before we get there, before we get to our second series, which is another 1-1 series between Fnatic and Rebels, we take an hour's break, and a little bit longer even, before we get there. So thank you for tuning in, gentlemen. You're watching CCT Season 2 here, Europe 16. And my name's Over, joined by Nexus. We'll be back in an hour and 15 minutes.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents. Our next game of the day should be fairly ready for you guys now, as we had our first one, ended fairly quickly, no question on who takes that one, and no flirting with the idea of an Iberian Soul game there. It was one-sided as all hell, and we are now getting ready, and almost ready, for that next game of the day. We're going to be taking a look at Fnatic versus Rebels.
Yes, we will. And as you mentioned already, the first match we had, not really as competitive as we would have expected it. But at the end of the day, it's not over just yet. We still have ourselves, as you said, a great match. Fnatic versus Rebels. Both teams so far not disappointing. We've had quite a little bit of a uprise from Rebels themselves, I think, and I'm excited to see what the hell they can add upon that moving into this series. Starting off, if we go over the standings currently, just to reintroduce the situation that we are in the Swiss stage. Kicking it off early, Fireflux, Amkal, Spirit Academy, Ecstatic, all at a 2-0 bracket, and all will be fighting today for for progression into the playoffs. Today will be the matchups, I believe, for them, and I'm kind of excited to see how well they'll do. And of course, for the rest, we can see there are already some eliminations for ESC Gaming for 9, the unexpected 9 loss, perhaps. Iberian Soul, we just saw them lose as well recently, and Vision, Aurora, Sashi, all on the level of potentially being eliminated, as well as Cybershock. But Fnatic, Rebels, you can see the 1-1 scoreline, and this is where things get fun. You either go into the progression match or next up into the elimination match. So quite an important battle for these two teams, as it's going to take a lot out of them.
Yeah, this is going to be, again, quite intriguing in that sense, right? Neither team gets to play with or has to play with the pressure of being eliminated just yet, or to advance to playoffs. So it lets both of them, have a little bit of fun, breathe almost in a sense, but with that future pressure, with the pressure as well to perform being a big part right now when it comes to, I'd say, Fnatic, just by the name alone, by the name brand that they have. But then they have the almost levity of saying, okay, this is still a brand new team, we're trying and testing things out, while they're playing against a Rebels that, for now, you might say is either overperforming or trying to become an insane team at this point as well. Or a team that to look out for in these next few months as well. And I'm not sure which one it is just yet. But nonetheless, they're looking fantastic. So, opposition for Fnatic, pretty strong from what we've seen so far. But what do we really think is the, where does Fnatic currently fall is my question. Because I don't know how well they're going to be able to perform. I really don't. Despite the individuals on that.
Yeah, I mean, certainly we're expecting greatness, right? We have to expect greatness. They've got some big names in their roster, and if we go over Fnatic's roster, in fact, to introduce the team more to the detail, Crims, I don't need to speak more than just his name, and everybody should know what I'm talking about. Fear, you have a lot to talk about him. You've said it a lot of times that, this guy, he's definitely the talent that keeps on delivering. Matisse, Blamev, Bermilov, everybody on a level of their own, and certainly a lot of expectations from the individuals, but we'll see how it all glues together in Fnatic, as this match will present to be quite a challenge, as on the other side, Rebels, right? Another team that we didn't perhaps expect a lot, but somehow they are delivering on all accounts.
Yeah, when it comes to countering Fnatic and, just the name power and what should be the expectations. Here's a team with very little expectations coming into this season and looking, as we say, very good so far. The games they played, they, pretty much, they smacked the recent opposition just, 2 days ago?
Yeah, I think it was 2
they
days
played
ago,
against Sashi.
Yes.
Sashi didn't even get to play that game, seriously. They just got smashed.
Yeah,
you can look at the scoreline and say, look at the scoreline and be like, okay, the game was somewhat close. In reality, no, it wasn't.
Not really.
It was in control of Rebels the entire time, pretty much, and we weren't all too stressed about them taking the series or not, because they looked really damn good. Asashi had to fight to keep themselves in those games or in those maps. And Rebels, every game they so far pleasantly surprised us. They've given us Kisarek, who's been kicking major ass. Flay, who, when he was been in his element, guess what? He's been kicking ass.
He has.
Like, what do you do at that point?
You start asking yourself, how the hell do you stop a team like this?
That's the question.
And that's the question, right? That's why I presented the issue for Fnatic, because even though their names and as well as their experience perhaps supersedes that of Rebels overall, they are going to have to prove that on the individual tier as well. The veto is up next, and that's where we're going to get the details as to which map will be played and what we might be watching. I'm hoping for some train action. I always did. And Dust and Inferno removed. Mirage our first choice. I like it from Fnatic. It's going to kind of level with them to see how well they can do individually. Then we have Nuke next, another great map, choice by Rebels, and a smart one by that. As ahead of us, well, a little bit of a shutdown of Anubis. I like it. Should be a ban probably on Ancient, and yep, it's Train left. Okay, we're in for hopefully the 3 maps, as Train is our last. Great maps all around. Mirage to kind of set the norm. I like it.
Yeah, I think Mirage is going to be a good test for this specific team of Fnatic as well. Because so far, right, you look at this team, you look at the individuals, it feels like a team where the individuals can shine. Right? If we try to erase the last, I guess, year or so, Fnatic just fumbling around, kind of figuring things out and then not working out, the pickups they'd made, with Mattis being, I think, one of the highest rated players of that year before he was being picked up to Fnatic, the expectation, high, great. His performance so far and the entire team, not really there. And so we move over towards what is, I don't know, something kind of, I don't know. And now, obviously, with additions of Fear and Burmilov, I'm still figuring things out. I'm still a little interested in what they have to give. But my biggest question almost to the Fnatic roster is Burmilov. Right? We know him from Mouse NXT, but he was never really the star on that team. I do have doubts.
I would say he definitely had the potential to be a star.
Yes,
but we never saw it because there were so many other great players right next to him.
Yeah, that and the playstyle, I think he was never set up to be that star player, so we haven't really seen him fully unleashed, I think.
Yeah.
But with Fear and previously Jambo as his AWPer, I think he was set up very well. So I have, in that sense, some thoughts on how they could utilize him. But if Burmilov instead opts to be a bit more of that passive AWPer that he kind of is, to instead make space for Blameth, Mattis, I think there is a world where that instead becomes a reality where you do start to see Burmilov again to be more passive, not the star in this team. Which, again, it could work out in that sense.
I mean, you have Blameth as the star. Let's be fair.
Yeah, I do have some concerns no matter what here. And I want to see the progress of the team. Obviously, still proving grounds, they're testing, figuring things out, yada, 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 all that.
I really like that, Fear is having a chance to play with an experienced veteran like Crims, with Blameth, because that is so much to learn from. That is such a wealth of knowledge that I think these two youngsters will receive because of the fact that they play with legends like such. It's going to help them, obviously, in the long run. And I agree, there's going to be a point where we're going to be a little bit concerned about certain choices. Probably it's never going to be easy for Fnatic, early on, at least here, within the first 2 weeks of playing together officially, to get that ball rolling quickly. But I'm happy and I'm very excited for the future of this team. And the same can be almost said for Rebels. When I first saw them, I had my doubts, I will say. It didn't look exactly as convincing. I think we even watched that one series they lost against Aurora, if I remember correctly, where they were kind of humbled. They were really humbled. Aurora took them over. They were playing with them. They were toying with their emotions in a way almost. And Rebels' growth, same likewise as Fnatic. That's what's required. That's what we want to see. A team that has potential. The Polish scene always been strong. And I just hope today will be another such day, because then we're in for good CS. I'm expecting Fnatic to play well and for Rebels to show up, and that will give us what we want to see.
Sure. Although I'll say, I do disagree. I think Aurora, Rebels, it wasn't that difficult. I think Rebels did give us a good game. They played well. Wasn't the humbling you say, but, opinions,
maybe not
you're allowed to have them, even if they're wrong.
but I remember specifically Aurora abusing the mistakes of their defense straight up, like running in with Tech 9s, consistently being aggressive and just playing on that momentum. And I feel like I remember that because Rebels were failing to change up their style at the last minute. And then once they started to make a bit of a impact, it was already too late. And yes, you're right. It wasn't perhaps as humbling, but certainly it wasn't as enjoyable as well. But in any case, our match should begin soon. We begin on Mirage. I think I know, as I've already said, it's a good starting point. It's going to set the baseline for these two teams and to kind of get a feeling as to how hard of a match this will be.
Yeah, now that is the question. Now, we put a lot of pressure and doubt already on the short term for this Fnatic roster. So, let's leave it on to Fnatic to prove us wrong. Let's hop to Mirage. Let's see what they have. It's their map pick. What do you have? What have you been cooking?
Hopefully something good, something long and delicate. Pistol is live. We're going to have Sobol on the Diffuse and Smoke. On the other side, Fnatic with Crims on Util. The support of Burmilov as well. And this is a straight A execution. I like the simplicity as well as the, teamwork. It's going to be an A retake. As we can see, Rebels, they've pretty much stacked B. We have two players pushing underground. Here comes the execution itself, though. Crims with the smokes, covering the axis from middle and jungle. With only Sobol in play, I believe the time is to play it safe. You've got the kit and you've got a smoke. You do not wish to die here. Tomiko in support, bomb shall be planted. Fnatic will be playing a 5v5 retake, or rather after plant, with Rebels playing the retake. Starting off, Tomiko in CT. He gets only the one, maybe the second. And no! Tomiko, last two bullets in the magazine, is able to whiff them straight into the faces of the Fnatic players. Matty's 1v3. And we expect a lot out of him, but perhaps this is too much. It's going to be near impossibility to do so, and innocent. Not so innocent anymore. It's going to be Rebels with an excellent retake, and Tomiko, big ups to the man. That was absolutely glorious. Last two bullets, and he makes it a hat trick.
Nice. Very nice. What else can you ask? Fnatic tried to set up for the post plant, not allowed to, CT denied. A multi-kill and some confidence as well for Tomiko, and... Right, we know him. Laid a fair bit of time on Permitta, did pretty damn well. Was one of the, I think overall the highest rated player they had, or at least on average. So far, so good as well when it comes to this roster and at least this map.
And I guess it's important to note as well, one of the maps we watched Rebels play on against Aurora was with Spero, I believe.
Yeah, the first one they played Nuke with Spero, right? Tomiko had issues, couldn't connect, I think. That was Tomiko's.
Yes,
but
yes,
they still made it a competitive one, like a 13-9 or a 13-10 with a coach.
Yeah, exactly.
I say with a coach, as if Spero hasn't played before, but he has. He was a professional for a good time.
Well,
still remember how to shoot back. It's the important thing there, even if he hung up his mouse. And that was the pleasant surprise we had as well, right? We imagine what if Tomiko comes back with that second map, and he did. They had still a pretty good game. And then, against their previous opponent of Sashi, the great Danes, gone. They're in the 0-2 pool now. Facing elimination, and that was not the expectation we had. Nope, but Rebels keep surprising us now, giving us pleasant games. And setting up the individuals, I'd say, fairly well. And not only that, but the team play, the basics, the fundamentals, from what I've seen, are really nice. They're very pleasant to look at. So I want to see if they can, again, continue with that. And one of the men to lead the charge is Keserek.
He's also, he's one of the fresher additions, right? And he's definitely become quite a staple for the team already this early on. If this is the season, he's decided to,
I mean, you say, no,
shine.
He's been here for a year.
He's still one of the let's say one of the fresher recruits overall. But again, he delivers.
Named the Polish Counter-Strike that from our POV at least. We haven't seen as much of Rebels, but nonetheless.
Given how old we've been,
we get to see him striking twice in the kill feed to keep his team alive. Blame F nearly goes past Sobol, but just realizes, wait a minute, there's a guy over here. And the bombs go down for now. And we are playing for the retake here. There's a little bit of util, a smoke potentially for the cross. No Molotov off or HE to get rid of Fear or Burmilov.
We glazed Kisarek enough. Let's see if he can perform.
Yeah, Fear's one this round is his.
Beautiful.
First one above the box and down he goes, hiding now. And Kisarek, no matter how good he is, surely does not have this one in the bag. I speak too soon, but Burmilov will be there to quell those fears. And Fnatic, they are on the board. From Burmilov, delivering a 3k here to bring them back.
A closer call than it should have been for Fnatic at the end, given the afterplant was a 1v3. And Kisarek almost proving to be that good as we glazed him to be. But at the end of the day, it's the smart move from Fear that basically saves the round almost, as Kisarek then realizes he has got no time to waste. Meanwhile, Burmilov pushes out, surprises him on the off angle, and that is going to be the first one for Fnatic. Back to a force buy. Rebels, FAMAS, M4, few pistols. And to be fair, this is looking still pretty decent for the CTs, not gonna lie. I mean, economically speaking, Fnatic are on the edge as well.
We've seen more than our fair share of these rounds as well working out.
Exactly.
Especially if you've got some sort of trick up your sleeve. Let's say Sobol delivers the first one to get shredded, and Tomiko is still gonna take probably one. And if not, maybe more. And then you have Innocent, who's ready to assist if need be from window. But that's not happening. Now, let's see. First one. It's not Sobol. It's Tomiko instead. Both dropping down. And through the smoke, they want to go. Hold on. This is...
But they know. They know it's not the... Oh, my... Oh, my God.
Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry. That was funny. That was really funny.
It was. The fact that they not see each other until they actually see each other. Yep.
Yeah, Fear just drops a weapon over. Alright. Round is done, Fnatic. 2 to survive, and you said right, economical issues for both teams, Fnatic as well. Kisarek saves the FAMAS, maybe even a pistol if he has one. There's still damage to... Or still damage and a chance in the next round to limit the economy. But that does not happen.
Yeah.
We've got Fnatic on a second round. Now, here's my question. Nothing related to the gameplay, just a question of a totally different caliber. You have Fnatic, a famously UK organization, right?
Yes.
You have Blame F, first name Benjamin. Is it too crazy to call him Big Ben?
No, I think it actually fits him.
Yeah?
Like, when you think of Fnatic, you think of Crims and you think of Blame F. So, you know, if Crims leaves,
well,
it's only
maybe
Blame F
currently.
left, and yeah, maybe, yeah, currently. I don't know. It's...
You say Fnatic, I think all of Meister Tech 9.
Well, yeah, that's fair. That's actually, I think, what's going to remain in the history books for the longest, for sure. But nonetheless,
I feel like as well, a lot of people probably don't even know Fnatic is UK or UK organization.
Yeah, they've been
Sweden
since
or
forever.
was the Sweden was the identity for so long.
Because of the team, right? Because they had a 5-man Sweden team that made them as notorious as they are today. Very old
now they've got a international 5-man unit.
Indeed.
Plus
drawing
coach Denmark. So you got a couple of Danish people
all over Europe. Yeah. Speaking from all over, this is a pretty passive round. Fnatic taking no aggressive actions just yet. A little bit of damage on Fear, sure, but beyond that, they seem to be vying for mid control at a slower pace. Smoke is soon to pass in window. Innocent will take a gander. It's all about that entry now. Let's see. Joining him will be Flay. And we haven't really seen Flay much in this map so far, but trust me when I say this guy can make a difference. Yeah, we haven't seen much of the map, to be fair. Yeah, exactly.
Now we see
well,
Flay.
there's Flay. Yeah. Call his name 3 times and he will appear. It's going to be a 3v3 retake, though. So it's down to Sobel to survive. Again, he's currently at 0 kills, which is a bit concerning. Burmilov through short. He's quite aggressive. Does not clear back sight.
Defense. Yeah, he's the issue for the defense right now. Although
I think they spotted. Yeah, they spotted Sobel.
Into the open, into Blame F. Tomiko, though, gets him off the bomb plant. And Burmilov on the bench. First one, and the second. Headshots are clean. And he's trying to prove me, alongside other doubters, wrong for the moment.
Love it.
If you can do that, I'm more than happy as well. Right? We said it wasn't really set up to be a star previously when it comes to Mouse NXT, where he was...
Yeah.
Became known. Here, I want to see if Fear can kind of make him one, almost. With the experience of having a very
give him the
flashy
spotlight,
over.
see what he does under the pressure, under the spotlight. Yeah.
Because if you can have... Let's say, okay, imagine you have Blame F, who, you know, is known for something lurking, baiting, almost. If you can kind of rein him in to be... to be the sort of star player that you can rely on to be effective in these plans that Fear might have. You have Fear, who we know in the Passion US was able to pop off, you know, half the time and put up some pretty good ratings. You have Mattis, who can live, if he could live up to the same expectations as well that he's set up for himself in the past. And a flashy Burmilov, or at the very least, a very solid one. I say you got a very dangerous team on your hands.
Oh, that's what we kind of also mentioned at the start of the series and the pregame, where Fnatic have built a roster, I think, that can last as well as persevere through pretty much any opposition. It's more of a question of how well will Fear and Burmilov be integrated together into the squad. And I just hope they really work well together, and it does seem they're working very well together. So... yeah, all in all, Fnatic, as you said, a dangerous team, absolutely. Especially if they hit their strides. If we see Blame F on fire, if we see Burmilov hitting his shots, all of a sudden you have great support behind you, and that's the team you can get behind itself. But Rebels, a little bit of damage, trying to do a bit more.
Now, I'll before the round is over, I'll just say one more thing. I'm a Blame F hater. I don't vibe with how he's been in the past in these positions and how he's played. Since Complexity, I haven't really been on board. So I'm holding out here. Not glazing at all. Just to make that very clear.
Yeah.
I am not on the Blame F train. But I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt in this new roster. Just to give him a bit of time.
I am actually indifferent. I think I've I won't say given up, because that's not right. But
out of mind, out of sight, out of mind is the approach.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think that's the handle I'm looking for. Yeah, because honestly, I just wish they do well. I really do. I want to see Crims back up on the top tier. You know, I want to see Fnatic as an org back there, and I think that the team actually has potential. And not looking at any past grievances, let's say.
Yeah.
I feel like this is a squad that can reach that height. And I do wish they do. As Rebels as well, right? Another Polish team, we talked about this a lot. The history of the Polish scene is quite rich. They've had a lot of teams. They have a lot of players. They still have a lot of teams. But many have not necessarily fallen off, but haven't seen... lately, international success, exactly. And Rebels might just be pushing into that direction for the first time in a long time for Poland. Meanwhile, great entries for the CTs. Innocent adds on top of that. It seems like Fnatic has taken it a little bit too slow upon themselves, and they are being caught off one by one, picked apart, and a good night. Should be a third if all goes according to plan here for the Poles.
A great defense coming out of this round in terms of Rebels. Although it's Fnatic, yes, you gotta admit, one by one they go for these duels or positions.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, it's not nothing insane for Fnatic. They want to rely on those individuals to see if they can get away with a thing or two here. Doesn't work out for now, and Rebels, they're not gonna give him any more chances either. No opening given towards B. Sobel, he stood his ground, and all is good. 2 players to save. They will be allowed to. And Rebels rounded the board, and it's going to be completely clean as well. Rainy day funds and all that to be set up here for them in case something goes wrong. But I do think as well, right, in terms of a Fnatic start, right, we kind of doubt him a little bit. We're a bit afraid of what Sobol and company on Rebel side can also do. To push Fnatic and to deny them this sort of glory and fun they might have otherwise. Mirage, a great map for that.
Oh, yeah.
And Fnatic with this being their map pick, right? We have the expectation now that they will do fairly well. And they started off that way.
Yes, they have. Blame F.
Oh, great.
Aggression.
Good spots. Kisserek down. And Blame F takes the space now. Heard the comments about being a baiter or a
Don't be a
lurker.
hater.
A little bit too lurky every now and then. But hey, there you go. Taking space. Opening found. And CT side played this round for 4v5. And that's also a big position to be taken away because Kisserek, he's got it from mid. That now leaves the rest of the team to handle this. Want to bring it back. And with a quick shot, Tomiko will do exactly that. You've got Mattis now boosted on window. So Fnatic, they're still setting themselves up for these follow-up positions and a place to be done, to be made. Again, bringing it back. This time is Fnatic to a 3-on-3.
Are they still deciding to go A here? Surely not.
Bermilov, the man to guard CT, but you gotta get past Innocent on site if you wanna ever approach the bomb site. But now it becomes an individual duel. It's Fear who has to bring this one back. But he can still divert if he wants to. Back to B. The spot has been made. That's the bomb in jungle. Bermilov. Space to B, maybe.
Nah, denied. Sobel will get a free kill. Yeah. As that pretty much ends the round. Bermilov can save again. There is no other choice.
I mean, he's keeping that KD up. He's looking pretty good. 9-2 right now.
I mean,
all I'm saying.
Sure. Sure.
Just survived a couple of rounds, man. 9-2 is still impressive.
Yeah, still impressive. Absolutely. Though, on the other side, we gotta give it to Tomiko. We gotta give it to Innocent. They are delivering. Big ups to Innocent, especially as the IGL. He's got a tough job ahead of him regardless. He's playing against experienced players, against a very good IGL who'd had dealings with let's say, a lot crazier plays. And it's not easy to counter him. A Fear, I mean, right? And I'm wondering what exactly will be the game plan moving into round number 10.
T side.
Do they
shoot
T-side
heads?
just...
I think that's one.
Yes. Okay, that's the obvious one. But it's more like, are we going to see again the same default, the same split? You know, one by one, kind of chucking their lives away, or are we finally seeing a change? We see a timeout. You know, let's split up into an A split, into B split.
I'm Fnatic here. I let Blame F do what he wants and just lurk, probably. Lurk underpass, top mid, do whatever he wants.
Same as what we've seen so far.
No, he's going to be there to catch rotations only. Everyone else executing onto A. I think that would be the play.
Everybody else. Okay, I didn't hear that. Yeah,
it's very simple. Fair. It's Mirage, but it can
it's...
still work out if you want to make a change of pace here to force it to what you know. The fundamental of Mirage, pretty much. You have mid control, A execute, and a B, whatever you want to do. And A execute it's very clear to everyone how to play those rounds.
Yeah.
And even if you know that in a theory world where this would have happened, even if you know there's got to be someone lurking mid or underpass, you're still going to respect that to a degree. It's just the timing of which to take. But we're not seeing any of that. We might in the next few, but for now, no. A default is what Fnatic are calling for. Similar to what we have seen before. But they're very reserved with the utility right now, which I do respect and I do like. Because they're not making a play at this very second. Rebels is not challenging. There's no reason to start throwing all of it out. Just wait until you're all in position instead. And see what Rebels want to counteract this with. And I do like it.
It's going to be a B split.
Very
They're going to leave
respectful.
Blame F to lurk towards con window, maybe into jungle if he can get embedded deep. They have to check ladder, surely, and they will. Oh, Tomiko though with double flay found Matties. And Tomiko almost a hat trick, it's enough. Now Blame F to activate, he needs more. He needs to find these CTs, he will. 2 for him.
That's Bermilov allowed A.
Oh, he sees the third as well. Oh, that's his madness, Sobel. Don't you dare die, brother. You need to wait for your teammate Flay, otherwise this is going to end very poorly. Burmilov immediately for the plant. I love the fact he goes out in the open. He knows that Sobol is playing B anchor.
Molotov put down smoke on it as well. Now that keeps Blamev's attention for a second or two. But the real man of the hour, Flay. His favorite food? I don't think I have to tell ya. Loves slicing up his opponents into two. Well, Blamev, now he has two to remain. But a good plan for him. Yep, that jungle smoke is still taking attention away, right? That's allowed Sobol all this access from CT, and now Blamev. They can guess where he's at. Guess the name. On the bomb. In the defuse. Flay gets off of it and missed the shot. The only chance he gets.
That's
Kill,
it.
but round Fnatic. Blamev a 1-on-2. Comes up big for Fnatic.
And very well played for Blamev. The fact that he's either having the intuition or the luck to not be spotted by Flay when he moves from Tetris to site. Blamev was just at the right angle not to be seen. And then obviously Sobol walks into him, even takes a few pot shots, but cannot hit the shot, and it leaves only the one and only Flay alive as the 1v1. Blamev plays it smart, hides behind the corner, just buys more time, knows that the clock is about gone for the CTs, and with that, round is gone. Fnatic 6-4. We are in round 11 next, and again we see some B presence. It seems like it's a B split. Fear is going to go out mid alone. Great entry. It's going to be Sobol on B site as the anchor to fall, and it's down to Tomiko to hold the line. He needs to buy time for the rotation.
Usual position, a ladder, but still delivers two from short this case.
That's massive.
To be close.
It could be Flay to shut it down.
It's all about Fnatic, and if they give position, or if they give any sort of position up here, which currently does not seem to be the case. But I'm still looking at it. Bomb is in the open, has yet to be picked up.
Oh, what?
Oh, Burmilov. That is unfortunate for you.
The bomb is still dropped on short. Now, Blamev has spotted Fear, is way too far to help him. And I think this round might just be fumbled enough. Blamev in trouble.
There's still time. There's still time. It all depends on if Rebels recognize this. They're not making any attempt to recover the bomb. Where is Fear coming from is the question.
They do see the bomb, don't they?
Yep, they do.
Or do they not? I think they do see the bomb. Yeah, they see it. They see it. They have it in their vision. So, Fear, this is a useless flank, unfortunately. They've already anticipated it. Kissarik in a bad spot, perhaps, but... Oh, Fear.
No escape.
Just jumps into murder hole. No escape for him. And Flay, as we talk about the offer for Rebels, he delivers not only on this round, but the round previous as well. It wasn't a win, unfortunately. He tried, but nonetheless, he is performing better and better with each passing one. And last of the half is coming up. It's looking like it could be 6-6. I'm not sure what... One thing that really distresses me here is why Fnatic is not at least looking to recover that bomb and make sure that the CTs don't have eyes on it. Because surely you have to be aware that is not going to budge them if they have eyes on the C4.
I've got 4 words for you. Actually 5. It is what it is.
That's fair.
Tomiko,
he is dead. For one. They know about Sobol. He's in trouble.
Into a smoke. Escaped, and Flay takes attention.
What?
Away from this one, while Krims, Swedish Tech 9 of legend old, will strike once and twice. 2 more remain on the side of Rebels, trying to make this 6-7. Or 6 or 7. On both sides. Again, similar situation as last round, but the bomb is not dropped. Instead, it's still stuck on Blamev. Can't make an easy cross back to site. Spotted. Flash in. Kissarik now spots the second. They know they have confirmation and forcing out the duel onto Blamev. Well, he tries to fight short instead. Leaves just onto 1 and an M4 bullet. To an unidentifiable part of the body. I'm not sure where it went. It doesn't matter. Just 1 will do, and Rebels take 6 for this one. And I think this is a good round to end on as well. Seeing as how we've had these previous rounds where Sobol, right, maybe not a whole lot of frags in the half, but that's just the B player. Still had one or two decent rounds when it came to defending B. We had Tomiko 2K from short as well to keep these rounds alive, and now this one instead. A different one where it's Rebels who have to fight and claw back to it. Not allowing Fnatic to control. I think it showcases a lot of different approaches as well that Rebels do have when it comes to that B take, or retake, in a way. Whether the defense goes well or not, I think they delivered a pretty decent half.
Yeah, they did.
Considering how it
Absolutely, they
started, at least.
Given that Fnatic looked like they might be able to run towards an 8 or 7 scoreline at the very least, yeah, absolutely. And Fnatic on the second half now, the pistol begins, Blame F already with 2. It seems like it's going to be a B take. That doesn't really work like a B take, it's more like a B fail. As Tomiko on middle, chasing a few ghosts, and he actually finds both Blame F and Burmilov. As Sobel is running for his life through underpass, they have heard him. Though their positioning is a little bit off-kilter. They are not ready to take on a full defensive A, so retake will it be. I can't say I'm a fan, but at least they're playing smart given that they've knowingly already lost the site. So all 3 group up and go for the retake together. It's down to the one and only Sobel to survive for as long as possible, so Tomiko has a chance to react.
He's got this in the bag.
Yep.
Oh, no. I lied. Tomiko, is he the lie to be sold? His bomb to be defused, and ammunition running out and not hitting just shot onto Crims. No instant headshot. And despite his abundant amount of frags, I think that's 18 or is it 19? He's on 18. Not winning the pistol. Fnatic goes their way, and this is exactly what I said. I think this is a great map to kind of test Fnatic for the moment, right? It's still very early to judge.
Yeah.
IGL change, bringing in a new upper spell, that's massive changes to a team. But I think this is a good test in terms of the early parts of Fnatic. Mirage, right? A 6-6 half, now the pistol goes their way. They're still being pushed in every single situation. You have Tomiko who's fragging out, and Flay who's hitting most of his shots, I'd say. You have a good opposition for Fnatic.
Yes, you do.
And the questions as well we had, right? Fragging for Fnatic, Burmilov. I think we're getting, right, some pretty good ideas of what they might be going for the moment. And then, obviously, as time goes on, changes to be made in roles or positions, maybe. Most likely. But for now, I like what I'm seeing as well from both teams. It's not the cleanest, it doesn't have to be, but it's still enjoyable, I'd say.
I mean, it is enjoyable. It's pretty decent, decent showing so far. We are going to have an A take. I'm not sure why Rebels have decided to split so much so early, but for the last 50 seconds, getting ready to at least throw whatever utility they've been able to muster.
Also, remember when I said yesterday or the day before and whatever, the last week or so, that I'm gonna stop being positive about Counter-Strike? Apparently I lied. I'm just vibing right now.
You're vibing because you heard that the FAMAS is getting a buff.
Ew. No, I'm never using that weapon. It's never making it in my loadout.
In economy. In any case, Kiserik. We talked about the man. He's been a little bit quieter since then. Good entry. And Flay will find Blame F. This is a 3v3 and an after plan that will be set. That is a guarantee right here. Crims is late from B, but he's going to be arriving into CT to help his teammates. Smoke is still up for the next 5 seconds, I believe.
Oh,
flank heard, but Tomiko's alive. He survives. That's what matters right now, right? Surely that's the only thing that counts, and it's going to be a very tightly knit defense. It's all going to work from the close corners. First, Sobel spots Burmilov. There he goes. It's Flay with a deagle on Fear, and then Sobel activates to go wide to find Crims to shut it down. Rebels are back in style as they will bring it to a 7th themselves, breaking with a force by the defense of the CTs. And it all starts pretty well, right? If Blame F might not have been caught here in the smoke, there's a good chance they try a little bit more aggressively, don't let them plant the bomb, and voila, Rebels lose possibly. Instead, 7-7 and a counter force.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how to describe it just for now, but I like the way Sobel is playing on the pistol and this one, both on the A side. He's just hiding right out of vision. It's very satisfying to watch, almost. It's just 2 rounds, the pistol and the previous one. He's just tucked away from the CT. He takes a decent timing. Knows he can peek off his teammates. It's very nice to see. It scratches that one part of my brain very nicely. Maybe not to everyone, but to me. Give me more. Guess wreck. Last round's opener. This time... probably gotta be more the linchpin. Teammates go out, maybe Mirage turns around, or more likely, decides to push into Palace instead. Decent util goes out, there's the Molotov, forcing out the duel, out of the fight, it's 1 and 2, Fear will trade. The A play to continue, but Palace position needs to be cleared and guarded for as well, so Fear, he can pick and choose his own timings and when to swing, wait for his teammates' help and assistance in some way. Oh, another in a flash, it comes this time. And he holds the position, he holds strong. For Rebels, this spells trouble and doom. They have to look elsewhere instead to make the retake easier. Oh, this post plant, it comes from stairs, Innocent 1 and 2. Suddenly makes this round a whole lot easier for his team. With Palace known, no pressure from there anymore, and none from stairs either to follow. You've got the Steed side clawing themselves back into it.
Damn. Once again. It's the entries, it's Innocent even. And one by one, round by round, Rebels are bringing it back. It's eventually going to get a lot easier. This eco round that's coming up next for the CTs should be handled with care. You've got a single rifle and a scout to deal with. We've seen it before, how effective they can be. Excuse me. And I'm expecting it to not be an easy job. Fear, nice kill, but...
It was this. It's this from Innocent that changed the entire round.
Exactly.
If either one of them stays alive, it's a completely different sort of round. If the pressure comes from all sides at the same time and you don't know exactly which way to look, creates a gap.
Yeah.
But it gets handled. Rebels onto 8. They don't fall to the previous 4 spy, and probably should not be falling to this one either then. Although, just save the weapons instead, and a couple of upgraded pistols. We start things off, and Flake does get dinked. Apparently also blame after shooting his teammate in the back of the head. Mattis. Trust no one, not even your teammates.
Oh, yesterday we had like loads of team kills, do you remember?
The day before,
like, at least 4, or the day before, yeah. We had like 4 team kills, I think. It was,
yeah, sounds about right.
And some were pretty round deciding, to be fair. At least 2 of them I remember that were kind of important for the round itself. But round 16, minute on the clock, Rebels executing A. Meanwhile, we have a full set plan on mid. Fnatic absolutely not prepared, and they should be looking to save that rifle. I mean, BlameF can risk himself. That scout is going to be... I'm not going to say useless, because it's not a useless weapon, but it's not going to be an effective weapon, unfortunately, in the next round.
You're telling me you don't believe in no scopes through the smoke in this one?
Nope. Never.
Valid?
I generally don't like the scout because I think the perception of it is skewed. Because how many times do you see scouts being bought, and how many times do you see scouts lose without a kill? Compared to the times, you know, when a scout gets 2 or 3 kills, headshots, etc., we all get hyped up and we're like, oh, greatest weapon ever, etc. You know, it's great, it's awesome. But as I said, it's that feeling of it's that fake feeling of we see it. Like, too many times we see it fail, and it's just not really a weapon I feel like is...
See, I consider it weirdly a weapon where you buy it on a half-buy or a 4-spy, you get a tag and a Desert Eagle just one-shots instead. Yeah. Or if you're really good, you just get that one headshot and the round starts off in a different way. That's my perception of the weapon. It's very useful, especially on these low-buy sorts of rounds. Here we don't really get to see it do much because the site gets taken, it's smoked off, couldn't do anything. But, I mean, hey, Vermilov gets that headshot because of the tag still. You know, so the idea is still there, but... Different player, different perception of the weapon, nonetheless, and different ideas and philosophies on the game.
It's more seeing it in gun rounns, is what I mean, right? In gun rounds, I feel like it's just
Dust
not...
the only one, because
Dust 2 maybe, or if we talk about Nuke, maybe, if, you know, you're on the outside or something crazy like that. Sure. But generally speaking, I wouldn't really be... a fan, and I am not, in fact. In any case, we do have a bit of a mid-crunch, good counter util.
Good HE, now 2 players susceptible to headshots from M4s.
Yeah, as well as the FAMAS, as we do have seemingly a bit of a poke towards B. Sobel wants to see what's up, if there's the op there. Bermilov is wielding it towards A, though. Ticket box is the one thing he controls here. Ooh, Sobel.
He's crouching. Ooh, okay. 1 and 2, CT side, they'll trade out on B as well, now mid controlled, with Tomiko down. And Big Ben, searching what mid has to offer. There's not a whole lot there, except for one man by the name of Kisarek. Blameth seems to be very stuck towards his position at the moment, and unwilling to go searching in case gets a little bit more than he bargained for. Information first would be nice to make a swing off of it, but I think, hold on. Kisarek knows he's jumped underpass. Flay's watching, and Blameth, a wake-up call, bye-bye. And quickly, the retake that I think is going to be deterred. Just the economy is not really all that bright for the CT side, and 2 players to save. Even 1 would make the difference.
Oh.
But both save. You've got a round in the next one. You've got to buy in the next one at least. But Rebels, they're already on to 10. Fnatic, your map pick. You won the pistol. You lost the force, by now it's the T side running circles over you.
Yeah, this is... It's starting to fall apart a little bit. Hopefully they can muster up a decent enough of a buy. I believe at least 2 more rifles can be dropped. And with that, an MP9, possibly on Crims, maybe on Fear, depending who feels more for it. And Rebels, meanwhile, I mean, they don't mind having a bit of trouble getting to site. Even when here, when Tomiko dies, I'm thinking surely then, you know, Fear can just persevere, survive for as long as possible, and they probably get the round. Instead, 2 kills immediately back-to-back in the hands of the Rebels. And I'm not sure, Fnatic, their reactions perhaps at times a little bit lacking. Round 18, it is the MP9 for Fear. The little for Crims, Bermilov on the op, he's still playing Ticket. You talked about Bermilov and his opping and his adjustment, perhaps, to this team becoming more dynamic in the approach.
Yes, more dynamic.
More aggressive.
I want to see that.
Yeah, but we're not seeing that, unfortunately. He's playing anchor role on A, and that is not going to give him kills. Crims, the hold is there, though. The Galil delivers. He's still got enough bullets in the magazine, but has to go out wide. Unfortunately, cannot hold it for further than a single kill, and that nade is good, but it doesn't bring down Kisarek. He's still alive.
8 point of HP remains, and now watching. Flay hasn't been missing, won't start now. Oh, and Bermilov, the way he goes
as well.
Now, I want to say one more thing, right? Bermilov, he was 9 and 2.
Yes.
What happened?
11 and 8.
Rebels started playing.
Yeah, not only that, but Bermilov didn't adjust. I think that's exactly the point I was also trying to make. Or not just think, I know. It's the point I was trying to bring up, is how yeah, Fear could get 2 maybe. But, as I said, Bermilov, he stayed on Ticket for the last 3 rounds. He's been playing that position pretty much from the time he got the op for the first time here on the CT side, and that's not going to work. You need to be more proactive. You need to run around the map. You need to cause havoc. You need to challenge Flay's dominance, because Flay, he's not really doing anything. He's just waiting for his teammates to enter, and then he's set up for the corners. And once he's set up for the corners, you're going to lose players regardless of what your opper does. So Fnatic need to counter that somehow, and countering that is by getting entries instead. And tactical pause, Fnatic got to talk this through. I can imagine there's a lot to talk about.
I mean, they're
as you mentioned
pretty much giving up map point if they lose, or they are giving up map point if they lose, and they know the situation as well. 5 in a row for Rebels. They won the pistol on Fnatic side. They should have been having 8, 9, or probably even 10 if things didn't go sour very quickly. Or and now that you have to match the individuals and Rebels, you see Flay and Tomiko both on 18. Yeah, you got some issues.
Yeah, you do. Imagine if Kisarek comes into play as well. If he'd had a good game, this would have been already over. As we start round 19, Fnatic, mid-control got to be contested. Blameth the one to push out Con, but the rest of the team focused on A. They're worried about an execution of A instead. It's, again, seemingly a B take. Maybe not a full commitment just yet. They're waiting for the CTs to expend their utils. And so far, they're down to 2 smokes, a single Molotov, and a few flashbangs and 2 nades. And even then, they're starting to use the majority of them. Molly is gone, or incendiary. 1 smoke remains. And it's not even a minute on the clock. So, by 50 seconds in the round, they will be out of util altogether alongside with a flash.
Change.
Oh, Bermilov.
Aggressive he goes, and Fear
Good
waits
angle.
for his own opportunity as well. Second head to be seen.
Secondary.
Just trying to bait him in,
What?
jumping into it. Tomiko, that's a
What?
risky
That's
as
a
hell maneuver. The CT side, they'll keep feeding. More and more opportunities to be taken as well here, and suddenly it's been brought back to a 2-2 with the
look who's
side
on
of
A.
Rebels.
Look who's on A.
Stealing away too. You've got Kisterek in spawn now, in CT, guarding for Freddy.
He's gonna check
Johansson
Crims.
Crims himself.
Yeah.
Steady Freddy, we call him in these parts of town. Have been playing for ages and now sleeping for a couple more minutes. And Fear left at a 1-on-2.
Oh, he missed Kisterek crossing. No.
Never knows.
He missed Kisterek
Never
crossing.
will know. And watching a quick headshot delivered. Stolen away Innocent and Kisterek. That round, it's so on the balance as well. It's the bomb gets dropped in mid. Innocent barely has any HP left after he gets out here. But still, stealing away one and taking away two. And that is that.
That also sends us potentially into the second map with a win for Rebels. Their map choice of Nuke coming up. I hope for 3 maps, but it does not look like we might get them. Ladies and gentlemen, round 20, potentially our last here on Mirage. Missed shot by Bermilov. Makes things even worse. He re-peeks, re-aggresses, and he is going a little bit more aggressively, as we said. Hopefully this is not going to be a failed attempt. So far, it doesn't look like it. Sobel in B house, being tagged and bagged. Ooh, miss smoke. There's a gap on the right. Should be at least. Right? Yeah, there's a gap on the right. Fairly certain.
We did say we wanted to see Bermilov more active. Last few rounds he has been.
Yeah. He has.
Now finding an advantage for his team. But last round, Fnatic, they also had the advantage. They tried to collapse upon mid more to completely dominate the round. And their lives lost in effort of doing so.
Oh, no.
And now
They're
5 rounds
for the
needed.
defense again.
Steady Freddy Crims, what do you got here?
Doesn't
First
see
one
the
to be
flash.
found, and a second does get taken. With enough damage onto the third, Fear will finish him off, and there's one more to go. Innocent, bye-bye. Fnatic, they finally got it defended up here.
And it works out. Crims in a good spot, takes his timing, takes that flash volley, and still lets the spray get to. It's a good thing they were able to hold on to that to the first 2 entries with Fear making a good reaction, jumping into Edward and just waiting patiently enough to close it out. And Rebels, they have money to rebuy. They're back in action. Top mid, control contested. My god, Flay is super aggro. He just runs up top mid, jumps on the boxes, and takes a peek in window.
It just it gives him a casual hello.
Yeah. This time we do see the change up from Bermilov as well. He's on short now, no longer playing the anchor A role. Good nade on Fear, though.
But it's good to recognize that on Fnatic side. If it wasn't working immediately, and, you know, until they get to, until the Rebels get to 12, it wasn't working. So you gotta change it up. It has now become a different sort of game for the CT side, and even now, that allows for the A side to be taken more aggressively for the Riflers. Now look at this again, Kisterek. Previously, a Palace lurk out to A, now through connector into window.
Nobody's watching Con? Are you serious right now, guys? How was nobody watching Con? As on short, Kisterek has already moved himself in position to take out Bermilov. The timing is perfect.
No.
He finds one, he finds two. Kisterek has just done it. He single-handedly opened up Fnatic. Like a can of worms, it's done. It's over. There's no chance. Matisse, unfortunately, you don't get an opportunity to save the round here. Neither the map. This is 1-0 for Rebels.
Puts them to bed
I'm sorry
violently.
to say, but that is violent shutdown that there is no coming back from. Sobel will die, but Mattis now goes into the nest of Hornets, and the Molly brings him down to 60.
Come on, he deserves the ace at this point. This is his round. Kisterek, he wants it, he needs it, and he'll take it all away. What a way from connector to jungle to walking up short next. And they never know he's there. A masterful round played by Kisterek and Fnatic. They get pushed on the first map, but guess what? That wasn't Rebels' pick.
Nope. And there's one specific thing I need to mention right here for the last round. Fnatic, we see them change it up, but the one thing they don't do at the end there is keep an eye out on connector. BlameF had that duty. He turned around just as Kisterik was pushing out and went back towards Pit, where he tried to support, I believe, I think it was Mattis, in fact, who pushed Pit initially with him. They cleared Pit, so they knew it wasn't A, but they still decided to keep 2 players close by, nobody watching Con. Kisterik found the timing. It was perfect timing, a little bit lucky maybe, but he gets first one in jungle, then goes through murder hole immediately into, through ladder. He jumps in, he goes short, and the timing there again on both Burmilov and I believe Fear on site, and that's it. It's over, it's gone, it's map 1 under Rebels' control.
Yes, it is, and we're now headed towards Nuke. We said Mirage, that was going to be the sort of test for Fnatic in terms of what are they gonna do in terms of the firepower, because Rebels so far, every game they've played here in the CCT in this edition, they've been positively surprising. And today, yet again, it's another player to step up, right? We've had Kisterik, we've had Flay, now today we have Tomiko in his full form as well. And then that last round as well. You've got such a good game for Rebels to be called here.
Yeah.
Obviously, Innocent, a couple of rounds that he absolutely bails them out in 2 very decisive ones. It's that force buy with the 2 players he finds from Connector that lets, well, then Fear to do nothing in the Palace. It's that second round where he's stuck in mid, finds 2 kills and gets away with like 20 HP. Kisterik lurking out of Palace. It's 2 very impactful rounds that could have gone the other way, and we would be still watching the game and saying, okay, it's probably 10-10 or something like that. Instead, it's not. It's Rebels. Individual skill carries them over this first map and headed towards Nuke, where it's a bit more tactical, and we'll see how that goes in a little bit. So, ladies and gents, don't stray too far, don't wander off the path, and we'll be back with Nuke before you know it. Hi, welcome back. Fnatic lost their map pick. Mirage not going their way. And it's exactly pretty much what we said. Could happen and was going to happen, and in this case, it did happen. So, believe it or not, Rebels, yet again, positive surprise. They're kicking ass, and they have their individuals who can out-aim, out-gun, and out anything at the moment when it comes to a lot of these teams. And Fnatic, one of them. One of the victims, potentially.
One of them. Absolutely. One of the victims of Rebels' uprising. Great performance from the side of the Polish team. Very stalwarty performances that kind of gave you the entries and the rounds themselves. Saving graces, really, if you want to call them that. As we are going into our second map, it's Nuke is the choice of the Polish team. Let's go into the game itself.
Let's. Now, here's the things we need to keep an eye on as well. We have Fnatic. We have the issues we said potentially, or potential issues, let's call them that for now, of a slightly more passive Opper. Now, here's where I digress from that path, because back with Mouse NXT, Bermilov was, I think, a fairly good, aggressive Opper when it came to Nuke specifically. So, to make the difference, I think Fnatic, they're gonna fight back harder than we initially maybe imagined for Nuke. But I still think we're gonna see a Rebels 2-0 here. Just keep an eye, Bermilov could be the difference maker here. But for now, for the pistol, it's down to B, it's down to Krims for the first one. Chase down, Kisarek wants this. Last map he ends with an ace, this time starts only with one, but at the T side they will continue, 1, 2, 3, they will take them down at the B side vacated of these Fnatic players. And Innocent, oh boy, holding with his teammate, going for the duels up next as well. It's one man remaining, Bermilov spotted. And Bermilov, Bermi-bye. This is not it.
Bye-bye. Yeah, this is not it for Bermilov, but it is for Rebels. It's a 1v3. If they can play their cards right, they are nearly invincible. I'm not liking the fact that Flay is this wide in the open. It definitely asks for Bermilov to keep on trying, but with the position of Sobol and Innocent, the round is gone. And once again, the Polish team perseveres. This is a great start. Remember, well, rather, let's recall the fact that Fnatic won the pistol, then lost the counter eco. Or the counter force buy.
Anti-force buy, that's the one.
Yeah, anti-force buy, that's the one. And they completely fumbled afterwards. It was quite a few rounds in a row that Rebels were able to pick up in a way. It ended up still going 6-6 on the halftime, but there is definitely concern, I would say. Of course, that is the second half, is what I mean. And here we go. It begins anew. Fnatic. They will reinvest 4 MP9s and a full stack towards ramp for the most part. Smart choice. By the looks of where Rebels are going, it's the right choice.
So it seems. But for now, an opening found. Trying to double up on this as well. And oh, not just double up, a lineup. Fnatic. It's their turn to strike back. Good to see them back in the game and immediately as well at that. You know, history in Counter-Strike has shown that sometimes it's better to win the next than lose the pistol. Could be one of those times. But I will say, give Innocent the respect he needs. Or don't. Double swing, that works.
That works.
That works.
Pretty clean, pretty easy, and pretty well done. Decent stack towards ramp, pushing in towards trophy room was the right call. The lineups were absolutely perfect as well. Rebels never really expected it in the first place. They get caught off guard, and that is what, in fact, takes them down. Rebels, rebuy, yes. Tech 9s, absolutely. And they probably just run into A here with a fast execution or something like this. Deep smoke towards main. We already see nades to open up Squeaky, counter mollies. Mollies all over towards main and CT vent. They're going to go through the smoke. It's Matty's first and Matty's last as he makes sure the C4 is lost. That's another round for Fnatic. Beautifully done.
Dealing with the Rebels' push. Not allowing them a single thing, pretty much. And then to reinforce that A side with the utility as well, now allows the rest of them a bit more freedom, focus on these other parts of the map, as the A side will not be immediately followed up upon. And that is going to be a second round. It's just a question of how many kills this Rebel still steal away here. And currently, Fear mostly isolated, but BlameF is nearby. And BlameF is now seen, spotted, but still standing his ground. That's that. Flay.
Beautiful shutdown.
Taking on headshots? Yes.
Yeah, one. It's like...
Do you know what comes after one?
You know how this feels? It's like getting candy after the dentist. It's like your mom promises you candy if you go to the dentist, and then, you know, you can't eat it anyway 2 hours after the dentist, so it's like pointless, really, to be given a candy. But Flay, at least a kill, you know, makes it a little bit more devious. But in any case, 2-1, nothing special. Fnatic, so far, doing good. CT side, playing well enough to hold on their own.
How many kills do you think the Eco here gets? I'm
One,
wagering
maybe.
a whole one.
Yeah, same. I'm on one at most. If
I'm feeling Crim's 2K. They get the M4, go down B, and then shut down.
I'm calling Crim's ace here. Actually, not an ace, but a 4K.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's not a good
Hold
start.
on.
Oh, Crim's.
There's just one.
God. Oh,
Damn.
Ooh.
I mean, hey, they're down on B, and then the wipeout.
Should be. Mattis, stay alive.
Give it a second.
It's going to be Burmilov, and yeah, one kill.
Nah, not bad. Good round for Fnatic. I think all in all, right, Grim struggles on the first one and then drops down, and then overrun pretty much is the issue for him.
What matters is that he delayed them long enough for the rest of the squad to react. And
Yeah,
their rotations on Mirage were very slow, very, let's say, hindered by their own decision-making in a way. Here, they seem to be a bit more on the spot, you know, making those decisions on the fly faster. But it's going to be Rebels round 5, and Rebels still down 2, even though they won the pistol. BlameF out red, very aggressive, and nice surprise on Innocent. They should be expecting him to push forward. No, he's going to get a second kill here. Doesn't go wide. Smart choice, perhaps, as Tomiko is chasing. Tomiko able to get that. Kissadek on 4 HP, but still somehow perseveres. No support for BlameF. That comes as a surprise, doesn't it? Usually you'd have another player close by. Matty's just kind of leave him to die there. And see, even Rebels expect somebody in secret. Like, even Sobel goes to lurk towards secret stairs, thinking there has to be another player there. And... Oh no.
Take a nap.
Yeah. That's a long-ass nap. Permanent sleep induced as... Sound cues made. Kevin has been heard. Shadow has been... Oh, Fear fumbles it, though. That's... I think that's round to Rebels. Counter Molly in towards Hut. They missed it a little bit, unfortunately, but yeah, there's the second. Oh, boy. Crims? Hello. I didn't even know you were there. As he retakes heaven, but expected. Drops down to Hut, one of the players, I believe, did. Might have been Sobel, I think he was. Tomiko on site, and Kissadek playing the long con in main. Spotted the player in Hut, now here comes the duel. As Tomiko takes the fight to Mattis, it's Crims to realize he's got no business staying here. Tries to save the op, he's in trouble. And he will find the first, but the second player is there already. Sobel to reply, and it is enough. It is Rebels to somehow bring it right back up to 2, and with that, a rebuy available, yes, but This round should have been theirs. It started so well. BlameF really opened up a can of worms, only for the rest of the team to perhaps let him down in a way.
Yeah, no matter. We look at what is, well, Rebels second on the board. Probably should not have been, let's be honest.
Yeah, shouldn't have been. But it is, and look at the money for Fnatic, by the way. They are going to buy, thankfully, with at least enough to drop another rifle if they want to. Mattis doesn't actually drop a rifle, he buys util instead. Fair. Crim's deciding that utility more important than the M4. Single defuse, I would love to see at least one more, perhaps. I'm not sure why Mattis or BlameF don't buy one. But we go to a default. Crims is going to go secret. Nobody else to control ramp. That's a very interesting, very bold choice. You usually have a lurk somewhere there. Burmilov getting caught. That nade opens up the smoke, but it's a CT nade. And BlameF immediately repositions to Garage. That's a good spot. Crim's expected in secret, perhaps heard. I think has been heard. BlameF, meanwhile, registering in from Garage itself. It's still an advantage for Rebels. With a man up, they are in decent condition. And they're going to go ramp. Like I said, Fnatic, nobody on ramp. Nobody checking ramp. Now, BlameF is going to go there and trying to see if he's got some info to work with. But instead, it's already Tomico waiting. Fear and Mattis, they have no choice but to stick to A and hope that it somehow works in their favor.
Yeah, it's not worked out all too well here for the side of Fnatic. Removed one at a time, or, well, something of the sort at least. And on B, there's no question Rebels will easily walk on in. Putting up a good T-half already, and that's threatening to Fnatic, right? First map. Not really all that good on that second half. Even that first, right, 6-6. Was it 5-7, 6-6? Wait, which one was it? Am I gaslighting myself again?
First half on Mirage was 7-5. No, 6-6, sorry.
Okay, yeah, 6-6, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. And then
getting confused, that's the worst
on the
of
T
all.
side. Yeah, you get confused because you saw Rebels find 6 rounds in a row on Mirage. That's why I think you get...
No, it was 5. It was 5-2, so they got the...
Oh, the initial start for Fnatic
initial
was really good.
start
Yeah.
was 5-2. That was it.
Yeah.
That's why you
Like
confused
Fnatic
a little bit there. Surely they get more than one at that point, but no. Did not. Did not happen.
Good prediction by Rebels, by the way. Big ups to Flay for thinking of the secret spot where Crims was coming out. Not to mention that nade just not working out in favor of Fnatic, trying to open up an attempt for Burmilov to find an entry. And we can see they do get the op across, but it's round 7. And you're kinda on your last leg, economically speaking. This is going to be this is going to be a frequent occurrence if you start losing rounds consecutively here. Ecos and such, I mean.
Yeah, I think we can say it's more than just the last legs of the economy at the moment. It just ain't looking all that bright.
Convincing, yeah. Perhaps that's the right way. But I like the fact that Burmilov is aggro. Mattis is right there with him. So they're going to be crunching lobby together if they can. But you can see Rebels have preemptively cleared out lobby. They're going to just execute outside and maybe make their way towards heaven, maybe towards secret. There's so many options you can work with. And now crunch lobby comes in. They're being heard, or at least they're soon to realize. We see they immediately pull back. With Mattis and Burmilov holding lobby, this is pretty much a one-and-done spot that now you know what you need to go up with. This should not be a secret play. Or is it? Wait, are they really going secret? What is happening? Like, why are Rebels taking this much time to get to secret just to... Like, they telegraphed the fact that they're going B here. This is such a bad call. I'm apologizing here in advance because this is such a weirdly, awkwardly sub-expected call, I would say. Because it was obvious from the get-go. As soon as Fnatic was in lobby, they were like, yeah, we know exactly what we need to do. And now, if they go up vents, I'll forgive them, but there's a low chance they do that. Oh,
Wait.
This should tell them. Come on, guys. This should tell you this is going to be a B stack. Like, Yeah, Sobel immediately goes up. The bomb joins him. 10 seconds to go. And that is GG for the round. Fnatic, they had the right info. They had the recognition. They were in position. It's a shame that Mattis dies in vents, because that's the immediate click for Rebels. And it's unfortunately all there is to it.
Yeah, very smallly recognized there by Rebels. Immediate call to go up vent instead.
Because surely you have to be worried when Innocent walks out A and nobody's there, right? You have to start realizing, hold up, they might be down there on B already, waiting for us. And yeah, exactly that was the case. And the kill was the confirmation. As soon as Mattis is spotted in vents, waiting for somebody to walk into it from secret, you know that something is off.
There you go, Rebels. Yet another round being picked up here, and they are making this first half. It looks like they're mapping now. It really, again, looks like it. There's nothing really wrong with what they're doing. It really just is the pressure that we need to put on Fnatic, and I want to, again, emphasize Burmy and what impact he can bring here on that CT side specifically. Taking outside control with an AWP is game-changing. It's not instrumental, but it's game-changing when you do it. Which is the biggest thing I would say that an AWP can do here. Besides just play rotations in heaven and yada yada such that, but I want to see it be more in action, be more of use here, but for now, ain't happening. Instead, Fnatic, they try to pull off the smokes instead. That makes sense, at least, that's fine. But, still continuing, onto A. A bit of a fake toward the secret stairs, and now Jules headed toward the side where Fear stands, but not for long as he's been removed. It's onto Crims, the ramp rotation, and I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of questions about who or where Crims is coming from.
That should be a given.
Yeah, Flay watching ramp, Sobel holding heaven. It's very easy to just guess. And easy enough as well to look things down here for the next round. And I'd say at this point, Fnatic, they started to run out of rounds to play with.
The thing is, it's that vicious cycle of buy eco that they find themselves locked in.
The cycle of economy, the tornado.
The cycle, yeah, of economy, the tornado, the hurricane, the volcano of economy that keeps on giving and keeps on taking. And I'm not even sure what the hell this buy is. I mean, look at this. Blamev goes down to 600. Fear, okay, has enough to decently buy in. That was a beautiful shot. And rounds like these is where the scout is great. And that was finally Burmilov showing us something more than just a few whiffs. Map 1 was pretty damn good. He did his best. It wasn't enough, but still. Although, actually, to be fair, Map 1, the last half, he completely quieted down. He had 11-8 at one point when he had 9-2 score beforehand. Oh,
Again!
Man! Second shot, second headshot, second wallbang.
Oh, he's tagged Innocent as well. Blame F can activate! And look at Fnatic finally stop slumbering. Two insane shots for Burmilov. And Blame F with 3 to finish it, even collecting the AWP. Upgrades easy, and that is a Fnatic back in action and in at least just in time before it gets too unbearable.
Oh yeah.
A massive win here, massive pickup.
Before things start getting out of control, and now, well, with effectively the majority of them surviving, this is again money back on the menu, boys. They have the op for Burmilov, the rest well equipped and prepared. It's round 10. Rebels, meanwhile, they're going to be licking their wounds a little bit, slowing down as we can see. They're not as eager to take out control towards outside, nor towards secret. Patient with the util, though wasting a lot of it already. Though I believe still 4 smokes, at the very least.
So, trying to force out the duel here himself as the smokes start to fade.
Are they walking out A here?
They're still figuring it out, I think. Rebels are just feeling things out for the moment.
I feel like they're going to walk out A. And that smoke, well, it just either forces them to move now or wait another 17 seconds. As Fnatic is drying out their reservoirs of util, Fear goes wild into Hut. It's about to get jiggy. Let's see. Fear. Good off angle. He's even clearing lobby. This could be the information that kind of rocks him the wrong way, though. It's Burmilov to hit the mark on Tomiko, and here comes the push on A. Now they have to go. 25 seconds. Time is ticking. As they're spotted, they're tagged and back. Blame F and Fear are enough, and Blame F with a hat trick on 11 now. Looking splendid. Finally, Fnatic showcasing a strong defense.
Again, it's about damn time, and they won't suffer. They won't suffer in falling into the trap of lose or win the force buy and then suddenly start losing in the next gun run again. Instead, they're now trying to build up what is a manageable second half. Not a great one, not a good one, but a manageable one. I'd say that's the best they can do here. And again, we are seeing some of these rounds where it is this outside aggression that's working out very well for Fnatic. At least in information, some kills, but I want to see more because I still feel like I'm being teased with what I've seen in the past. From specifically Burmilov on this very map. So I know he can do it, I know he can be more active, but it's other players instead who decided to be the game changers when it comes to outside. However,
did Sobel just get ticked by the molly? I think Sobel just got hit by the molly, so they have the sound cue of him in the vents.
Still made it down. Kisrek, his deagle, maybe deadly. Matt's AK, confirmed to be. 4 picked up for him as well now, right? Not Blame F who controls outside. This time you change it up. You let Kisrek have a bit of fun. Not Kisrek, excuse me. Mattis have a bit of fun. Kisrek, no fun allowed. And no ace allowed for Mattis either. And Sobel, 1 and 2, suddenly game on.
As he decided to win this
not
by himself.
again.
1v1 now,
That's
Crims.
He's got 40 seconds, all the time in the world.
He's got all the time in the world indeed. And Crims in heaven. Pretty decent spot to be fair, especially if Sobel decides to go back up A.
Yeah, well, he might as well be in heaven at this point. Sobel about to send him right back up there to the afterlife if this continues to go the way he is, right? Hitting some sharp shots.
The one thing on my mind is Sobel 100% goes A. The question is, does he plan for main, and does he fake first to draw out Crims? That's the only question I have. As he walks out Hut, 13 seconds, now Crims is going to have to start thinking, oh, the timing for Crims! Spotted each other, but Crims still wins it! Luck on the side of the Swede as Fnatic will persevere, find another round, and that is going to be number 6 on the board. Looking like they want to go another tie here.
Oh, that is such a important check for Crims as well. I like that he does push out. Right, 10 seconds left. He knows the bomb has to be planted, and more likely than not, he might catch him with the bomb in his hands. That's an awkward timing. Neither player fully ready for each other still. But Crims denying a 1 versus 4. But again, look at how strong Rebels still are. A round that should not have been nearly brought back, and now we're looking instead at Fnatic. Barely to potentially get that 7. Rebels, first man outside has been lost, and instead to ramp they go, but they have forced Burmilov down below. But taking control of Hell, Crims awaits. Last round's heroes, this round nothing but a 0. And up to heaven they go. Ready, swing together. All you gotta do is to trade each other out, but it's 1 and 2 on the defense. Innocent up next.
Smart move. Be fast on your toes. Innocent looking for more. They know there's one in vents. Does he check Mattis? Does he check Mattis? That is the only question I have. And he's gonna see him just as the smoke starts to clear. Mattis is gone, and now Burmilov, 11 HP, up in his hands. A 1v2 that is a near impossibility to win given its current scenario. They expect him from main. They expect him there. That's the only position he really could come from besides maybe ramp in heaven then. Surely he doesn't go all the way around. His time is limited and, well... Let's see what happens next. Great crossfire, checking heaven, checking lobby, checking main. Nearly impossible to break, and I think they've just heard the scope. Good night, goodbye. First half is 6-6, tied. I can't really lean one or the other way too much. I'd say Rebels still hold a little bit of an advantage. It all comes down to the pistol and the gun round coming up. These two will decide pretty much, I think, the map itself and whether or not we see Train.
It really is that simple, but no matter how you look at it, no matter which way you swing in terms of your favor for who's taking this map, 6 is good for Rebels on the T side. It's a good comeback that we do see from Fnatic to try and, you know, retaliate, bounce back. It comes from a force buy where they win. Love hitting a couple of nasty shots, blame it for the triple as well at the end of it. It's pretty much gifted that they get that 6 here. They didn't miss afterward either, and now they've given themselves the perfect chance to still be in the game. But it was that second half of Mirage as well where things did fall apart. You gotta keep that in mind. And this, most likely, not as much practiced as Mirage. So, for Fnatic, gotta get something going on early on as well. There's the first one found, a second from Crims. Control of all of outside, and Heaven to be sought after as well, and Mattis will fight for his life. Tomiko stands instead. Got to remain.
Worried about help. Oh, sees one in secret. Don't think he's gonna massively overextend here. Crims is still towards A, but the rest of the team has moved down to secret. Going back up A, though. Have they recognized the fact that A might have been left alone? Kisarek is down on B as well with dualies. This is far from over, and the call from Rebels seems to be a B stack. Hello, hello. The read is not right as Rebels overcommit. And they will have near impossibility to get back up A and retake here. Especially with the fence closed. They're not even broken. Yeah, good luck, brother. This is...
Fnatic to 7.
Yep, Fnatic should be to 7.
Although, run and gun with the dualies. That's
No
the one way to
defuse.
counteract the Glock 18, so you just run and gun with these instead. You've got 2 guns, what can they do? They've only got 1. Surely the math adds up here. And finding the first one is Kisarek. Check the corner, there's
no
that
way.
trade instantaneously, and again, Kisarek wants to be the change.
Doesn't expect Crims behind him.
He's thinking it.
Crims...
Has to check eventually. And there you go.
Yeah. That'd be
kit
kind of
would've made it.
ludicrous. Yeah. With a kit, he would have defused. And, Fnatic, pistol is theirs.
Something here for Fnatic to live on with. Get that comeback going. Obviously, we have our shouts, right? A very fresh Fnatic. Rebels who've been on the rise have been looking really damn good these last few weeks alone. Stepping up massively. Now we'll see if they have what it takes again to seal the deal here. But Fnatic allowed the way back in. They've not fumbled it. What really makes the difference here, I imagine, would be either chaotic mid-rounds, which I would say probably, just going off, you know, the vibes and the history of someone like Blameth could very well shine in. Playing lurking on the T side, playing in some of these positions. Because I'm going off the basis that Fnatic don't have the most time put into Nuke practice so far.
Oh, yeah.
Which probably right.
Yeah, but also you'd expect them to still play it well. It's Nuke after all. It's not a map they don't know how to play.
They've already played it against Spirit and Blast Bounty anyway. They ended up losing 13-4, so they've, you know, got some ideas into what to improve already, I'd imagine.
One
Not
thing
impossible,
I worry more
but
about...
Rebels still...
Yeah.
Overall...
I'm more concerned about Train, to be fair, for Fnatic. I think that is truly a test for a team that has just been built up, or at least added with 2 new players. It's really going to test your teamwork, your communication, you know, how chaotic will it be, etc. Now, if we get to a third map, of course, nothing is yet set in stone. Fnatic start well, win the pistol, win the second round. This is where everything went wrong on map number 1. They won the pistol, then afterwards they lost 6 in a row. And that's not really something you're keen on doing. But Fnatic, let us see if they can instead win themselves a few in a row and secure quite a hefty advantage. As we have the first real buy, Rebels playing conservatively. 2A, 1 garage, 1 ramp. Standard setup so far.
Plenty of action onto ramp. Seems Rebels are giving that one up, while Mattis removed from outside at the first counterpunch, starts with the 5 versus 4, and I like it's Innocent as well who moves into this position now. Ramp fully respected. Innocent wants to play Tricky instead. They know Heaven is a possibility even if he is still here. But we'll focus on that B side, giving Fnatic an opportunity toward that A side. Gesrek currently alone.
What really gets me is that Innocent is watching Hell while also thinking about outside red. This is such a... Like, this position he's in, it makes no sense in my mind, but okay.
Fnatic going outside? I thought they were going to go inside, but no.
Seems like the plan is different.
Now here's the problem. Time starting to tick down here. And 30 seconds remain with another remove. It has to be an A play. The only thing they have available unless they start running and stampeding through Secret. And now with the time low as well, a Molotov. Oh, they can start to locate themselves a couple of freebies on A. And setting up for a simple trade. Is Rebels. Another round 1. And dare I say, Fnatic overplay their hand there.
Absolutely.
They forced Vermilov down toward the B. They got themselves positioned on towards lobby back if they wanted to go A as well. Just overthought it for a little bit.
Yeah, definitely overcomplicated their lives. The fact that they go outside and into main, I had my doubts. I really thought they were gonna take Hell and Heaven, right? That would have made sense to crunch from main then and Heaven to clear out the site easier and have a guaranteed bomb plant. Instead, they just get crossfired and, well, in the end, Rebels get this number 7 on the board.
See, if the idea there was to catch rotation outside with the time starting to tick down, maybe I could have seen something, but that's... I don't think that was it, no matter what.
No, absolutely not.
Instead, unfortunate. Move on, next round. Fnatic, now their money, bottom of the barrel is what they're scraping here. As for Rebels, this is pretty much the perfect position to be in. At least, you know, in terms of what could happen in the future. But then again, their own economy not looking too great either, so... Very much a decisive round when it comes to the next few. We call these swing rounds.
Ooh, fast push into Secret. Heard, and even caught. Innocent.
Swinging and missing, down he goes.
Yeah, this is a great start for Fnatic. They might be low on economy and weaponries, but with a kill, with an entry secured, they might as well make a statement towards B, because it's a free one. Okay, Kisserek just goes down. That's B side, that's round. Rebels have just lost it. They're not even going to try a retake here. There's no point. They've already... Yeah, they're gone. They've lost the round, just like that. My god, what an easy round here. Rebels, they are just defeated like that. Okay. I mean, 1 by 1, this is what we this is what we kind of mentioned for Fnatic on map 1, where this was a massive issue for them. T and CT side alike, they individually played too much on the, let's say, the lower part of the opportunities that they should have, right? Or rather, on the opportunities that didn't always guarantee them a chance of victory, and they've lost most of those duels, and that's how most of the rounds went down. And here it's, in fact, Rebels doing that. As Fnatic are 9 and 7 right now, looking better and better with each passing round.
I mean, hey, I did tell you, Fnatic were going to look surprisingly better than on this map than we thought.
Yeah.
Although it's not the reasons so far. I really thought we were going to see a way more active outside of control from Fnatic on that first half. But they recovered to a 6-6, that's good enough. It's Burmy and Vlamef again being an active part of this game, but Burmy this time more active than Mirage, which is a good thing. He started off insanely well when it came to that first map, then fell off into obscurity when it came to the latter parts of it. Here he's still keeping up. Mattis as well. Krim's last round finding that kill into Kisserek. Important as all hell. Now to continue. Minute left in the round. And Fnatic trying to feel out the defense here. Not a whole lot is currently being shown or given. Which Rebels with very little to work with, only the weaponry, zero utility. And guess what? Not even a kit. So if it comes down to a retake, not looking all too great for them. Who knows? But it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. They've already got 2 on site and another rotation from Sobol. They should be Flay. coming down toward the side that it's action that Rebels will happily take, as that leads them to another round victory with all on the line. They instead ate that one up.
And there it is. Rebels do deliver when perhaps we least expected it. And it is going to be 8-9. All of a sudden, we're looking at a very different potential ending yet again. Fnatic, back on AKs, still a pistol on Fear, who'd been very quiet throughout this series so far. We hadn't seen much out of him, which is a bit of a shame. He was at one point in Passion known as the fragging IGL. We had a lot of moments where he was absolutely insanely individually marked, but... Oh, does he wallbang him? Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Oh, boy. Goodbye, Crims. And Fnatic down B, I believe already predicted that that is happening here. Rebels have 3 players prepared to react, 2 exactly in secret and 1 more on ramp. And that third one is Flay, I believe. As they are expecting some sort of a aggression. Oh, good evasion. Counter nades and Molly's thrown. Matisse blocked off. Tomiko finds one. There's another player behind the Molly. He gets caught. It's Burmy Love. And now what do you do? Blamev gets killed on the outside, on top. And Fear, last player alive, to make this a chance of at least a bomb plant instead of an eco. And unfortunately not even expecting Tomiko and Vents. It's 9-9, and it should be an eco here for the T side.
Yeah, you say last alive, I say last to die in that
Last
situation.
to die, yeah. That's a fair
yeah, this was
assessment
a
as well.
very cheeky round as well. Like, here I thought it really goes to Fnatic's way, right? You have Innocent, or Tomiko, excuse me, who's disengaged, but taking on more challenges from Decon, right? Usually you play that as a bait and switch. You have the crossfire, one engages, second one steps up at the same time. But Tomiko still somehow ending up with a 3k. I don't know how. Despite his teammate being
Pretty
left
impressive.
to die. A mistake,
darn
Fnatic
impressive.
not capitalizing on that, and instead with nothing in this one. But again, Tomiko to be tested, this time on ramp. He's got an AK, couple players softened up already.
Last time we saw this, it was Crims on the other side where...
We made a bet on how many kills. We said
we
1, 2, or
made
3.
a bet how
we
many
got a
he's gonna
flip-flop
get,
on
yeah.
that, but in here,
We
Tomiko,
both
he gets
flopped.
none.
Oh god. That's even worse.
Continuing. Into heaven they try to go and flay away. So he can't get overrun here if he's not hitting the instant headshots that he needs, but no follow-through on the immediate one. Instead, he'll be given a couple of individual duels and tries to smoke himself off. Not happening.
But decent damage, right? He's at least made it impossible for his opponents to overtake the site, or rather overwhelm the CTs. Innocent, a little bit in trouble, but he does the damage. And with together 20 HP between the 2 Fnatic players, unfortunately the M4s and whatever else the CTs might muster up is enough. This should be a 10th for Rebels. Matisse, unless he's got the luck of a goddess, I am having a hard time seeing how he gets the W here.
He doesn't.
That doesn't...
The W, the no.
the big no-no.
And last timeout called. Oh, by the way, no as well. Rebels yet to call a single timeout.
Yeah.
Despite things looking a little bit bleak when they lost the force by the Fnatic on that first half, you know, from 6-3 or whatever was the score at that point, they didn't really take any.
No, they
Yet
don't.
to feel the need to do so. Instead, they're just continuing. The game goes on, and Fnatic from here on out, they're not going to have any available. Pretty much has to be according to plan. And watch the change here. Fnatic outside of control so far has been the focal point when it comes to setting themselves up for these rounds. We haven't seen any too fast plays. We've seen them lurk out right? Grimm's that second, third round, whatever it was, finding Kisrek, down the vents he goes. Right, situations like that can happen, but I feel like you can only do them once or twice and already shown that trick. Shouldn't work all too many times, but we'll see. what we eventually do get here. It's going to be an A play. Slightly more aggressive. Molotov deployed for Kestrek, and he holds out, and he delivers 1 and 2 on a platter. His teammate is still around as well. But outside, all but controlled. It is all but done here, unless Crimson Blame F can cook up this one.
We're about to find out, won't we?
Blame F at least set up in a position to do so. To catch any aggressive CTs rotating away. But the longer he waits, the longer the CT side will realize this is the case, and already you see Kestrek and Sobol making up for this lost space and information outside by taking lobby control, where Crims awaits with the bomb. Oh, Flay. Good as well.
This is looking
good
like
awareness.
It could be a doable round.
Bait and switch. Oh, may not think about it.
He
But
does.
Crims! Beautiful 1 and 2.
Dub.
He's at a
Towards ramp. He goes towards ramp.
Oh, no.
Oh, Crims, don't you dare go towards ramp.
Blame F is in heaven. That's a free A site, and thankfully...
Yeah, that's a free A site, yeah.
Thankfully
They
decides against
realized
it.
in time. Ooh, we almost had a bit of a jump scare there, and I think Crims would have really not forgiven himself. He had kept on going there. As Flay, I believe, heard, maybe, with the scope in? I'm not sure. Not
Both at
probably
least glued this direction. There's the first. Heaven
Oh,
can't be expected here
okay,
for Blame
smart
F. He
choice.
was on ramp. He was outside. But not
Surely
on site
he-
immediately. There's a smoke. There's a
presses
flash.
the bomb, right? Draw the attention.
Wait and wait and wait. But off the bomb. Blame F HE down and taking a swing.
Oh!
Down he goes. A 1v2 for Flay. Opponent
masterful
cuts it to
performance.
pieces. Crims nearly brings this one back as well. 3 kills, massive. And a position for Blame F to play it. Even the HE is there. And unable to recover the round. Rebels nearly gave it up here. It's a 2 versus 4. You're not supposed to lose these, but Crims shows the experience, knows the setup here as well, is fantastic. But
It's unfortunate that, yeah.
We talk about these plays for a reason on Rebels now in these last few days. Flay's been real damn good when he's been on his game, and today he's yet again on his game.
He's having a great day at 20 kills already into map 2. He is certainly proving to be a tough nut to crack for Fnatic, especially on the other side. Bermilov, who struggled on the second half of Mirage, and Flay delivers again. It's a fast A take. I'm not a fan. They're gonna fail this if they can't find the bomb plant or extra kills, but Fear delivers. Fear goes huge. The IGL delivers massively. That might save Fnatic as a whole. As it's a 2 versus 3. Now, this wouldn't be the first time we see Rebels attempt this, but it's nonetheless a nice idea. Perhaps it actually works.
Surely this one not going to be lost by Fnatic, but smoke in main fades. They have to start thinking about this. You have Bermilov, who is the man to watch for this. The guard dog assigned. One smoke still remains on Flay. If he gets on the side and drops down onto Fear, there is a legitimate, for the lack of a better word, fear. This round goes to Rebels. First one found. There's the second. Dropping down. Shot missed. That's the kit. That's the round. Crims this time will secure it.
And
Again,
Fnatic
he's way too
are
close
not
for
gonna be
comfort
caught.
there.
It's important that Fnatic are not caught here, and definitely, yes, too close for comfort to say it was a great round, or rather, the best of rounds, but at least they win it. And that's what matters in the end. They get the W.
I'm a bit surprised here the Kestrek goes for the swing without his teammate as well from Heaven. I really feel like would have waited for Flay for that second instead. Would have peeked together. Molotov in hot as well would have allowed him to peek it out immediately trade, but not happening. Sometimes you feel like you're him, you make an overextension, and that was Fear instead to find a massive 2k. What do we say? A fragging IGL when he was on Passion UA. So far with Fnatic, too early to judge. But he does have people around him to deliver those kills needed. But for Rebels, is this the right call or no? You're 22 rounds deep. Fnatic might take 11 here, and if they do, you're going to be left with no money to deny 12.
You're in trouble, yeah. It's a guaranteed 12 for Fnatic if Rebels
Let's
lose.
not go that far.
I would
Nothing
say
is ever concrete in Counter-Strike.
No, I'm saying if Fnatic win the round, Rebels are guaranteed to see them go to 12 because they'll have a full eco next. They have to.
No, I've seen way too
You're
many
convinced?
situations.
No?
I'm
Okay,
saying no.
okay,
I
okay,
deny
fair,
that
fair.
reality.
Okay, that's fair.
This round, let's see the 5-7. What do you got here? First one.
No way. No
Together,
way.
Innocent, Tomiko, the damage dealt.
Holy shit! It's all just come crashing down. What? Fnatic, you've lost the plot. You've lost the round. You've lost potentially the game here. Oh, God. And that's a 5-7 on Innocent from ramp to double doors. He just hits the shot.
Tags him up, backs him up, softens them as well. And last man, Matthews. 1, 2, 3 to 5. As easy as A, B, C. But there's the first one. The time is low, but there's not enough of it to work this one out. And crossing down toward the side, you've got 12 given to Rebels. Economical worries for the next round never coming through because they're taking this one instead.
Serious point.
At Fnatic. No timeouts. This is where one would have been real damn helpful now.
Oh, yeah. It definitely would have made the difference as, well, 2 rounds in a row to push it to overtime to go to a third map of Train. They definitely want to play it. Let's see if they can get to it, though. 3 AKs and 2 Tech 9s. Crim's wielding one of the 2. The good old days are back for the Fnatic, man. And as, we go to round 23, and it is going to be an A execution, I think. It looks like it. Perhaps through main could be an option.
It looks like an A take. If it smells like an A take and it talks like one,
it's probably a B
is.
take.
You know
Yeah,
what? No Counter-Strike curveballs. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it might as well be a B take. They've convinced them strong, well enough to think it's an A play, and well, right now Rebels do have the 1 man down in secret. That's going to be Innocent. The rest, not really there just yet.
Again, though, I want to highlight how much Rebels are giving up this outside control.
Yeah.
The smoke wall goes
They don't
down,
wanna
and
fight at all.
Fnatic, they take it. They take that space. Here, Mattis takes the opening with 11 to be needed. Otherwise, down to the 1 and 2 bracket they go. Face elimination. But for now, it's 1 for the CT. Second one from Sobel as well. Trade it out. You've got manpower even. Current position is Keserak. He's gone aggressive once or twice. Could be expected as well. Tomiko could make noise, but BlameF has to check this. Not where this time. And suddenly, look at Rebels all on the site, all ready for this, and Burmilov will remove the first one. That's the big hurdle from Heaven, now gone. Innocent still down the vents, that's another one you have to get past. But Kisterek in trouble! Not for him! 25 the clock and going out for the duel. There's Burmilov stuck now in the vents at CT. Needs to nail this one and Fnatic live! From Burmilov, a 1v2. Not done yet.
Not done yet, man. That seems to be the new tempo, the new rule set we're living by.
Massive round for Burmilov. They know where he's
Absolutely
at the entire
fantastic.
time as well. A flash for Kisterek to go wide. There's no time either, even for this 20 seconds shenanigans. Gonna try to play the time with his teammate. Overextension, Burmilov punished, and 19 kills to his name now, shooting up the leaderboard. Only behind Filet.
Man, overtime, it seems like it's inevitable, is it? Almost. Fnatic, through thick and thin, they're still here. They still keep finding entries. Innocent, kind of giving himself up there on a bit of a silver platter.
Oh no!
Oh, you don't want to go up against Flay with an M4, though, at long distance. See the tag up on Fear, the kill on Matisse, and they will be forced to perhaps play towards A because of it.
The only rifle they have as well, and he's made an impact.
Yeah. He's done enough of a job to scare them.
Yeah, but again, it's this outside control that Fnatic keep going for. Rebels, they can appropriately react, and I think they've done that again with 1 man down toward the lower side. Still searching outside. Oh, Flame missed the first, not the second. BlameF will punish, trade it out. But again, it's just a normal round here. Rebels, they just wanted to get ahead of that almost here. They knew it was going to be outside, but unaware how much BlameF had actually gone and had taken this space. Still lets them know it's just like any other round that had been played so far. Tomiko will miss his timing, does not know about the man in mini. Or hot in this case, Kiserek. Changing up his A defense this every now and then, but currently watching Heaven, that's the outside pressure continuously headed their way, and this time no one there to watch for it. Max down, but an OT is calling. Unless
OT
you've
is
got this
all
round
right.
in the bag. Tomiko, no kit. But he can try to do some magic here nonetheless. Force out
near
these duels. There's the
impossibility
first one already, but Blameth says no, denies. OT destined for this map.
Yes, it is. It seems like we're going to go very much the distance here. And it all comes down to that first few rounds again. One hell of a game this has come out to be. Fnatic certainly proving to not be gone just yet. Quite the fight, quite the battle, and in the end, we get to overtime, which is appropriate. It's been a tough series overall. Neither of these two teams had it easy. So I absolutely understand and respect the fact that they are battling it in OT. As we return to the match, we are on round number 1 of OT. It's Fnatic starting off with very aggressive outside take, and we've spoken how this hasn't really been a point where Rebels contended against them. And we can see that the end result of that is, well, that Fnatic continuously are able to take control. Innocent, Flay, both tagged up quite heavily. Fnatic seemingly splitting A through main again. They've had decent success so far. Oh, Sobel though, from Hut, only good for one. Blameth, quick re-entry. Kisarek, he's trying, he's gonna deliver. Innocent and Kisarek both, in fact. Still doesn't last them too long. Innocent, the only one with the HP here on Heaven, and he goes out wide. This is a mad play, but Flay and Tomiko have played it perfect. Oh, hold up perfectly, I said.
One up,
not even a so perfect Bermilov, what?
Oh, he's coming in clutch now. Late game activation. The difference maker is Bermilov. For Fnatic, when they need him, he will step up and he will shut down Rebels. And my god, those are quick. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see from him. Quick flicks and shots. Flay misses chance. And Fnatic to 13 to take the lead in OT.
Damn.
Rebels losing control now, man. Train is calling. Choo-choo, man.
Those train cars are really going to give them a beating, aren't they? As Fnatic go for a fast 8 take. CT vent smoked off. Innocent and Kisarek, though, do reply. It's 2 entries now guaranteed for the CTs to begin. So there's going to have to be a bit of a change-up. Matisse and Bermilov, though, again deliver. Flay still towards ramp. Still being the one to lock them in towards A site itself. Oh, Sobel and Kisarek, but... Oh, that is disgusting. Oh, my God. Fnatic, what a beautiful double entry again. And Rebels just get outplayed and outmaneuvered as in the end Flay stands no chance. Fnatic in overtime have come alive to prove to be the better team. And I am perplexed by the weird setup that the CTs were running on A. I just can't believe that they were sitting like that behind those smokes on very predictable corners.
Damn.
Yeah, damn.
That's all I gotta say, man.
That's all we can say, really. That's how easy it was. And yeah, Fnatic, well, they're about to get 15, if you ask me, because they seem to have dominated Rebels enough to subdue them and to condition them to think this is, you know, outside control into something special, only to make it into A again.
It's the way they've gotten here as well. It's that outside they've played every single round almost.
Every single round,
A change last round, a slight one. Now they're starting to play real good Counter-Strike in terms of the calling as well. Outside always to be a threat here. You have the name of Blame F, a lurker, a baiter, if you want to call him as well at that. But in this series, more aggressive than maybe usual. And it has been making the difference. On A, you've got Innocent to deliver the trade and Krames to walk out instead as well. No one else. Kisrek removed. And Fnatic trying to get to 15 here, and I think this is it.
That's it. They got it. Yeah, they've broken Rebels. I think they've just broken them fully. Like, they've successfully dealt a killing blow, as that is a critical hit for Burmilov that makes 15 available to Fnatic, and with that, the third map a near guaranteed. 3 attempts will be made by Rebels, if they will even get to 3, to try and pull into second OT. That's as simple as it gets and as easy as it gets here. This series not yet over. The second one of the day, and it's one of the more important ones for these two teams. Winner takes all here, I'm afraid. Winner obviously goes into the 2-1 bracket where they fight for the playoffs. Loser, next matchup is elimination matchup, so you cannot afford to take an L.
I'm also loving that we get to see more of Fnatic here as well. We get to see the Burmilov that I feel like I was promised almost and sold.
Absolutely.
With Mouse NXT. Now, late game activation, he's clutching up here. 2 massive rounds he's picked up. 1 versus 2s both.
Yeah.
Could have been game ending otherwise, or would have been game ending otherwise.
I would say would have been game ending without him.
On ramp he goes. And an opening found. I still want to see him more aggressive outside, but the fact that we've been seeing Blame F and Matters controlling down for the first half fairly well when they finally got activated, I'm not all that afraid. And again, Fnatic, a second kill. Yet to respond from Rebels. And look at the pressure they put on outside as well. You've got Krims up on credit card. You've got Burmilov somewhere in CT ready to challenge if need be as well, but the smokes are blocking. And Rebels, they've lost this one. From 12-10, they had it. They got there with pistols and a 4-spy. Economy on the line would have been 12 to Fnatic instead. They would have been near impossible round. And in overtime, Fnatic still having to come back here. Now to make this clean with only 2 remaining. Surely an impossible task. Despite all we've seen, despite clutches and near impossible situations, this might be one. And Blame F patiently holds his position, is all on the Sobel. Quick to be, he runs down the vents. You've got 1. A Tech 9 that baked out Fear. Second potentially there as well. Blame F down the ladder, thinking about it. There's the first one. No Sphere is still here, but on ramp as well, you do have Burmilov. And all you gotta do is get him off the bomb plant. No time to recover. Fnatic in overtime. It's, what, 6 rounds in a row they take here?
Yes, sir.
Not a one to be given away. It's Burmilov, it's Blame F, Mattis, and even Fear. Everyone, with Krims included, activated toward the end here. And you're starting to see this Fnatic persevere and keep themselves in the game ever so barely, but this one, towards that train we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, into the locomotive we go as we fire up the engines. We are getting ready to decide this one in a map number 3 that I did not think we were going to see.
Neither did I, man. I will admit, neither did I. And yet, we still see it in the end. And ladies and gentlemen, this has been one hell of a game. All I'll say is it's been one hell of a show as well. Fnatic truly know what they want to achieve here, and that is absolute victory. We take a short break and be back for the 3rd and final map of Train.
Alright, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have a third map of the series. Neither one of us saw Train coming here, but it is what it is, because we could see Fnatic fighting back. I said it wasn't going to be as easy as it was when it came to the start of the series, or when it came to the second map. They did give us a show.
Good showing. Yeah.
6
Very
rounds
good
in a
show.
row from 10-12 down to, well, or 16-12. Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. Good comeback. They showcased they are capable of pulling through tough times, and now I'm hoping the Train will deliver on the same level as we saw it on Nuke. I think both teams played a good game. We've obviously had a few setbacks here and there on both sides, but I think the positives outweighed the negatives in this case. And Train, I'm hoping it to be exactly what you'd expect it to be, a great game as we kick off into our next one. I mean, look, man, last map. Last chance, one team to potentially move into the winner's match. Pretty big rewards, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, now that we're headed toward a Train, though, I think there's a couple of things we can at least mention, in the sense that it's going to be an intriguing one, in the sense that it's still so brand spanking new that not everyone's going to be on the exact same page. We've seen already some tricks from a couple of teams. We saw last I saw with Atro. I think I saw exactly. Oh my god! Rebels against Sash. No, Sashi Ecstatic. I think it was Sashi.
I think
on
against
this
Sashi.
very map. They came up with the same sort of tricks
yes.
that I saw from Ecstatic when it comes to a couple of smokes, map control as well, that I think a lot of teams will be adopting to what to be stairs. And, you know, fighting for early map control and all of that. I think that's going to be something that we're going to see very quickly, almost into the meta. And I think that's, you know, from Rebels, great that they have the experience. For Fnatic, they also have one map of Train being played already. However, slightly less successful. But when you look at the opposition, man, they played against Donk. Against Spirit, 10-13. So, absolutely hope, and this one can go either way. We saw the individuals, like, you know, we saw clutch after clutch went from Burmilov there toward the end of it. Grims and Blame F nearly in a 2 versus 4 as well, pulling it back. You have the individuals of Fnatic now wide awake, and on Train, I'm gonna say it's up in the air. It's so random at this very moment.
It is, and I believe I heard correctly that Fnatic won the knife. Or did I misheard that Rebels won it? I wasn't exactly sure, but regardless, I believe the Rebels actually did win the knife. In fact, yeah. So regardless, we are ready to jump into action, ladies and gentlemen. Game is live. Let's go to Train. Let's see where we're headed.
Choo choo, ladies and gentlemen, choo choo.
Yeah, exactly. Big choo choo. It's gonna be fun. I love it. Best map in the world.
Well, you know, you ask people nowadays, I feel like a lot of them would disagree.
No, I know. A lot of
Bring
people
back
don't
the
like
old
it.
Train. That, I think, is what a lot of people now tended to say.
I
say
yes,
I
I
don't
would
care
definitely
enough,
like to have
unfortunately.
the old Train back. I cannot deny that, but you know that's never gonna happen. So
You're goddamn right. But it is what it is. That's the, well, with the feeling we have with the game overall nowadays. But let's go. 1 and 2 CT side. Bomb goes down. We're playing for a host
Here we
planet.
go.
The man advantage on the
It
side
begins.
of Rebels. Decides to take it over and swarming T side. They've got themselves back into safe and secure positions.
And it looks like it's going to be a pretty tough fight here for the actual hold. As we can see, Rebels, they're coming in massively with the numbers. Flay and Kisarek, and I think Sobel will finish the job. There it goes. It's over. It is going to be the round to Rebels. The pistol perseveres as they successfully win the start of the round.
First one in the bag, and here we go. CT side. They've got something pretty damn decent to be cooking already. And we will need more. We will need more. I don't want to see when they decided to bring out that smoke as well for B. Because that gives them so much control of the entire game as well. So, seeing how things will continue. But for now, we start off. It's A control. And it is no problem when it comes to Rebels taking this. So, What else are we gonna see here? When's the first contact coming through? The answer is right now. And here we start to see that scout. You were saying you're not that big of a fan. But tag him up, bag him up. That's one done and two more slightly softened up. And continuation. None so far. Instead of Fnatic regrouping, they would have played this as a 4 vs 4. With Grims having full utility, BlameF and Fear also having a fair bit of it as well. You do got a decent round still potentially here, but the real problem is if Kisarek decides to go aggressive on A, he'll find that no one else is here. Ivy gets cleared at the same time as well, and you make a B rotation quickly.
Eventually that's going to have to happen. They're checking Ivy. That's exactly what Kisarek does as well, pushing closer and closer to main itself.
Sobol's already had a connector to B.
And 3 players will await Fnatic. Question is, does Flay hit the first shot
on this?
Yeah, perhaps Fnatic could have sped up the attack for sure. The Molotov will indicate they're ready for them. First smoke down towards oil, and we begin the assault. Or rather, not the oil anymore, it's the locomotive. As Fear finds Flay, that's a beautiful start.
Hold for a second.
Tomiko with a double.
You hold and you hold. Tomiko delivers 2. Bomb still to be put down, but BlameF can't find it. Can't put it down, and at this point there is no time. A second remains, and Kisarek very lucky to get out of this one. Hunted to extinction are the rebels, but it's still their round, just by time and its grace. Closer call than they would have liked, considering they had the opening 2 from Tomiko on the site itself, and already they had everyone on B when the attack came here initially. This second kill, it saves the round. Drops the bomb just out of reach for BlameF. And still doing their best. But this time not good enough.
Not on point. And Fnatic, without the bomb plant, there is not really much of a buy in play. I'm not a fan of the fact that they are trying to pull off an investment like such. It's extremely limiting, especially on a map like Train. We gotta keep in mind that it's going to demand a lot when it comes to A executions. Let's see if their lineups are going to be on point, if they're ready to take this on. I mean, there has to be some sort of a plan behind a force like this. Otherwise, you're just wasting away opportunities later down the line. As, yeah, it's going to be fast A for BlameF. Does he pull out? No, he's going to go into the corner and burn. They don't have a smoke to waste. That's the problem.
Yeah, Rebels, as long as they just take this map control now, and successfully so far they have, it's going to force Fnatic's hand to figure out some sort of solution. Which obviously is the, well, push and pull of the game either way. But in this case, it's a bit more difficult. Just the map control that's taken here and the pressure that Kisarek can exert all by himself. Same as last round. And then you saw that rotation that came in late round toward the B side. Beating Fnatic with that, but now they'll have to fight their way out of this one. And thankfully, Kisarek is only by himself at the moment.
Thing is,
that's the one saving grace Fnatic have in terms of trading this out.
The problem is it's a great position for him. No molly to nudge him out, and he's got an angle that he can work with. Deadly angle. He goes in for firsts and even damages Matisse. As in comes Fear from Bob. It's a little bit of a late one. Tomiko gets caught. It's still a 3v3. Flay with the scout from deep end, but in connector, Sobol goes wide. He gets caught. And that is going to be Innocent capitalizing on the deep flank, or rather the deep wide angle of Crims. Now Fear with 14, and Fnatic find themselves in trouble again. The IGL now having to prove his worth as he finds the first. That's a start you want to see. The scout is going to be a near useless weapon if it misses the first time around.
Afraid of an HE or a Molotov for Fear as well. He's playing far back. But Flay does not have a kit. Count down the timer. And this is Fear's round. He's won this one. Flay gets the kills, but this one is done.
Well,
Fnatic, they collapse onto A and unable to complete the retake. And how slow Flay as well goes, I don't really understand it. His teammate walks out and he doesn't try to force it, not just clearly unaware how low Fear actually is in that situation. And the round is done. Fnatic on the board. A beautiful force fight that works out for them.
I had my doubts. I still have them in such decisions, but they make it work. Fear at the end plays it smart, plays the clock, and bides his time. Rebels without a counter argument, and there it is. Back to a force by themselves. We've got 257s. I mean, it's great towards B, perhaps, to utilize that pistol. On A, you need the rifle, you need the scout, and Kisarek cannot even get close to main A. Tomiko now in trouble. He's gonna have to take this fight straight up. Finds Mattis as the smoke obscures his view. 3 more pushing up from Electro, and the entries are still being secured by Fnatic, though might not be enough. Tomiko's alive. Tomiko hits another, but it's not there to finish him off. Fear, 15. And it's Sobol and Innocent.
Weapons being picked up, and Innocent is that flank as well. Keep an eye on it, because Blame F dinked, not bagged, and instead, given a trade opportunity, Blame F will take it.
Phew, that was
1-on-2. This is more than doable.
Both one headshot away from dying, and they're gonna go B. I like this.
Mind games. Sobol playing far back now, and he's instead gonna look towards Ivy in case they want to approach here. Which, right, given the time, he's not seeing any immediate action on A. Why not?
Possible. Yeah.
Although I think now he's just putting himself in a losing position with Fnatic pacing up towards B. Bomb just goes down, and no kit here. Sobol will have to save this one as soon as he realizes, yep, no, bomb's not on A. Although, I wouldn't say no to still trying to hunt down these players, looking at Fnatic Academy. Sobol does, however, he does say no.
No, I think he realizes it's a moot point to even try. There's a higher chance he gets caught trying to get even closer. Blame F's already out.
Blame F is hunting.
I know, it's also a bit of a...
I mean, it gets away from the bomb explosion, sure, that's fine, but so
it's a
early,
crazy decision to hunt so early, yeah, because what happens if Sobol had been in, you know, in Squeaky, or excuse me, Squeaky, in Pop Dog, or maybe up in T hallway. It used to be a kitchen, used to be a bit of a lounge.
Showers.
Now, yeah, showers. Now it's basically a server room. Yeah, I think it looks like servers, or maybe it's some sort of an electrical lay station.
Someone is going to know better than us.
No, I mean, given that this is a train yard, I'd assume it's not a server room, but more like an electrical, like, you know what I mean, like a whole
control room,
electrical control room for the actual train depot electrical system, right? Because trains run on electricity as well. I don't know if that's maybe it, but in any case, server room sounds easier.
Mr. here is a big fan of trains.
Oh, I mean, how many more times are you going to repeat that? But yes, I am. I'm
mostly the map.
I don't like to brag about it, but yes, that's fair. I deserves one time on the map at least. Funny story, there used to be a train car down at B ramp. Now there's a shunting locomotive, as you can see here. This is a diesel one. And also, another little tidbit, the cars themselves, the train cars themselves and the locomotives don't have bumpers, or how do you call them? You know, the... at the end, there are like these metal things sticking out, which are called bumpers in Europe.
Whatever they're,
yeah, which in Europe, that's like all European countries have that.
Oh, hello.
Hold up. I don't think they do more.
Kills coming out of this wreck. That's weapons suddenly for Rebels.
This is an eco round with Tomiko buying a small Kevlar to him. Vermilov. Ah, there it is. Oh, hold up. Tomiko again. 180.
Yeah, Sobol's being really slow though, so it's not turning out to a retake, but it's still damaging. Those 2 kills alone was worth it for this round. 3, more than good enough, and I'm looking at Sobol playing a bit of a cheeky position toward the staircase. He'll have both Fear and Crims to back off, headed his way, but... yeah, I was gonna say, probably not gonna survive in Pop Dog and Sobol. I love this. Positioning is perfect. A full... oh, passing marks I was gonna say, but apparently not that easy. There you go. Second try, and that is Fnatic wiped out on a full eco. And 2 survivors for Rebels.
Very good eco. I mean, what else can we say? The only better thing to end on here would be a victory itself, but that's basically impossible, of course. Yeah, Fnatic. They win the round, though. They pay a heavy price, and their economy is already a bit weakened up from the previous ones. They've sacrificed a lot of players on. So this is a good chance for Rebels to reset their economy and to kind of bring it back in their own favor, potentially go up to 4 or 5. As we're going to be seeing a bit of action towards Popdog in upper server room. And, oh, Bermilov. Quick and easy. Kisarek, yeah, you better smoke that off.
This is, well, the position I was talking about, that Rebels can smoke off from connector if they want to. That lands before Fnatic would ever get there. So yet to see it. I feel like that might change now following this next round with Bermilov finding the opening here. Because that is a massive part of the map to potentially take away. But Rebels, they've got a couple of tricks up their sleeves as well. They've got a fair few neat utility pieces, but for now, we're playing passive. No utility to speak of, and an aim duel potentially to head Sobol's way, and he's about to be chased. Fear will find him. The gun barrel spotted, but it's a play on A at the same time. Through main, Blame F goes, and baited by Mattis. Well, both switching roles a little bit. Bermilov, the next one, and this is round done.
Okay, Fnatic, good recovery, 4 alive. That's exactly what you're looking for after a devastating round like the previous. And you put Rebels back on another either half investment or a very weak one if you fully commit. Might even get rid of Innocent. And that's pretty much all there is to it. Fnatic play a smart round and they abuse the lack of proper util on Rebels. Early on, get a little bit caught with Bermilov in that corner, but he perseveres and voila, 4-2, another eco effectively here. I like it. By the way, as I was finishing my thought earlier on the bumpers, right? So, the reason why you immediately know this is situated in a CIS country is because the trains themselves don't have bumpers. America likewise doesn't have bumpers.
Gave it away to me.
It might be the stop signs and the Cyrillic, yes, but it's like if you didn't see that, you'll know by the trains themselves not having bumpers because that is specific to Russia and other CIS countries, whilst Europe all have bumpers by standards because that's how the coupling works for European train cars. In any case, that's just a little bit of fun fact about trains and the differences. In any case, Kisarek, that's beautiful. Love the 5-7. Love the aggressiveness as well.
I was wondering if there was going to be a flashbang. Oh no, I looked at the utility, I saw nothing in the Kisarek, just the CZ. Or no, 5-7, excuse me, that is. Tap away. Out in Ivy, you've got Mattis, a jump spot. First headshot, take it. It's Tommy go down and Molotov as well to make that AK retrieval slightly more difficult.
I like the default Fnatic is running. They've pretty much signed in both on Ivy and in main, so right now they've got a bit of presence everywhere across the map. The problem is nobody's up B, nobody's spotting up B, nobody's even close to pop, so Fnatic might be crunched in before they even get to site. This is a problem, and Fear has to check this. As soon as he does, he's dead.
Yep. MP9
secondary
close range
potentially.
Is farming. AK picked up as well, and Sobol doesn't give Mattis a chance. Sideways he swings and he falls flat on his side for Crimson. Bermilov now. We've seen the clutches with Bermilov on Nuke. He kept him alive in the game. But this one, out of his league.
Bit too much.
Even survival.
As,
not happening.
An eco round that brings them full victory. With 4 alive, it's as if Fnatic they understand the rounds they have ahead of them, but then they decide to perhaps be a little bit too tunnel visioned into A. Like I said, they had the right idea. Report across the map. Try to keep your opponents as split as you can. But having no control of upper B halls really opened them up to the flank. Nobody was there to see the early push into pop, and they seem to not even have thought about it. So Fnatic find themselves back on a losing potential round here. Though the start, Mattis, I like the aggression. Again, they're going to pressure them into a fight, and Mattis finds both that are early on to open up.
Oh, barely any hope on Fnatic, and the 2 openings that it will give them hope. Grims to continue that advantage as well, and Blame F, he's found a timing suddenly. On to A, down goes Flay, and last man is Sobol. Position, not it at the moment. And Fnatic, brute force, that's it. Sometimes all you need is an entry or Q in this case. It immediately creates the space as well for Blame F to walk into sight. freeze him up.
Additionally,
And that is a beautifully executed round for Fnatic.
there's another point to be made here as well, and what I really like here is that Fnatic recognized that, let's say, inherent game error, as I will call it, the fact that the incendiary is absolutely dog water now. It's useless to hold down A main. You definitely need eyes on it, with the molly included, plus potentially a nade to add on top of that, or even 2 spaced out between the 7 seconds that the molly burns. Because Mattis, he took what, 20 damage from the actual incendiary? Let's see. Okay, he's already out here. He actually took almost no damage at all, from what I can tell. But point is, I feel like Rebels might have forgotten, or not forgotten, but it's the classic mistake of, I throw an incendiary, you're not going to cross it, right? That's what you're used to. Though, we can see Fnatic smarten up, move through, the entry secured, and voila, 5-3. Back-to-back, and another crucial round. We keep on having these rounds that are so important for one and the other side that it really can change the outcome of the half itself drastically. Because this is either still potentially a 7-5 for Rebels, or it could be 9-3 for Fnatic. I'm not even kidding. This is how important this round is. And Rebels, a bit passive, but they do seem to at least have eyes on the right spots.
Here's my question. Can you boost over that smoke? Like in GOAT, you had a little railing you could boost up on and then see easily over any smokes, but here you don't have that.
I believe
Smoke's
because
a little bit too high as well, so maybe on the trash can, but that's about it. It only gives you left side.
I think the problem is also there's the ceiling deeper down in Ivy when you enter the actual hangars is a little bit lower than the actual ceiling at the start of the tunnel. So if you boost too much, I think the ceiling itself prevents you to see over the smoke, even if the smoke had been poorly deployed, if you know what I mean. So I don't think there's much of a way of checking over it. What I'm wondering, can you still boost over the ledge here and check into connector? That's what we used to do.
Most
you
likely,
could boost the player and check con. But this time,
and you check Flay.
Doesn't take the first shot. Flay,
Pass the first test. Love, he's going to be the next one instead of Rebels to get past. First one. Second is a tag onto Tomiko at Thay, I'd say. Fairly well with Mattis in tow. This is going to end up with a CT side having to fight their way forward. Its oil will be held. Don't want to call in the US. They heard there's oil here, but the police on their way. Kisrek is down on the Polish side. We got Innocent still to fight for this. He's got a very advanced position for Love, and down he goes. Flay removes him. They tap the bomb once, not fully sticking it, and Fear does not bite. But still will fall. There's a kit on Flay and on the defuse. We've got a fourth one of the CTs instead now.
Such a good move as well in the moment that you recognize, okay, Flay has the kit, you have to go for the death, right? We see Innocent pressing the bomb, trying to nudge Fear to move forward. He then hyper-focuses towards Staircase, but it's exactly that advantage of the peak that gives the edge over to Innocent as he survives and wins the duel. 4-5, back-to-back, and now Innocent has made it impossible for Fnatic to have a proper buy. Again, half buy, half eco, something in between. We see 2 AKs. I'm not really fully behind this, but with Mech 10s you can still make do, and I kind of see where they're coming from. They just need those entries guaranteed, and I love the ramp or the Ivy push, though it's not really going to work out, and Flay is watching you. Second as well, it's his. A third as well. It's easy. Almost a 4K. Innocent on Crims to reply, but in the end, Burmilov alone.
Burmy, 2 low chances in this one. And that is just Flay beautifully finding this round. Molotov as well, right? The fact that it's so deep, he quickly recognizes they'll have to push him. And jumping at him, 4 kills found. Right, sure, I like the AKs. It doesn't work out. It's fine, it's whatever. Burmilov and Mattis, they can still get themselves a Desert Eagle, Mac, and whatever they want, kind of that range. Maybe a FAMAS, not a FAMAS, or a Galil.
I'll say this much. I wouldn't have minded if they had at least a smoke to cover Ivy. You know, lock that op out. Even if he takes the first shot, you keep on pushing deep through CT. You try to cause havoc, get embedded deep as a chaotic force behind enemy lines. And maybe Rebels would have been too disheveled to really react properly. But here, Flay was given, as you said, a 3K, then Innocent able to help him out. And in the end, it didn't really work out as planned. Matty's on a P250. This is why perhaps that buy was also a little bit awkward. And unfortunately it doesn't work out. But alas, another A try. It has to be. And this time nades and Molotovs. They're keeping eyes out on that A main. Kisarek ready behind the smoke.
We've seen once or twice as well these A plays for Fnatic. They were able to find the openings from Mattis as previously delivered, but not today. Utility was good for Rebels to stop them from pushing out, but not good enough to hold them off completely as they're able to still waltz on toward the site. And you say P250, Mattis say, I take 2. Walking in and locking the site down. There's plenty of damage to tell, but there's no in for Flay in this case. Fnatic, they robbed this round. And that was such a good initial hold as well. Yeah. The utility was down for Rebels. They didn't let them in. And you can see, Burmilov 16, Blame F 10 HP, and single AG would have done so much as well to allow them to hold elsewhere instead, but... Matties. P250, baby.
And that's what happens when you don't throw another nade. It's just a single $300 util that perhaps you couldn't have afforded, and you couldn't stop the attack. I will say this, Fnatic, great plan with the smokes they initially threw to block crossing, as well as site itself, and then opened up that cross smoke between the train cars to allow the players from Olaf to peek in. But Glycerek, this is a... What?
Crazy, there's already a map passed.
What is this chaos? They just push in through the molly, they trade off one by one. They know that Tomiko, like, he's dead. Good night. Yeah,
Yeah, Blame F, he's got the position this round.
Oh.
Well, now his position is to lay flat on his back and probably 6 feet under.
And I like the fact that Flay is immediately looking towards CT spot. Oh. I will legitimately, I will admit, I did not know the light shone there. So...
That's like something out of a cartoon. You see the shadow coming around the corner.
Yeah, it's the villain walking around the corner and the hero cowering behind a closet, meanwhile being armed with an AK-47 ready to put one in the dome of the villain. As I like the idea for Sobel, but the problem is no defuse kit, so this is effectively a gone...
Yeah, the problem is no round win.
Yeah, also no round win, yeah.
No kill. Krim survives on 2 HP. And Fnatic... Hey, this is a pretty good T-side. I like a lot of the ideas they have here. Obviously, 2 rounds, the individuals do shine through, and both times it was Mattis. First time the AK runs out, gets 2 kills. Some of the earlier rounds, then a P250 strikes again. I really like the ideas they have here. It's fast, it's aggressive, it's in your face, and even if Rebels were fighting for that A main control, it only really worked out in the start. Because Fnatic, they started going towards Ivy, expanding Rebels' horizons almost forcefully. Saying, you take A main, we'll take Ivy, you have to respond. And then a couple of rounds of back and forth and yada yada such. Here we are, instead of 7-5. Pretty good, I like what I see.
Yeah, Fnatic now on the better position, on the better side. I would expect them to be ready for any sort of shenanigans. We see an A split coming in from Rebels. A lovely little old strategy. I think they will smoke probably either deep CT or... connector. I see towards Ivy. Yeah, that's the Ivy smoke I thought of earlier that Fnatic could have thrown. That would have worked for their lurk deep into CT, and it might work here. Mattis goes in main to push. It's going to be Fear to hold him. Fear blinded hits the headshot on Kisarek. Tomiko now from the deep end checking into Old Hell and into Olaf as he finds both Fear and Burmilov. Mattis in trouble, out in the open, caught in the back. And that is a pretty much bagged up round if they can get rid of the player on site. That's going to be Blame F. Toughest nut to crack so far as Crim's on time. 2 versus 2, about to be checked. He needs to win this duel.
On site as well, Blame F. Has to play this passively, I say, but take it first, order to Tomiko. Or Anderson and Daskater now low HP. Order to Tomiko, a headshot will come through. So quick at the first one, didn't even register in my brain. 1v2 looks clean for him instead. Isolates the duels. Almost thought he was gonna be cowering for a moment, but recognizing they're both split. And 1v1 is all it takes here is Fnatic from 7 to 8. No bomb plan for Rebels.
Yeah.
Equals probably no force buy.
It has to be an eco. I will be very mad if they don't play
No,
an
it's
eco
not.
here. Oh god.
Flay, Flay's still
like,
online. He has been not missing, or he has not been missing throughout this entire series.
I really can't stress this enough. I know people have forgotten since Strain hasn't been in the pool for a long time, but you really need utility. I'm not kidding here. On the T side, without smokes, without mollies, flashbangs, nades, you are going to be dried up faster than you can say Quidditch, really. Like, this is going to be so difficult for them to do anything. Whatever they have here, what, 3 smokes, 1 molly, 2 flashbangs, 3 flashbangs, sure. This is just enough for a single attempt towards A, and we know how difficult it is to break main. So I am not a fan of this force buy, not in the least. When you're this behind, you want to try and get back on track ASAP, and force buying to maybe win, or at least to have a 20%, maybe 10% higher chance to win. I'm not sure I agree. Kisarek, this Tech 9 though, could be deadly. I will say that, but the Shadow again, Train delivers.
Well, he's going to pressure this immediately.
Yeah.
Kisarek alone. He was the man who was supposed to fake the site. Nothing. On to B they go. It's Crims who waits, and from the smoke emerge more and more of these victims on the side of the Rebels. The Alliance, the scum they are to be taken down, and Bomb Fake it wants MP9 to jump
For the Empire.
For the Empire,
Yeah.
Crims, no Stormtrooper, he'll find his targets.
Yeah, he might just be, what's it called? The Imperial Special Guard, the Palatine Guard from, of the Darth Sidious. I believe they're Palatine Guard, but in any case,
Alright,
it
buddy.
definitely is quite the guard on B, man. Star Wars
You're
lore
quite
hits
the
hard
nerd.
as...
It seems. Train nerd, Star Wars nerd, what's next?
Oh, man. D&D nerd. But yes, in any case, round 15. Rebels, like I said, a force buy there really puts them on a bit of a backseat scenario, and obviously full eco, so you're expecting maybe at most a kill or 2. Best case scenario, a bomb plant, but that is so far to achieve that it's a near impossibility. Beautiful
Quick
double.
spray.
Yeah. And it's a 10-5 scoreline before we ever get close to that first real investment. Things are about to get very difficult. Rebels...
It's getting
They
close
better
to a
have,
do or
as I
die
said, a good
situation
plan.
here.
Yeah, they need a good plan. In this case, I'm thinking perhaps take a play out of the book of Fnatic. Be a bit faster towards A.
I like that. Just get some
Yeah, I
action
think-
going on. Just run
Yeah,
toward the
get
A
some
side, take
action
aim
going
duels.
on.
Let's go, baby.
Try to force them into duels they might not want to take early on. But look at the amount of util.
Yeah, that's good.
Fnatic is ready. 3 nades plus mollies. That's exactly what we talked about earlier. And they are ready for this. They want to cancel it out every single time. And I'm right there with them.
Good utility usage. I even like as well, despite them leaving B side open for the start as well, I like that round.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because nowadays, you're gonna have to make a whole lot of noise if you want to go toward the B side. And well, same as earlier as well, pretty much, but would have had the early warning signs. They would have had map control in a position to lurk in from behind through dog. And nowadays, it's not as simple as go up the ladder and you're dead with the T side watching. You actually have a fighting chance when you're making that rotation.
Oh, look at BlameF. So aggro. He wants to be in his face. Tomiko is in trouble. BlameF goes wide though, and Innocent's there to support, so at least a refrag, yes. The Rebels have lost all positional advantage. They have nothing to really showcase their investment so far. 2 losses, and they have, what, Pop Dog and A main? Yeah, that's not really worth it, especially when you've got another player waiting for you. That's going to be Mattis, who's been on point himself. 13 kills, FAMAS in hand, ready for a double perhaps. Oh, gets spotted, doesn't take his chance! He
Bermilov
waits
in
too
trouble.
long in the upper. Now Bermilov
Stranded.
caught in the crossfire. Spoke too soon, I have, as Kisarek is down. Fear is not going to be able to do much. I can't believe that they fumbled this so much. Mattis should have taken the fight. He had the opportunity. I can't really agree with the decision to stay behind that position. Behind that box, I guess, and Olof.
It really does seem that it spoke too soon you have. Turning
Yeah.
Yoda, apparently, during this game. Star Wars on your mind.
You know it.
Oh, no.
Good cleanup.
Cleaned up here. Rebels,
Good
another round of the board. That is 6, and exactly... Right, getting toward that do-or-die sort of situation, they've put themselves on the board. And it looks really good, right? Mattis had that drop on them, but still expected it. They do check them. They don't let him have an easy time. What I am surprised about is that you had the early start in terms of the utility that Fnatic threw into main, but they had no follow-up when Mattis needed some more help there as well. Right, a single flashbang probably would have been round changing at that point as well. Almost leaves me to wonder if there was some miscommunication. Is there anything like that, maybe?
Yeah.
Or if they just wanted to...
I mean...
if they wanted to hope that Mattis goes unchecked. Which, fair enough, also could work. But more of a gamble.
Like I said... Yeah, like I said for the previous series as well, so we have high expectations for both teams here, likewise. And Fnatic, given that they've only recently really started to play together officially, it will take some time to get all the puzzle pieces into place. But I feel like they've already figured out most of it. They just need the finesse or to kind of, fine-tune things.
There, as you say, je ne sais quoi.
And yeah, pretty much.
They just need to get things going smoothly, pretty much.
Yeah, it's you can see that some rounds they're working out well, some rounds they are kind of kind of fumbling a few, but in general, Fear, nice little pixel angle there, just spotting the cross, and now knows, cool, Ivy under attack, that's possibly the lurk, there are focusing a lot of effort towards that position. Meanwhile,
30 seconds only, he's got
the timing is perfect. The counter molly
here
was perfect, but still, again, it's an incendiary. It's not the greatest. Dreams, meanwhile, from Heaven himself, delivers a divine smite as Sobel will recover from Anti-Heaven. Now that they've split the catwalk, I don't even know how to properly call it anymore. It's like... It's still catwalk for me, but I guess we have to have new names for it. And since there's no heaven now in the map itself, well, talking about heaven, as rebels are being sent to one.
They're seeing the light.
They've definitely seen it, yeah. And
this is a great round as well here for Fnatic, right? Initially, with 3 players focused onto Ivy and still having a B defense, able to stand at the initial test. Bermilov, a big shot hit on the fly, otherwise would have given us D-side vision for these rotations to potentially cut them in half again. Bermilov finds the shot that he needed. Crims as well had that initial defense, stays alive, extremely important at that point. And Fnatic to 11. And as well, right, the B-side of terrain, I think is very important you have someone with a lot of experience or very solid as an anchor overall to defend it. Crims fits those pretty much to a T.
Oh, so Rebels, this is a ballsy move, but it might just work.
Already, but Fnatic, for this round, number 18, they're suffering at the start of it all here. And the continuation seems to be that as well. It's a fast play toward A. And continuing. Kesterek. We've said his name very little after Mirage.
And the timing of that
hasn't been as active as we've seen him in the last few series, but... maybe get his name
really
back out there.
Rebels, bomb plant again, Crims will save, and we will see this match continue for the moment. No series point at this stage, as Fnatic once again thwarted. Fast A play, a little bit dangerous, caught them off guard almost, and we see once again what a difference a single nade makes or 3 nade make. Fnatic, we saw them at the start, having a molly plus 3 nades to be thrown. This time, I believe, a single nade and a single Molotov, immediately extinguishing the Molotov. Rebels kept on pushing forward and were able to overwhelm the 2 defenders initially, which turned into a cascade of events, or rather a domino effect of events, where then Fnatic obviously cannot hold on their own anymore. And I think this is going to become a big point within the near future where teams will consistently commit large amounts of HEs towards that main spot because it is such a powerful spot to attack from, because you really go wide. As soon as you go out of main, you go either Olaf, you go forward towards the crossing, you'll go towards Electro, towards Pop. You have to shut that down from the get-go. If you're able to stabilize, good. If you're not, you're losing the site and potentially the round. Let's see if Fnatic have a play against that, as unfortunately the Nico, obviously, no utility.
Yeah, I want to as well highlight last round just a bit more. I like the way Rebels approach it. They have the smoke for the cross if they want to go aggressive onto Ivy, or... Is it even a green train anymore? What is that, Ivy train back 6?
Back 6, yeah, it used to be back 6, but now there's only 2 train cars, I guess, and 3 on B, so it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
They blow it up, man. Get ready for whoever is going to be in the open behind that smoke. But Fnatic were also ready because they had a flashbang set up to immediately counteract as well, to go through almost. I think is a very nice thing to note, but it does not work out due to that HE. Most likely, so... You know, both teams making preparations to counter each other in this case. And today, in round number 19, there's some sort of clash on B. And that's all. The round is done. Rebels to 8.
Yes, it is. So, we talked about train changes earlier and how many people don't like it. They would like to see the old train make a comeback.
Yeah.
I agree that A side has become a lot more difficult to hold, if you ask me. I think the CTs have a much more troublesome time in having decent crossfire set and let's say attempting to defend without being aggressive towards main or Pop. Now, back in the day, that used to be a similar case. You were forced to take either Pop or main close if you really wanted to hold. But what I'm talking about here is the fact that now you're forced to only go towards Pop or main, because if you stay on side, you will be overwhelmed. There is almost no way of stopping it, because you can't help each other towards Ivy unless you commit a player deep towards Ivy, right? This time around, there's no old trained trick where you could watch behind the actual number 6 car and see the cross into Ivy itself. And I think that makes a massive difference for the CTs themselves to stand their ground. So Fnatic, let's see how they adjust. Like I said, maybe more utility towards main to begin, and then seeing if they can hold on their own. Rebels, fast Flay to peek. There's the util, like I said, and yeah, Flay takes a massive beating. Mattis finds Flay, that's the entry.
That's the position they're looking for toward main, and in Pop Dog, though, you do shut down Burmilov. So, push and pull, you give and take a little bit back.
He's worried about upper halls.
Getting closer toward the end of this game as well, and Fnatic currently with 11. Economy on the line for this one as well. Rebels have been pulling this one back ever so slightly in every single round, but Sobol now removed. Pop Dog opened back up, and Fnatic this round very much under their thumb. To which I don't understand at that point. They're going kind of crazy, wanting to make this one-sided as all hell toward the end of it, but Kisarek wants to stand. Tomiko to trade. Matt is down. Advantage was there for Fnatic, but they let go of Ivy just to have that A main control. Exactly what he just talked about. And the bomb side taken over. Bomb goes down and playing for the retake.
Oh,
sees the gun and barrel. Crims can try to pre-fire this if he really feels like it, if he's feeling brave. I'll blame F. Contact on the other hand.
Oh, he has Tomiko. That's it. They now have to isolate Innocent, but the molly is just far enough, just deep enough for perhaps Tomiko to save himself there.
Shadow!
Oh, the shadow.
Oh, yeah. That is nasty. Oh, Counter-Strike 2, man. The shadows. A real game changer.
The shadows are...
in this case, round decider.
I have to agree, the shadows are a little bit OP here. The amount of them is kind of like twice as many as on Ancient almost. So, getting caught off guard, and Rebels find the 9th. As you said, the decider rounds now coming ahead of us. Fnatic tried. They tried really hard. They had a decent enough of a start. They were at a bit of an advantage, but it all comes crumbling when Innocent is set in hell. And from there, Tomiko is able to evade. Like, that Molotov was so vital, because if BlameF pushes above or beyond the molly, he has Tomiko dead to rights guaranteed. And then it's only Innocent against 2. Instead, it's now Fnatic finding themselves on an eco with Bermilov on the Zeus. I respect the hustle, but they're going down one by one, and it's not going to work out. BlameF finds Sobel. Tomiko, yeah, Beaker's advantage. That is number 10.
Yeah, I'm still hung up on that last round. They have the 4 versus 3, then they decided to push main. Damn, I'm a bit upset about that, I'll be honest. 4v3, you have you're pushing into an A main with the smoke fades. You've left Ivy completely. Yeah. I don't know. I really don't know. But nonetheless, Rebels, hey, they're bringing this one back on the T side now. The game was 10-6, 11-6, 11-7. Something along those lines, nonetheless. And hey, you're seeing this.
It was
Rebels,
11-6.
they do have something up their sleeves when it comes to this map. And to just go back. 11-6 was the scoreline.
Yep. 11-10. This is where things get a little bit messy. Fnatic, they don't have a lot of space to maneuver. The 1 round difference is a bit of a grace to them, that they don't need to fight this at 11-11 or 10-10 with a final buy. Fail here, and it's almost a guaranteed eco next as we go into a round that will define the end of this series. And look at Rebels. They're not going to aggro. They know that Fnatic is going to try and counter that.
We're not seeing the early utility this time towards A main.
Yeah.
Instead, change the tempo a little bit. Double nades do go out. Kisarek will catch that second, slightly more than the first. Only slightly softening him up. But Fnatic, they still go towards this aggressive-esque hold on A. And now, full-on aggressive, they change it. BlameF will be baiting Mattis' footsteps.
Do they know about Mattis? That's the question, right?
They do. They should. A second round was known to be close. BlameF can't be in 2 places at once.
Yeah. Bermilov.
Not needed. He's second found. A 5-on-3. Surely at this point, Fnatic, they play this together. Just have crossfire and trades. It's all you need in situations like this. At least on paper, but individuals at this level can pop off and have an insane round just to do nothing the next, you know? You got something. You got chances, kid. You got opportunities. And Kisarek, he's got the opening. The traded out, like I said, is the play for CT side, but not happening. Is 1 and 2, back on 3 on 3. Position for Grim's taken. No full-up when this is smoke instead. Deployed and on B. Bermilov, first one. The leg seen, the second one as well. He knows there's got to be a trade attempt on this.
And all 3 are going through CT. This is quite a dastardly decision. It could cost them the round because of it. 10 seconds, though. The second molly, it's right there in place at the right time. Quick rotations by Fnatic, quick thinking through pop up into halls. And now they'll descend from heaven and from ramp. Surely they go into a concerto of a retake. They have to start strong. That molly still on Mattis can be thrown deep into Con or deep in behind number 3.
Yep, good position
behind
here.
3. He will burn. And Innocent is the last man. They know where he is. It's all on Innocent. Body blocking the defuse. Bermilov, it's a 10-second defuse, and he will not be able to shut it down. 12-10, Fnatic will get serious point. And it's because of the molly. It's because of the molly. It goes behind 3, it's perfect, and it wins them the round. And obviously getting rid of Innocent, winning the duel, sure, but all in all, beautiful. I love the smart choice to quickly run through pop, that they don't wait out the mollies in Con. They would have been in a crossfire, they would have been in a deadly angle to fight it from. And even though Rebels make it close at the end, it's not enough. 2 to go to OT, or it's over for Rebels.
Welcome to the cycle of it's so over, we're so back. The Rebels have been going through now. They've been back.
Dude, the Empire strikes back.
Then to come back from 11-6 to now 12-10. It's the same
the
situation
Rebels...
Fnatic had on Nuke, man. 12-10. Yeah. They got 6 in a row, close at 12-16. That's the only reason we're here. Rebels,
really is.
They're map pick. 12-10. Unable to close things out. And it's not like they even had an eco force by anything of the sort. They had a complete full buy. Winning a half buy pretty much.
Oh, what a nade.
Insane. Good start. Again, Fnatic, they've been playing this aggressive almost every single time. This a slight change to how they play this, but the approach is still there to challenge for main control. The only thing they're really missing is information when it comes to Pop Dog. Main as well, not being fully forced back, but they're respecting this. They want to change and get Rebels off tempo. Let them make some mistake here instead. Molly's into main. Flay has been heard running back. Innocent. Bomb dropped. No one's close enough to hear that, but tries to fake the noise nonetheless. Is smart. But Fnatic, they hold 4 on A. Crims yet again trusted with B. Will have no test instead of a full rotation that he's going to be playing for, and we'll see if he even comes down to it, because Fnatic...
They're taking A main.
5 kills away. 35 seconds on the clock to make the difference, and the first one is Flay with the shoulder of Spermilov spotted. And Matis.
Oh, low HP.
Wanted man as well to defend. Fnatic, 4 kills. All you need, but Stormwall wants to change that. Wants to continue. 2-11 for Rebels. That's the plan here.
Fear is still alive, though. He's still activating in Ivy, and he will hit the mark on Flame. 3 versus 3. It's going to be Blamev coming out of Con deep. It's going to be Blamev for a secondary, and it's Gisenic without HP. 11 on the board. When it comes to health points, that's 11 too little, as all of a sudden it's a 1v2. Bomb is still ticking. And he will burn. No, he pulls back. Safety of the smoke. My god, he's still alive, but not for long. GG. Fnatic will get it. They will defuse in time, and they will defeat the Rebels as Fear. Crims does not team kill him, as the good old days, by the way, as we used to see between NIP and Fnatic. We had a few team kills by Crims, actually, on Inferno, but that is going to be 2-1 for Fnatic as they put down Rebels. And I guess this is the lore-accurate version of Star Wars. The Empire Strikes Back is the 6th movie, and that is the end.
Sure, yeah, that is the end here, and that is map number 3 going to Fnatic. And, hey, the way they even get there, like I said, from 12-10 down on Nuke, 6 in a row, and on Trained, they have this under control for most of it, right? It's only this comeback where things look a little bit difficult for them. They had a good T side, they were able to keep up that pace and play very damn well. And Rebels, despite them having a, I'd say, pretty impressive Trained previously that I've seen, right now, unfortunately falling a little bit flat, not having enough, and Fnatic showing that they've got the individuals, they've got the skill, and even as a brand new team still able to come out on top, persevering. That comeback on Nuke is, it has to be fantastic. Massive for a team as well this early into their, I guess, time together still. So, building up the mental as well. I think Fnatic, they look good today.
They did.
Besides Mirage.
Look, Mirage, like I said, it's a bit of a weird pick because it's such a head-on map that if you start on Mirage and you're not warmed up, you're going to have a bad day. And that's what happened. They still pulled out 8 rounds, which is perhaps more than we expected at the end. But Rebels showcased what happens when your team is, let's say, quite on the level. And then Nuke happens, and we see Fnatic actually come out on top because they're playing perhaps a much smarter game than Rebels, even.
I think so, yeah.
And
they played
in
those
the end,
defaults outside. They kept conditioning Rebels into being cautious of it almost every single time. But then toward the end, you have a slight change-up or two. And then also, Burmy loves 1 versus 2s that he delivered.
Oh, yeah.
A near 2 versus 4 from Crimson Blame F. Right, you had really good rounds where you saw Fnatic officially flip the switch and get online.
pretty much. And with that, we finish the series. Ladies and gentlemen, with Fnatic taking it, they will now find themselves on the 2-1 bracket where they fight for the playoffs next and still keep fighting even if they lose the next. Unfortunately, not the same story for Rebels. They have no more choices but to either win or be eliminated when they go into the 0-2, or rather the 1-2 matchup next. Ladies and gents, that's it for myself and Nexus. We're going to be saying our goodbyes now. I believe the next duet is going to be Tony and B-Doc. And hopefully you guys are going to enjoy, because it's going to be the winners matches. And those are going to be bangers.
I mean, bangers throughout the day, I'll say. We've had, or should have had at least on a paper, but we've got a couple certified bangers, I think. We have, as said, bangers, Ecstatic Flyer Flux, and then to close out today's Spirit Academy versus Amkal as well. 2-0 both of those games, so winners go to playoffs with a clean record. But, you know what? We'll see how things go, right? Keep an eye on the stream, but for us as well, like I said, we're done. We'll be back in about 15 minutes for that next game of the day, slightly behind schedule, but it is what it is. So, ladies and gents, thank you so much for watching so far. We hope you guys have enjoyed it, and stick around. We'll be right back with that next game of the day.
Welcome back to CCT, and that was a very exciting opening few games of the day. I wasn't sure which way that was going. Fnatic, look, they were the better team. They should have won, and they eventually did take down Rebels. Now we have got Ecstatic versus Fireflux, and then to end off the day, we have got it's Amkal. Yeah, Spirit Academy Amkal. I call them DMS because they are ex-DMS, and I got really confused of what their name is now. But that's gonna be a really exciting game. However, we'll talk about that later. Ecstatic, they have just finished a different best of 3 in the other CCT close qualifier Series 17. So they've just finished one best of 3 in a different CCT, and now they're coming over to this CCT to play against Fireflux.
Yeah, a 2-0 game as well, right? So both these teams are 1 win away from making it to the playoffs, which would be fantastic for, to be honest, both of them. And I've actually been pretty interested in just seeing the development of this Fireflux squad, because Freddie, it's quite fun, because if we can go ahead and bring up the roster for Fireflux, please, production, I'd love to talk through those first, because I don't know if you remember, Freddie, but I'm going to take the viewers on a journey back in 2022 when me and you first started commentating. Soulfly, Sensei, Skrunk. It was the old Sangal core.
With Fuzi.
So we know what to expect from these guys. Paz coming over as well to this team's really fun. And you got Banjo, who finds himself finally on a roster. And it feels like it's been a long time in the making for Banjo. Was on Fnatic Rising, was in Fnatic for a little bit. Now finds himself on Fireflux. This team is cooking. This team is playing really, really well. And it makes me excited, because I always watched Skrunk, Soulfly, and Sensei way back when. And I was like, this team's quite good. Like, I'm really excited to watch this team develop and improve, and well, they're certainly doing that now to kick off 2025.
Also, I don't know if you know about this, but I only caught Fireflux like once at the end of last year.
Yeah,
that was like
I caught
the only
once
time
this year.
Yeah, I've not seen masses from this team. But so I remember, cause I shot Skrunk a message being like, so what's the crack with the whole language situation? Like, are you guys speaking Turkish? And then apart from Banjo, and he was like, oh yeah, I don't speak Turkish. People always get that mixed up, like for this and this reason. And I was like, oh. So it's a completely, like, fully English international team. Obviously, Sensei and Soulfly have played more internationally. Paz is definitely one where it's like, okay, he hasn't played much outside of Turkish teams, but yeah, it's a fully English team, which is actually kind of intriguing to me. Even though it's like so. You've also got a Hardstyle who's a Turkish coach. It's like such a Turkish lineup, but it's not. It is a Turkish lineup, but like they don't speak Turkish. But also making Challenger, like they've come into this year in a really strong position, to be honest. And as you'd expect, a really solid team. But they're playing against Ecstatic, who equally have come into this year in a pretty good situation, making a pretty good roster change.
I really like this team. Like I've got a lot of time for this team. Bringing in Syrah, I think, elevates the level quite a lot. And also, it just feels like everyone is invested in the TMB leadership project. I remember before TMB came in, Ecstatic were middling in terms of results. And now they're just performing exceptionally well. Obviously, you got to talk about Nut, a really good star player. Christou's come into form a lot recently. And Analele, we used to speak of him in really high regard when he was in Masonic. And he just keeps the trajectory going, and he's got a bright future ahead of him. In fact, all of these players do, and I think that's why it's so exciting. It's such a young roster, and it's got an awful lot of potential, and they're currently fulfilling it.
Yeah, it's a weird, like, sure, Anlele, Christou, like, they haven't played massively high, but they've had, like, they should be at a higher level now in their career. To be honest, if I'm speaking very crudely, like Christou had his shot on North, and Lele had his shot on the likes of Sprout, which, you know, unfortunately closed down. But he played like on the Espionage roster with what would be the core of now Sashi. Like, you know, he's played with some very high level players. I think the roster change with Syrah coming in for Nixon should be elevating this team to potentially bring Anlele, Christou, TMB to a level which they deserve. And I think they ended last year for me with a very good showing at the end of CCT, coming second place when it was into Spirit Academy, and just outside of that as well, were putting up some good numbers and some good results to make me feel very excited going into this year.
Shout out Nixon, by the way, because expect to see him on future rosters within Tier 2, because that guy is so young.
He's playing on Whopper right now.
Yeah, and I rate him quite a lot, to be honest. So I'm excited to sort of see and track his development and see what Whopper can do now they've got him. So those are the rosters. Basically, we've just complimented both of them and said, oh, we really like you guys. So it'll be an interesting best of 3 to sort of break down. We've got the veto as well that we can pull forward and talk a little bit about. I haven't actually had it ruined to me yet, so I'm quite excited to see where this one really ends up. Is it?
Woo! Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Ecstatic pick it, I suppose. They've been picking it quite a lot recently.
Yeah, Ecstatic pick it. Ecstatic have picked it twice against Iberian Soul and have won both times. Fireflux, they had it picked into by Ex-Verdant, Alaska, and they also won, but they started on CT side. So trade's gonna be interesting. Both teams look pretty comfortable on it. Dust 2 is a really good map for both sides. I think for Fireflux, you can kind of tell it feeds into their style dynamic. I don't know. You could just tell. Like, they're a Dust 2 team, and they're actually on quite a nice win streak, on an 8 win streak, with 3 of those games coming this year against Cybershock, who's really in form, Sashi, who are like the older brothers of Ecstatic, and Apogee, who have this crazy 17-year-old called Jakob, who's amazing. So I like them a lot. Fireflux have had a good start of the year, really good start of the year, to be honest. And I could imagine them taking this 2-0. But that's not necessarily saying that Ecstatic are bad. I think Fireflux are they're playing really serious Counter-Strike right now.
Oh, so it's one of those things where you think the form matters in this game, and where they're sort of on a really high trajectory right now, they're going to get it over the line. They're going to make playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've only dropped one map this year, and
It's not bad, is it?
two maps this year out of like quite a fair handful of series. And I think also making Challenger for them. So, because they didn't actually make Challenger, they lost in Reg, and I think they just got bumped up like so many other teams did in and around ESEA. I think them making Challenger is a really big boost to any team.
Yeah.
Lot of very consistent reps in a much more important manner than Advanced would be. And I think Fireflux, I think they're going to make some serious waves this year, and I think we're seeing it right now.
Can I ask a silly question, but it might be
Hello.
one that might be beneficial for viewers, and I don't know if you know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask you it anyway, Freddie. With them making Challenger, would that affect them in terms of their prac groups? Do they move up prac groups, or is it just sort of...
Yeah, there technically is a Challenger prac group.
Okay.
Realistically, if you're top 80 Counter-Strike, don't think it matters too much.
Cool.
But there are prac groups for Open, Inters, Main, Advanced, ECL.
Okay.
And ECL would have only ECL teams in it.
I didn't think it would matter too much, but it's awesome to get clarification. Soulfly has got a 1.25 rating so far in the past 3 months, and he's just opened up the entire first blood of the server. Paz has now scaled onto TMB. This is a 3A bomb site, and it should just be the round.
Soulfly is someone who very underrated. His time in Sangao, he had some stupid numbers,
I think
and
he's so good.
I'm surprised he is taking this long for him to get onto a roster. And look, already in this run, he's just picked up 3 kills. It's not like English is a difficulty, because he played on an international Sangao, and like his numbers, sure, there might have been like wavering and consistency here and there, but it's also those bigger tournaments that you look at. They're kind of like road to the RMR. Like he was a very big piece of that puzzle, and yeah, like some of his stats there were kind of crazy. Even at the RMR when they got owned, he still played really well. I'm really quite shocked that he hasn't like this year. It's taken him this long.
But he's here. And he's looking to deliver. It is a full spy here for Ecstatic. They really want to fight long. Alalele tucked in the corner. Paz has got to clear this. He'll swing. There's Alalele, and he gets dealt with by Paz. They sort of line up. 2 headshots ring out. Syrah will be able to get a trade. It is a 3 versus 3. Is there help on the way? No, but there's a good flashbang, but doesn't matter because Banjo has just removed him. Soulfly cuts off the rotate, and now Christu is left all alone with a scout. However, 2 of these players are one shot to the scout.
Yes. I don't think that's gonna matter. Christu, this is kind of awkward timing for Soulfly, because yeah, he's not gonna see Christu. He is gonna hear him, and now he's gonna get spotted. Okay. What a shot! Ooh, baby.
Okay.
He's actually being pushed by Skrunk as well. And that's an AK upgrade for Skrunk. This is a cool band of misfits, isn't it, Brandon? It's this Fireflux team. Because you got, as you said, like, Banjo finally on a team. It's like, you know, that dude won a tier... He won a tier 1 event, let's say. Like, he won an arena event at the Elysium at Masters Espu. Soulfly played RMR. Sensei's had a very weird career where I think he's never really got a lift off. He played on Big for a while, didn't he? And then Paz and Skrunk, you know, similar like in the Turkish scenes. Didn't Paz retire for a bit, right? Went to Valorant. It's like it's a big band of misfits, isn't it?
It is, but they've all come together with one common goal. Win. And they have been doing this year. It's been brilliant to watch. What can this Hero M4 do, Syrah? In towards lower. Good timing here, but Paz looks back. Hands busy, so Syrah can claim the kill. Now he is low HP. Escaping could be a little bit difficult. Gets forced forward even further into the player of Skrunk. Soulfly will actually trade him out. So many kills going back and forth, but it's all fine. I tell you what is a bit upsetting, really, for Ecstatic is the amount of damage that's been inflicted on these players, and they're not dying.
Yeah, I was watching this round just being like, what's going on? Like, are we losing this round? But ultimately, 4 players stay alive. That's massive. Random. Static yet to play Dust 2 this year. Syrah yet to play Dust 2 with Ecstatic.
Okay, yeah.
Previously it was a good map for them. Syrah obviously played Dust 2 on TSM, so he understands the map. But Fireflux, they're already in good form. Is that going to be the difference maker? Can Ecstatic start this year well on Dust 2?
Oh.
Ooh. He gets a kill?
Okay. I mean, I guess it's sort of fine then. Nut and Analele all chime in. This is really aggressive.
Fine.
Yeah, really aggressive posturing in taking these tunnels control. Like, within 20 seconds, you actually have tunnels. You then evacuate it. You get 3 kills. Job done. That was so quick. And to be honest, I don't think Ecstatic are really known for these fast-paced rounds. So the fact that you bring that out in the first gun round is pretty exceptional, really.
It was also such a weird round, though. It's like, you know, TMB kind of just swinging by himself out of tunnels. He is getting the help from short, and then, as we said, not just pushing B. This round could have got dangerous. Let's say if Christu had died. Doesn't seem that's going to be the case. Banjo, I don't see what he can really do with this. He's got 2 molos. And he does drop one, but it actually doesn't land on Christu on ramp. He's able to play it just in front of it. And this is one of those awkward situations, Brandon, where you can't really win, but you also don't want to just run out and give away a kill. You want to try get a kill, but it's awful.
I know this is gonna sound silly, but it's nice that Christu is just hitting every shot. Like, he fired 3 AWP shots that round, and he got 2 kills. One of them was also a leg on Banjo. Because sometimes I think Christu, I think he's improved a lot from what I'm about to say, but sometimes he was a little bit inconsistent. And I think on Ecstatic, he's really sort of sharpened that up a bit. So yeah, I'm interested to sort of see how this develops. If and when Sensei gets the AWP out.
Software, though, he is able to orchestrate these rounds completely by himself. He catches the timing perfectly, and TMB, who was the spearhead of last round, let's say, already out of the count. It's going to have to call from spectator mode.
They just want to go B. They're just going to group up. They got their opening kill, and it was over towards B. You imagine there's going to be a rotation in towards middle, potentially. Syrah's done that in towards CT. You got pressure being applied, but you've got Nut, who you need to try and challenge it and get by, and that's going to be a little bit tricky. Already found the first, flash forward. That volley didn't affect him. The counter flashbangs are brilliant out of Syrah, and then he steps in with a couple more. Ecstatic shut down that B tunnels hit before it could even get going.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously Nut gets 2 kills there, and it's really amazing, but Syrah's support of flashbang, he actually threw 2 different pieces of utility support. He threw an earlier flashbang that didn't necessarily have the effect, but this second one is amazing. Unfortunately, Nut does actually swing a little bit too more with it.
Yeah.
So he does actually blind himself, but Syrah really cleans up there, and a youngster who is gone from Maz NXT to TSM, and just like many of the TSM rosters have actually landed very effectively on their feet. He's one of the more interesting highlights for me. Where's Valda? Oh, hopefully retired. But Syrah is definitely one of the more like interesting pieces for me, where I'm like, this guy is going to develop into something really serious, and I think on Ecstatic is the perfect place to do so.
I think he's really good. I do this like little YouTube series with Tech Girl where we talk about tier 2 prospects. Featured him on there when he joined TSM. I was like, good signing. This guy is a goat. And he did very well there as well. So glad he's found his home in a very good sort of national team as well. Obviously got that international experience playing on Mouse NXT. It's actually really interesting to see how Fireflux have been really good at getting an opening kill. Unlucky. But Ecstatic always remaining really composed in these mid to late round situations.
I mean, the only round that I've seen really viable was the round where TMB got caught off, and that.
Yeah.
Like the other rounds, I'm pretty sure there wasn't an opening kill. The only two gun rounds was when TMB just rocketed up mid and everyone died, or TMB got caught off and
I was gonna say
really
TMB
good
has
reaction.
been caught off quite a lot though.
I think it got caught off once. Oh well, like the mid, yeah. I don't know what that round was, to be honest. It won though. Speaking of TMB though, you were saying they're not necessarily an aggressive team. This is. I don't know if this could be any more aggressive. Sira's playing very aggro in tunnels. Christu would have been there to support, but Sira kind of takes the contact a little bit, I guess, too ahead for Christu to give any support. So TMB, sure, he gets the opening kill in middle, but they trade out lower, and now we actually just reset into a 4 versus 4. Like, it's basically a default now.
Analele's in long tunnels. He's been doing this actually pretty consistently all throughout the first half. He's never activated on his flank. If he does, he could catch Banjo. Banjo is watching him like a hawk right now. He needs to get round the corner. He is worried, and he does manage it. But I really like this. It looks like we're going to get a re-aggression here. Potentially no. We've just got a double layering of a setup here from TMB and Nut. This is cool. You've got your different elevation points. Oh, Paz, you're going to walk into it, mate.
Issue is, this mid to B has no one contesting it.
Uh-oh, they don't know. Now
And
they know.
Paz, he's playing. Oh, he's played that perfectly. He lets them take the very first contact, and then he swings with it, so no one's looking at him. TMB does amazing, by the way, there to get another 2. He's been pretty fantastic in all regards.
Look at this really late lurk from Analele.
Has Anlele seen Paz crossing? I wasn't sure. I'm gonna assume no, and okay, Banjo gonna get blindsided. Paz now, 1 versus 2. Anlele has a kit and a smoke, but Paz is already behind doors. He's already creeping up behind Christu, and time, it is ticking down, but Ecstatic, they're gonna have to realize that Paz is coming from middle. Smoke on the bomb. Coverage ineffective. The spray not landing. The knife does connect, but Ecstatic able to get the defuse just in the nick of time.
Wow. I actually really feel for Paz there, because he did everything. He made the right read, he missed the timing, but then he gets this confirmation. Unlucky Banjo, but he gets the confirmation, gets rid of the AWPer. All he's got to do is just spray the smoke. And the knife misses right until it doesn't matter. Nice shot out of Sensei. First time we've seen him on the AWP. It's the first time that head-to-head has happened, and he's come out on top.
We look over towards the B side of the map. You know, TMB mid, Nut on B. These guys are playing really good Counter-Strike right now. And Fireflux, sure, they get the opener towards A, but it's just another instant rebuttal. Straight back to the 4 versus 4. Soulfly, you can see him get a little bit cheeky out middle again. He's seeing how far he can test his luck like he previously has done against TMB. And for Ecstatic in the mid round, well, they have no map control. Where are they going to be taking it? Towards short. 3 players playing up, but Soulfly, he is so ready for that. Will he be ready for not just 2, but for 3? He's not really prepared for the 3rd, but alongside Skrunk, they trade out effectively and also gain information of where Nut is. So now, he has to come up short in this 1 versus 2. He has utility, he has a kit, Brandon. He has actually the time to do so, and he actually knows where they are now. Oh my god, he's isolating the jewels. Nut. This is so winnable. This is a smoke for the bomb.
Yeah, Banjo hasn't got any utility to break it either. Is he just going to put the smoke down? Yeah, there we go.
He's won.
There's no way. Yeah, you can just stick it. And he just looks away. Easy. No wonder. What a round from Nut Nut. Just isolates the kills. He knows exactly where they are. Brilliant. And that's now, in essence, I'm going to air quote it. You can't see me on my camera, but I'm doing air quotes. 2 ninjas in a row.
Oh, no, it is. Yeah, it's 2 1v1s that I would say Fireflux should have won. Or not 1v1s, 2 rounds.
Oh, hello.
That's the better. And also, yeah, I was going to say, the investment on both sides to bring up the AWP once again. Christu, he lost the duel in the previous round. This time, he prolific. Also, repositioning aggressively towards underpass. And bye-bye Paz. Tries to jump peek for information. Maybe thinking there's a player on short. No, Christu is there, ready and waiting to take your life.
Yeah, that looks really good for Christu. The fact that you're being so dynamic. And Alele is under a little bit of threat. They know he's in that corner by the long doors. But Christu, he's there again. He's been everywhere in this map. And by him flashing deep, he can now take first contact. And Alele right now is safe. But it's Syrah that's next to receive pressure. But even if he receives pressure, Christu can then reset. And you've still got these 2 players that can lie in wait on B. So all of this pivoting is done by Europa.
The only way this round is lost by Ecstatic is if people just miss shots. And yeah, they're not going to. The setup is pretty perfect. Keeping the AWP so fixated on long can be seen as maybe a bit of a negative here. Because it, well, I guess forces Syrah to focus on short. It keeps mid maybe a little bit more open. And yeah, TMB's fallen. Skrunk's picked up the AWP. He's actually moving over towards B. But Banjo has the bomb towards short.
And they've not got a molly, and Nut Nut, if they do go B, Nut Nut's never peeking this.
Yeah, Nut Nut's just playing this really safe. And Banjo's actually still committing towards short. And Nut Nut, the timing, oh my god, it's perfect. Banjo now, we turn our attention towards A, and Syrah hasn't shifted. It's well played, but realistically, Fireflux never gave Ecstatic a reason to move.
No, I do agree with that, but what's nice is you've got just players not over peeking, not overplaying their hands, like the
point, yeah.
The Nut Nut angle and then the Syrah angle. You literally swap observer POVs, and they are playing safe. They're not just jiggling on the site. They're not giving an opportunity for Fireflux to even have a bomb plant. You know me, Freddy. I'm a sucker for just good fundamental Counter-Strike.
Good fundamental Counter-Strike. Aren't we all?
You know what's in the word fundamental?
Fun.
Fun.
And mental. Because I'm mentally insane.
Oh.
You have to be to play CS.
Different boost. Different result. TMB caught in mid again, and Christu, he's had a little bit of a shoot. So they now know he's in mid. Oh no.
Oh no.
No, I was just looking at that like, oh come
I'm glad we caught that. Yeah, I'm glad we caught that of all things.
Sorry, Nut Nut.
Sorry, Nut Nut. Also, heading over to long, guess what? Christu, it's actually rotated towards long.
Same setup with him and Analele in the corner.
Yep. On the pistols. These could get dangerous though. First shot, if it would be missed, is dangerous, but it's not. And Lele, that's a ropey spray, I'll be honest.
God,
that was
looks like me.
yeah, that was ropey, I'll be honest. And a round where like this shouldn't be that difficult of a round. You kind of only had the AWP, which is a very weird statement. But you only did have the AWP. Now we're in a 3 versus 3. Issue is, I guess, is like no util. Soulfly's the only one who's got anything. He's picked up a CT Incendiary. Sentei's on low HP. There's 3 players on A for Ecstatic. This should be a pretty easy round.
Yeah, Syrah's and Gandalf, so good luck. Is the sentiment really?
Oh, Paz is going flying.
Okay. Can Christu pick him out the sky?
Nope.
No. The Syrah doesn't swing. Oh, Christu's got in the corner. This is actually a really weird bait.
Wait.
So he's trying to set up Syrah. So,
Hey,
I mean,
he
there you go.
has-
It
he
has
hasn't.
worked. Oh!
He has. He has.
That was sick.
That went from 100 to 0, and then back up to 100 real quick.
Oh, that was cool. I rate that a lot.
Okay, I rate it, but it definitely was scary.
Oh yeah,
that-
it was a bit scary.
He just shot all his bullets away so then he could tap and make
Also,
it look
I
better.
really want to apologise to anyone watching the stream because I don't know what happened there. I just completely lost how to speak words. I just started making noises.
You just went, ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Boom.
Sorry, guys. I've apologised for that immediately. I know you
Oh
think
no,
I'm joking,
it's
but
part
that's
of
fine.
the... No one's allowed to make fun of you, Brandon.
By the way, this was what, like 3-0?
Yeah,
And
it was a
this is,
pretty
like,
dominant
seven,
3-0.
7 rounds in a row, 6 rounds in a row. Like this is looking really good for Ecstatic.
Ecstatic are looking a lot more legit than I think I gave them credit for. I was really favoring Fireflux in this series, in this matchup, I'm not gonna lie. But Ecstatic, fair play. This would be Fireflux's first loss in a series if it was to come to that this year. So that's something to keep a note.
Take a look at this setup then, because this time it's a lot more reserved. It's a lot more of the Ecstatic school of thought, where you take map control away from your opponents after they take it from you. Syrah on the edge of the smoke. Perfect. Sensei caught off guard completely.
That's just perfect re-aggression there from Syrah. He
And he's out.
catches a great timing as well to Sensei.
Another gap in the smoke. Syrah says, yes,
No,
please.
there won't be a gap, but he's going to create a gap. And they're coming to him. Oh, they're walking straight into him. TMB, does he bait in for him? No, Soulfly actually anticipates it. He doesn't get the kill, but Banjo's there to trade. Anilele just jumped down from short, but he's only able to get one. Picked through the sky, though. That's the bomb drop. Paz hasn't crossed the corner. Hasn't crossed past the doors just yet, but he will be allowed to as Christu switches over to the AK, and it's another 1 versus 1 for Fireflux. Paz, he's lost one already before due to the ninja defuse, and behind the smoke, Christu will be shrouded, and it's another clutch going in favor of Ecstatic.
Yeah, that one's tough. Where you've got just nothing going your way whatsoever. And Paz even sort of created that 1v1 for himself. He wants Christu to peek behind the molly. But Christu's closer to it.
Yeah, the closer you are, basically the easier it is to see past it.
Goes back, gets the AWP.
By the way, that was a crazy round from Ecstatic. You had, like, players jumping around everywhere. That was an opening kill round, though, that had to go into a 1v1. It's an interesting chain-up from Fireflux, Brandon. Haven't really seen them just take long directly like this. This is actually a first, and, well, I can understand why. Dropping off the FlyQuest smoke, and Lele gets flashed through, but as he runs out of bullets, they have more members to run through that smoke and support Soulfly. So, sure, you do lose the opening kill, but you do trade out. However, look at Paz. He's also flanking towards short, and his flank currently is going to be a lot more effective as he opens up so much space for Fireflux to get onto this bomb site. But Syrah, it's his time to shine now. Sensei is not holding for him. Syrah will pull the trigger, swings out, but there's no one else there. And we go into this awkward 3 versus 3 where Fireflux, after taking long, now actually have short control. But Scrunk, what's he doing? Skrunk's just jumped up and given away his life. Syrah smoking Paz off, but he's allowed Banjo to cross towards short, and I think that's the most important factor. Oh my god, he doesn't. Banjo hangs around and waits. Banjo tries to fight. Now Paz, stuck behind this smoke, jumping up. Syrah's tapped it. He's also trying to take the fight. Syrah's running out of bullets. He's over towards the USP, and Paz, okay, third time's a charm. He finally wins the 1v1, but it ain't pretty.
Yeah, that went from a round that Fireflux should have always been winning to one where they nearly didn't. Syrah gets another 3 kills on this A-bomb site. Great counter utility to fight in towards long at the first instance, and Notice how TMB and Nut in this situation are just playing to survive. Blood rush in the head here from Scrunk. It allows Syrah the opportunity to make this one winnable, but finally, at the third time of asking, Paz wins a 1v1 and at least gives Fireflux something.
That was a round of all time. We're just walking through the smoke. Okay.
That worked.
Wish that worked as well as for me. Scrunk was there with Dual Brothers. It was perfect. Doesn't get a single kill. And those Dual Brothers go into the hands of Nut, and, well, they're put to much better use. Christu, he's flanked long. He only gets 1 kill as of now, but it's all good.
Done his job.
He's done his job. It's a 3 versus 1. Soulfly, who was the hero of the first pistol round, there's only so much he can achieve here, Brandon. Oh, that's a nice shot.
He can save his Kevlar.
Yippee!
I mean, that was really simple. That was as far as we are sort of lining up in the smoke, creating a 3, 2, 1, bang, through the smoke, and the dual Berettas just can't contend with that. And the sweet irony that the dual Berettas also kill the first player coming through the doors. Ecstatic are in cruise control. Fireflux are starting to struggle, and they're going to force buy because there's so many rounds down. Issue is, you lose this, you're giving over 11. And then this feels really out of reach.
Yeah, this has been a incredibly one-sided game, and
I just think they've been tactically outclassed, to be honest. I think that the fundamentals have been so much better from Ecstatic.
which I don't know. I haven't seen Fireflux. You know, like I kind of saw them once at the end of last year, and I haven't seen them this year, but it seems like they've been doing pretty well, especially on Dust 2. And apparently not. It feels like they've never, like, a lot of these to be fair though, look, they have lost 3 1v1s. That's a big difference maker.
Oh. Nice shot from Christu. Flashback through the smoke. He's ready for it. Banjo flying through the mid doors. Goes 1 for 1. So 1 casualty is phenomenal for Ecstatic. I thought we were going to have... I mean, we still can in this best of 3. But I thought it was going to be a lot closer than this. And I also thought the next game as well, Spirit Academy Amkal, that's going to be a banger. That's going to be a close game as well.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting game because Amkal have been looking really good recently.
Yeah.
And Spirit Academy, it's like, sure, they're good because of the individuals, but their system is pretty bad.
Their system is not great, no.
No, so I think that could be an interesting opportunity for me to see is Amkal, like, how's Amkal when it comes to being like a system? Can they actually outplay a team like Spirit Academy? Or are they someone that maybe just relies on their individuals? Because it's ex-DMS, right, with a newer addition?
Melody.
Melody.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I was going to say, he seems nuts.
Yeah, I can't lie to you, when that change happened, it was plus Melody minus Height. I was like, Height's been playing so well for this team. Like, I can't believe Melody's coming. Who's Melody? And he's dropping 1.4, and it's like, okay, that's why.
Height also... I guess it maybe was one of the guys I'd change. It adds firepower. DMS is actually... The issue I always thought of them was the fact that I actually did... I honestly was like, I don't think they've got loads of firepower. Apart from AW. God, Melodi's stats are ridiculous. Yeah, he's had a good year.
Great flash. But Banjo gets one before he dies. Paz finds another. They don't have to commit to be here if they don't want to. Now you've seen all this utility pouring out. Look at TMB, you're right.
Oh, he's also got just the best timing, apparently. Soulfly, though, is looking to catch them off in underpass. So
Sensei's going to hold the Xbox cross anyway in case Soulfly falls.
we don't really have the utility to get past. Nut has a Molotov, maybe for Soulfly, but then again, you have the issue of Sensei. I'd say there's very little chance of them getting past. That almost was the chance. But yeah, that's the bomb. TMB, don't really know. I mean, he needs to drop CT and then kill the AWPer, and then they can try crunch Soulfly, Molotov onto him. Christu? Just being smoked off, actually. Yeah, TMB, okay. I feel like he'd already done enough. Like, he'd done his job there, but his teammates couldn't get to him.
What a really good round from Paz as well. Paz was immediately first on the scene towards mid. He dropped flashbangs to help Banjo. He then swung and got the kill that stopped a Static going in towards tunnels. And then it was just a really good reaction, to be honest, from Soulfly and Sensei, just to set up in towards middle. And by Scrunk pushing long, that means the TMB just can't catch a kill, and he's got to make his own play, and it took him way too long to do that. They're still fighting Fireflux. They're trying to fight mid. Oh my god. I called it mid, I meant long, and Alele will get traded, but it's Christu again with the AWP. 3 players out long now for Ecstatic, and there's 2 from Fireflux trying to fight them.
Yeah, Ecstatic are probably just going to go as soon as this smoke fades. That kill, if it was onto Paz, it would accelerate them even further. Sensei and Paz both in the know now. Utility, ooh, it's a little bit messy from the Ecstatic side. This is a very strange. Wow. This is a very strange round. It's all falling apart. They have allowed Sensei and Paz to hold on to this bomb site, even though all they had to do was just sit and relax. They didn't have to do anything.
Yeah,
but
they tried to force it a bit too much, right?
They try to force it without actually taking any space. Like, I don't know. They just kind of were fighting, but half-assed at the same time.
How does he live there and get the kill?
How does he get a third? The Molotov even spread to him. That is ridiculous.
Oh dear. That's not what you want to be seeing, really. If you're an Ecstatic fan. Because they were very clean kills and trades out long. Yeah, they just fumbled it a little bit. They bumbled their way up long without really any purpose. They wanted to make sure they got rid of the car player, but by Sensei just staying alive, he just removes an awful lot. Oh, well, he didn't get the kill, but he's got the info. The Scrunk gets his. Nade goes deep. Christu affected by it. And I think Scrunk's also just seeing that the AK's been taken. Sensei moves over with the AWP, but it's Syrah and Nut fighting short.
Okay, we've got 2 smokes. Flash nade Molo. We're going for an AXQ, I would assume here. You don't really have the ability to fake anything out. Just gonna have to pray that maybe you pull the rotation somewhere. Molotov's gonna be ineffective from Fireflux, but look at this rotation from Soulfly. He's come all the way from CT now into Goose. That's a really big rotation, but oh my god, he just goes into the utility.
Never mind.
They're actually going towards B. They get that kill, and no, they've now come back towards A. Oh, this is awkward. Sensei holding the line with the AWP. He's gonna get one, but the second kill, because he doesn't get it, Chris was able to get the bomb down. That could be the difference maker. And another difference maker could be the fact that Banjo has now traded out coming into CT. Sensei, shadow spotted. Christu nails the headshot. Scrunk, do they know about him towards long? Christu, oh, dunked on. And unfortunately, that just leaves Nut towards short with only a deagle to his name. He's going to get smoked off. And, well, as a world, he might actually just go try and save some weaponry out mid. Yeah, so that's all he's going to be able to do, unfortunately.
Tell you what, nice try to...
Nice try from Christu.
Yeah, really good line taken by him holding for the AWP. Obviously, he's an AWPer himself, so he knows how Sensei is potentially going to be moving there. But spotting for the shadow, playing that little angle, and he can just pre-fire through the box. But it did feel like they were going to go towards B. I was right there with you. Ecstatic half in, half out, put a lot of pressure in towards short. And I guess because they got that kill with the utility, they think, huh, maybe we can just go. If Sira gets that second kill here on Banjo, it's a completely different story because, hey, Banjo doesn't throw that nade. It's a 2v1. But there are so many, I want to call them moments in this game where one kill really just has a ripple effect on the entire round panning out. It's harsh to ask for 2 kills out of Sira in mids there, but he's on 20 kills. So maybe I can say to him, should have got that other one. And he goes, yeah, I probably should have.
But then, realistically,
go B.
shouldn't. Yeah.
Go B.
Well, it's because, like, they dropped into, like, they got that kill on, to be honest, maybe if they hadn't got that kill on Soulfly, I think potentially the reason why they went back towards A was they were like, oh, we got a kill. And it was like, oh, I guess we go A again now. Like, they dropped into CT, they looked like they were going B. Probably would have been the right call.
Yeah.
It's really quite amusing though, that last round. Soulfly, he had great rotation into the utility.
Yeah, you set that up perfectly, and then he just got owned.
Yeah, it's because what I wanted to highlight was the fact that he started indoors, basically when the utility set off. So he got from doors to Goose, and could play with the AWP, and I was like, dudes, this is a perfect rotation. And then he just gets mollowed and naded. But in this round, he's made up for it. Him and Sensei have done really well towards long. And he's even been able to rotate over with Paz and Sensei to now watch short. You've got Skrunk, who's got all of long. That's not an issue. You've got Banjo, who's holding down the B bomb site. And with all this pressure on short, it's just so easy for Fireflux to basically funnel these guys into the meat grinder.
I'll tell you what. There's 2 things here that I want to mention. One of them is relevant to the game, and one of them is relevant to just me yapping, I suppose. So I'll talk about the game first, and that is that I really complimented the structure of Ecstatic a lot in that CT side. This T side's been so sloppy. Like, they're just trying to fight out long. They're not taking the map control properly. They're always getting in towards short, which is brilliant, but then that's all they do with it. And it always feels like a deliberate gap being left open by Fireflux. It's fine. We've got Sensei. We could always retake it. Banjo's just been tagged with the scout from Analele. But yeah, I don't know. Something feels off on this T side to me. And okay, we'll come back to it. Because TMB has found this opener. Sensei is on the line. Getting this gun is going to be tricky, but that's why they smoked it. Oh, he missed. Ooh. Oh well, that's an M4. This is good. This is nice little mid-crunch.
This is really, yeah, this is a really nice reaction. Will they overlook Sira?
Yes.
Yes. Banjo comes in, but as the 2 youngsters meet head-to-head, the AK evidently comes out on top. A great self-flash. Soulfly, he remembers that he's the best on the server, and he shows it.
That was the other thing I was going to yap about. I was going to say shout out Paz, because his individual form when I last saw him play was not very good. I think he'd even admit that. He's doing well here. He's been playing some good CS. He's not being a liability.
Paz is definitely, I mean, he's playing towards mid, right? And kind of short. And I think it's been a very big upswing on the CT side with Fireflux. Like, this is looking like a much better team. And I think that also goes in tandem with what you're saying of this has been a pretty weird Ecstatic. This is a cool play from Sensei that we never really saw Kristu going for. I think he was very dynamic on his TT side, but we never really saw him go for maybe a boost on short like that. We saw him playing short, but here, Sensei, he's also caught a really good timing where Kristu has stopped holding for a moment. Soulfly, wow. Molotov just to force Sira in front, forces the duel and wins it out. In the meantime, as I was mentioning, Sensei's been able to cross middle because Kristu unscoped for a moment, and he's going to be able to he's going to be rewarded with a kill. Skrunk, short, he only goes 1 for 1, but it's perfect because everyone else around him succeeded. That 1 versus, even if he hadn't got the kill, it'd still probably be fine. What a
They're
round
playing-
from
they're
Sensei.
playing brilliantly. I'll tell you what, the gun rounds are looking more convincing than when Ecstatic have got Deagles. That round was brilliant from Sensei. As you mentioned, just being so dynamic. And Ecstatic, it feels like currently they're a little bit out of ideas.
Well, it's really hard for Ecstatic there when it's just like you just anything you do there in the default, it gets shut down. You lose the opening kill underpass. You lose your player who's trying to take space on short, and it's like no matter what happens on that default for Ecstatic, it's just falling apart, and that's been a big theme of just this second half for them.
What's the go here then? In towards middle, because again, the only control they've really had is being in towards short. They're anticipating Scrunk pushing, but Skrunk's been really passive on this long hold. He's just been playing to survive continuously. It's really been helping out Fireflux. Oh, nice.
I didn't even know you could do that, but it makes so much sense.
Well, now you do.
Yeah, I just didn't even clock that could be the thing. They've done the lurk smoke, but they've actually had to replenish, and I think that smoke might have missed slightly where Soulfly can still see over the top. Skrunk, though, this is when he gets tested towards long. There's 3 players coming towards him very quickly, and he's actually fighting on long. This is really awkward. This is very awkward now for Fireflux, and it's made even further awkward with the fact Senses that his head teared off. Soulfly has paved way for the rest of the rotations, and TMB is a little bit cautious at getting the bomb down. Syrah, if he comes from behind, he could actually be really dangerous. Doesn't even matter. Nut. Oh no, can't get 2, and Syrah, now he's been identified. It seems like Banjo, it's his time for a quote-unquote ninja defuse. Nut, he just had to hit one more shot, but unfortunately, not today.
No way. How did that just? I guess TMB died to the short player.
No, TMB died to. Wait, as in at the end, he died to Syrah.
No, how did TMB die?
In the 3 versus 2. In the 3 versus 2.
I'm just trying to think where he
TMB
died
dies to the
from.
short guy. Yeah, he dies to the short guy. 3 versus 3, yeah.
Yeah, unlucky. He literally pokes his head out and just loses his life immediately. That's tough. That was again, I told you, these Deagle rounds are looking better than the gun rounds. And now, Ecstatic have got everything, and now you think that they're going to be the ones to press on, but it's been a flurry of rounds in a row for Fireflux. They've tied up the scoreline. We said, oh, they're looking pretty ropey. They've started to stumble a bit. CT side has been their home. They're saving grace, but Christu just bails out Zero with Soulfly going for an audacious swing off the audio.
That was, yeah, and that's a big piece to be taken out. Soulfly has been continuously grasping multi-frags and has been swinging everything in their favor. However, the timing, as you mentioned, Sensei, he gets one, drops back into CT, and is able to put on this long angle without being blinded. Skrunk also supporting from long. He's cleared out long. And Sensei, my god, turning on a dime, nailing absolutely everybody in his crosshairs. Nobody is safe from Sensei, and he's going for more, but it'll be Banjo to give Fireflux map point on their map pick.
What a round. And he's got the ability to do that because, again, Skrunk has taken deep long control by himself and he's just making sure that Analele can't swing into his AWPer. You have all the real estate here. You have all of the timing. Look, he takes it upon himself to pluck one from the Ecstatic herd as they come up short. Flashbang, not good enough, but his shots are more than fine. Awesome round from Sensei. Fireflux are up to 12. Map point. Didn't see that one coming, did you?
No, and it's been a massive uptick in Fireflux. It's actually them taking a tactical pause, interesting enough. I will say as well, Brandon, individually, Fireflux have stepped up as a kind of cohesive unit alongside that. Like, it's obviously, you know, the system's looking better, but it's individually, Fireflux are looking really clean.
Anyone going to help my man Syrah?
Yeah, Sarah's been trying his best. I mean, Christu was doing really well at one stage on the City side,
Yeah,
but
he's
he's
getting a
had
number of openers,
zero.
Christu, as well.
He's had no effectiveness on this T side apart from that last round where Soulfly walked into his crosshair, which is like, it's not gonna happen every day. Interestingly, even though Fireflux haven't been retested towards long too much, Soulfly still does start towards long with Scrunk, but will ultimately leave. And we're actually playing quite more of a site heavy. We're leaving middle completely. There's not even anyone really looking at middle. We're just focusing our attention towards mostly short now. And Soulfly, ooh, false sense security with that information there, Brandon.
Oh, he still follows up with a nade anyway. Here's that smoke. They're going to try and split this. So rather than just attacking one-dimensional through short, as they did in the previous round, this time they're going to try and pop. Is there a boost that could be formed here for Sira? It looks like he's going up and over this smoke, and I don't know if anyone's going to be ready for it. Soulfly overlooks it, and now they burst out long. Sensei and Scrunk to be contended with, and Scrunk is just living, and Sensei isn't thriving, but there is Scrunk arriving in the nick of time. 2 quick kills. The bomb is on long. This is the difficult part. 25 seconds. You need to kill Scrunk, and he's just staying alive. He's just playing time because sure, he might fall, but yes, you've got Paz. Never mind, no, you don't. And Banjo's low HP. We've got OT.
Oh, little does Scrunk know, if he had just swung long, he actually... He wins that round because he would be able to drop the bomb. Only 10 HP. He was cowering in the shadows, thinking that he had to play time, thinking that his rotations were going to come and help him. But neither Banjo nor Paz are effective. Also, Sensei, it's rough. And we'll take a look at the round when it comes up on the screen. But he'd pivoted long to go and support Scrunk. And he doesn't get a single kill. If Sensei had maybe... Because he actually tagged, if I'm not mistaken, he tagged the bomb carrier.
Yeah.
So if Sensei had actually got that kill, it is a completely different round. But instead, 3 stay alive and we go to overtime. Where has this come from?
Well, they split.
Yes,
Soulfly. Traded. Scrunk, though, will follow up again. Scrunk has been undeniable at long. Finally gets some help from his friends, and he doesn't even need it. 2 kills. Drops this smoke. Sira's ahead of it. And spots... Did he spot the head top of the player on site in Sensei? Not sure, but he mollies forward. He swings wide. Sensei caught by Sira.
That is an insane shot to be hitting. And it's all because of the utility usage. Sira and Christu force Sensei out of the shadows. And Christu, it's another banger. A quick scope onto Paz shuts him down, and Banjo now left again in this awkward predicament to 1v2. He throws a smoke to reveal his position, jumping up. He can't even find where Siro is. And this smoke, is it going to allow him to even get onto the bomb site? Just about, but Christu doesn't allow him any further. Siro's not even needed there.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, he is needed to get onto the site, isn't he?
Yeah, that was ridiculous, though.
Really good util usage from Sira. So he takes this kill. He then forces him forward. Another Mollo comes in, and Sensei tries to duck and weave, but Sira, he's a pro at whack-a-mole. You feel like that round's going disastrously, and then Sira erupts onto long. Christu might have spotted that player jumping at the back. Long established. Analele might be caught in the squeeze, but this time he doesn't fight forward. He moves back to be with his team.
Ooh, this is a deeper angle. Sensei is able to nail
Doesn't
one,
matter.
but Sira, he catches the perfect timing every single time.
His game sense is just phenomenal. Like, the amount of times he orchestrates a play, it reminds me a lot, if you're going to give one to Fireflux, about Soulfly. Nut trades out Sira. 3v1 for Banjo. They know he's the B player.
It's again Banjo. They have Fireflux. Wait, sorry. Has Ecstatic ever come B?
Pistol round.
Was it just pistol round?
Just pistol round.
But then you can't ever not leave. You can't ever. You always have to have someone on B.
Yeah. Oh, I guess we lost A again. Gets knife out, starts
And-
running towards CT.
Yeah. Sigh.
It's been a hard day's work doing nothing.
Yeah. Banjo's had a rough. This nade onto TMB though. Imagine if he just dunks ramp. Puts a smoke on the bomb. Wait. Hold up. Ooh, good
Nice.
evening. Also, so the final round of the half, the reason why Soulfly of the second half, the reason why Soulfly got caught off guard, moving away from middle, was because he got pulled towards middle because of mid to B smoke. Fireflux in that situation must have been like, well, surely they're going B, you know, like surely they're gonna actually go B, and then that isn't the case. So I wonder as we go into our final T round, rush B.
Wouldn't hate it. Wouldn't hate the mid to B smoke to actually be used as well.
It's not like they've thrown them massively. Also, they've missed the corner smoke. Christu? What's Blood doing?
He's dead. That's what he,
Oh my god, he's on 1 HP.
Oh, look at Analele.
Wait, Anlele's up long?
Yeah, you have no idea he's here, do you? You wanted to fight top middle instead.
What?
You've gone straight into the guillotine. Analele lines them up and knocks them down. We've gone A again.
And also, look at this. The rest of the team, fair play to them because they're right there with him. Analele, he's surging on for more. His Dominion is not just ending with 2 kills. He wants a 3rd and maybe even a 4th and a 5th. As Fireflux, they had map point in regulation. This was their game to be winning, and now it looks like Ecstatic want to go flawless on their T side. Anlele finally shut down, but TMB playing quite nicely
Oh, don't
with
get caught
Syrah.
now.
Yeah, let's be a little bit cautious because wait, Nutnut's also low. Oh my god, this could be a 2 versus 5 retake potentially. TMB and Nutnut both low HP. They have no nade for the smoke, but they have a spam, and it's TMB on 5 HP to save the day and keep Ecstatic flawless.
Well, that was a little bit silly and goofy towards the end there for Ecstatic, but they are
bit of
able
troll,
to make it work. Syrah has taken matters into his own hands in overtime, and Analele says, I've been inspired, man. I've got you. It just delivers this double. What was really cool about that round as well, the really small micro that actually did differ from all the other rounds, is that Nut did walk out B, and he delayed that Banjo rotation just for an extra few seconds, so when the players work on towards short, there's only one in Soulfly. That did get a little bit hairy, but the in-game leader bails them out.
Oh, what a bizarre game this has been. And Nutnut, oh my god. Well, he's saying, Banjo, you had a pretty boring time. I'm not gonna allow myself to have a boring time. I'm just gonna run straight at them, and that's the opening kill in this second half, but it also comes at the cost of TMB full lane. They try to go for an orchestrated push in tunnels. If both of those kills had come out in favor of Ecstatic, that's game over. But instead, Fireflux are able to reset. They're leaving Soulfly on short and committing the other 3 towards long. Christu's orb
Syrah's got an orb.
misses. Syrah's got a double orb. And those are the 2 players currently towards A. Soulfly, he's ahead of the smoke. Oh, he's just like Syrah. You compared them perfectly. And yep, now Syrah in a world of trouble. Brandon, is he much of an AWPer?
We'll find out. Analele flashes high for him, and he goes through the smoke. Don't even need to be an AWPer if you've got Analele by your side. And now Soulfly needs to try and clutch, but the difficulty is that that bomb is on long. And he's got 1 smoke to do it. And they also knew that about 20 seconds ago, he was on short. Deep space being taken by Analele. Nutnut in towards CT. Soulfly's got to be loud. He's now being heard. And Analele just burrows deeper in towards long and starts to reset all the way around the world. There's no hope in winning this. Analele has played this one perfectly. 10
He's
seconds.
only just got the bomb.
Picked up. You now need to cross, but you're never, ever, ever going to be ready for Analele.
Oh, spotted. This
And
is
not dealt with. Now
Oh,
dealt
he
with.
actually goes for the fight anyways. Like, there wouldn't have been any time. Sorry, that's Analele. That's 2 rounds back to back. He's just picked up a 3 kill. I feel like Analele's had a pretty I don't want to say bad map, but
Quiet.
like, you know, he wasn't anything special. And then out of nowhere, all of a sudden, he just dropped 6 kills after being on 14 for the majority of the game. So fair play to Anlele. Like, that's a massive kind of upswing in the last few rounds. And for Ecstatic, that was a fantastic map that ended up being them forcing it to overtime. And then again, they look fantastic. There's a lot of contradictions, Brandon, in that whole Dust 2.
Yeah.
But I think we should take a little break because Train's up next. It's their map pick. And, well, they're looking to give Fireflux their first defeat of 2025, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and it's going to be difficult for, I think, Fireflux, who are putting a lot of energy to make that comeback happen. And then you're at this point where you got to go to Train now, and you've only played it against Alaska, who are ex-Verdant. So playing it against,
Put
but
some
playing
respect
it
on it.
against, I'm going to put respect on them, but at the same time, playing against high-level opposition in Tier 2 hasn't come to you, and Ecstatic
Alaska.
have been picking it. So it's going to be difficult to see what is going to happen here with Fireflux. Let's see if they can rebound back on Train just after this.
That was a pretty crazy first map. Ecstatic throughout all of it looked like they were going to be winning. And then on their T side, it just completely fell apart. And then it gets pushed to overtime. I'm gonna sit like this so I can just be in the middle. Yeah, it was a pretty crazy game. And then Ecstatic, when they go on to overtime, they then look flawless. And it's like, okay, well, where's this come from?
I know. To be honest, look, Sierra was carrying them to success in the like build up to getting them to overtime in the first place, and Alalele just took over. We even tongue in cheek said it as well, like someone's got to help our man Sierra, and then Alalele did huge rounds in overtime. Heartbreak for Fireflux as well, who made that monumental comeback. But unfortunately, it doesn't matter. They lost, and now you go on to Train, a map where Ecstatic got more reps on it than Fireflux. Fireflux were actually supposed to play it today, again against Alaska, but Alaska had tech issues, so couldn't play the game. So they've only played it once. I don't know what it's going to look like for Fireflux, but they were all warmed up. That was a comment you made, and I completely agree with you. Everyone was hitting their shots when they needed to, and even Banjo on B was still rotating in and getting the final kill in the majority of those rounds on CT sides. So I've still got hope completely for Fireflux, but I don't know whether the structure of Ecstatic is just going to unsettle them, and whether Ecstatic have worked a lot on this train. We'll have to wait and see. We jump into the game now, and we can see whether Fireflux can mount a comeback in this series.
Yeah, well, they actually played Train already today against Iberian Soul only a couple hours ago. And Syrah also dropped 23-16. So Syrah's been playing some really good Counter-Strike today. That's definitely for certain. And Fireflux, they choose to start on the CT side. This is same as their last game against Alaska. I think teams are still honestly figuring out T side, which one's more favored. But for now, it's going to be Soulfly actually dropping first. Sensei is going to be able to get a trade, but the bomb should go down somewhat uncontested. And well, it's actually going to be an advantage, while Fireflux are attempting to contest, but that's the operative word. They're attempting, and they just walk into their grave.
Yeah, really quick. Pistol. Really easy one as well for Ecstatic. Gun's been spotted as well, and Nut cleans it up. 4 players surviving is ideal for Ecstatic. And look at this, a quick burst, an overwhelm with those dual Berettas again, and then taking the space in towards Connector. Nut, brilliant.
I mean, yeah, that's actually a great round from Nut. That second shot with the dual Berettas with like 5 bullets left is really good. He gets both those kills very cleanly. Okay, it's going to be a force buy for Fireflux. And we've got a boost behind a main. Ooh, that's nice. Kind of combination with the sandwich smoke. You're able to just stare down towards Hell and Olof. That's a great opening kill. You can boost in Pop. You can boost in a main. You can boost in Archers as CT side. You can boost all over this map.
Oh, this is my favourite little cringe angle.
Oh, yeah. God, yeah. Cringe. Yeah, you can boost all over this map.
Bit of cringe.
There's definitely some. Oh my god, wait, hold on a second. Anlele, okay. Bit overkill. Sensei, though. Ooh, this scout is doing good damage. He's been run down and finally gets dropped. Banjo, though. Has he been set up for success? Has Banjo's teammates done enough for him to rotate him with the MP9? Nut, an instant reaction on the headshot.
That's a shame. Banjo was trying to weave his way into a little time in there, and it nearly worked. And then now it looks like, oh, he's there. Bang. One click of the mouse. He's dead.
Bang.
That's what it felt like.
Oh, it was like that.
Every time I see something new on Train, I just imagine you just writing it down in your little notepad. Like, ah, yes.
I hate that you're right as well. I've actually got I literally have a notepad called cool rounds that I like. and it's about just looking at rounds so I can go back on CS2 lens later and just watch them. So I write down the round, the name, the teams, and what part of the tournament is, and why I like it.
TMB to disrupt this crossfire, and doesn't really work. Molly goes on to Paz, and he is able to get rid of TMB. Soulfly gets caught as well. This is a cool round that Fireflux like in the 3 versus 3. Xatic got to go and get the bomb.
Are they going to clear Bancho? Yes, okay, even though he was a USP, if overlooked, that could have been a little bit dangerous. Look at this from Sensei, though. He's creeping up the back lines. He's in towards Hell. He will lose a teammate, but he does claim a kill for himself. The bomb is still in his grasps. The smoke is a bit of a weird one from Xatic. But Siri just pushes straight through it anyways. Ooh, that got a little bit close. Aim punch, potentially, for Sensei is his downfall there. But gosh golly, are these rounds a little bit too close for comfort, Brandon?
That is the correct British idiom, I think. Gosh golly. That was a close one. Sensei tries his best to make it happen. It doesn't work out.
It's interesting the amount of utility Fireflux are putting down early, even though they put the smoke down. So not only are they smoking, but they're also mollying E-Box, they're mollying Olof and double nading. We've got the boost being shown again. This is a really cool boost, I'll be honest. And yeah, re-smoke, still you can see over the top just about, but it looks like Christo wants to actually just retreat. And Fireflux, yeah, they've used a lot of utility early on just to basically keep Xatic at bay. And Xatic are more than happy to wait. What the hell? Where? Nut, he just mollowed E-Box from... How did he do that?
I don't know, but it's cool.
We've missed smokes, though. We've got 2 smokes in Hell.
The thing is, while this is so cool and all, the idea of this round was to set up Christie to get a kill, and that hasn't happened because no one's peeked him. So you got 45 seconds. Maybe he finds one now. Perfect. But you still got no map control.
Look at B. Look at B, Brandon.
TMB's walked out B.
And the bomb's going B as well. Yeah. So, sure, the whole round was set Christo up for a kill. It was to put all this pressure towards A. Yes, get Christo a kill, but then it's to sow the seeds of deceit into Fireflux's head and allow then for TMB and Alalay to work out onto the B bomb side.
Look at this little setup as well.
Walks in. Yeah, this setup is very advanced. On the B side, when you get the bomb down, you have to take space, or you are just asking to die. Issue is, the one thing I'm scared about is, look, Christo's still in A main. You've got Syrah really holding the back lines. There's only 3 players on the bomb site, and I guess you only need one. You only need TMB.
What a shot from TMB on towards Scrunk. Now they're even holding. Oh, Christo's in the back lines, holding Ivy to stop the saving players. He says, guys, I've seen another one as well. Maybe come over and try and help TMB. We'll try and answer the call. It gets dealt with by Paz. 2 players live for Fireflux, but Xatic are in control. What a great round. I guess that E-Box molly as well just helps a little bit because it forces, if they were there, these players back. Might force them into pop as well, and then they've got to worry about pop. It brings the AWP over for Sensei, and that's where Christo strikes. And you're right, it creates so much pressure when there's only effectively 1 player in A main.
I feel like I'm at school again when I watch maps like this on train, where I'm just like writing down notes and being like, oh, that was a cool player that I haven't seen before. I'm gonna look at that later. Like, I actually feel like I'm at school.
What a trade.
That's a great trade, but look at this from Banjo. He's walking through his own smoke. And because of that, and Lele falls. So sure, good trade originally, but now we've got no information towards B. That's Sensei trying to pick up an AK, which he'll be costing his life for it. We're somehow in a 3 versus 3. It feels like Fireflux have had a lot of, advantages in this round. And there's another one, but unexpected of the AWP. Christu just drops the AWP anyways. He goes on to the AK. Syrah, he's wrapped all the way around towards long halls. And Christu's taking a lot of liberties over towards B, in towards CT and B. Paz though,
catch him.
yeah, Paz is looking to catch Syrah off. This timing is going to be everything. Paz comes around the corner. Syrah's holding for him. That's the kill that unravels everything. Banjo, he has to expect Christo to be CT, right? And he does. And he wins out the duel. Brandon, Syrah's low HP, and Banjo is able to quickly react. Christo doesn't get the kill and doesn't even waste time. Syrah has nothing he can do in that situation, and Banjo saved the day on a low buy round.
Good comms from Fireflux as well, and I think Paz just sort of pieces that one together. Christo's gone silent. We haven't seen Syrah out of A main for at least 15 seconds. They might be going B, and as soon as he gets that contact, it does a lot of damage onto Syrah. But Banjo then knows what's up. They're splitting through B. That means that Christo must have gone into our spawn. He isolates the fights perfectly. A well-earned round, I think, from Fireflux. Especially on the low buy.
Well-earned round from Banjo. Banjo does everything with catching up Analele, with winning the 1v2. Like, I'd say without him, you know, round wouldn't have been in contention. This is Syrah utilizing that sandwich smoke for basically the first time this game. Unfortunately, it's gonna be his downfall. There is a trade though. Soulfly does fall while trying to kind of like support Paz. And because of that, we now have one person just subjugated towards his B bomb shy, and Banjo capitulates. We've got all of this. This is a really cool T side from Ecstatic because they are putting pressure on A and B consistently. And as soon as they get one kill on A, it just allows for B to be opened up.
Really good angle from Alalele.
He's been hurt though.
Flashback. Oh. At least there's a trade.
An
And this
advantage
angle
still.
from Christo
And
is
nut
so
nut.
good. Yep. Well, everything is just brilliant.
Okay, let me give you the just two. Oh, sorry, we're on Train. God, good start. Train is like it's honestly a map where playing 2B is very viable as a starting, and people are doing it. But as soon as you get that kill out A, all it says to I think Analele and Team B is just like, oh well, there's only one B. And that's when you start putting the pressure on. And they've been working that part of the map perfectly. And it's not necessarily something you've been seeing from teams that are actively working both bomb sites in conjunction like this. So this is a really nice look for me when it comes to Ecstatic. I think they're playing Train like really well right now.
They've got a really good understanding of what's happening dynamically on the map, which it is good to see. And also I think they're playing Train a little bit like old Train, where they've got little lurkers that are occupying a lot of space. I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, but whenever I watch Train, I think a lot of the sort of possession of the map control is towards obviously the A bomb site and Pop. You don't really see teams contest Ivy that much, and I've seen in a number of rounds here, Ecstatic leave one or even two players in Ivy to try and hit this timing, and it's so powerful.
It's I think we're in a very weird part of the map's history where some teams just like look really clued in, and some teams couldn't be any further away from it. By the way, missed sandwich smoke in this round. And I think, like, fundamentally, what I found works really well is putting pressure on Ivy, putting pressure on B, and not just fighting towards A main, or what kind of people are calling, like, mid, A main. And from what I've spoken to a lot of people about, everyone's kind of agreed with that sentiment. It's just being able to put it into the actual game properly.
Free Ivy.
Yeah, big difference. And they've already taken contact. Skrunk has been tagged by the AWP, and in response has put down utility. So have Ecstatic, but this kill, this duel between Analele and Soulfly is everything. Yep, that's now Fireflux with a massive advantage.
All spotted. TMB will remove Skrunk at least, but Sensei can now come around this corner, and TMB jumps round. I think that's been spotted, but you're trying to set up Nut Nut. You don't actually want to go towards B. You've just jumped over to indicate that, hey, stay B, guys. We're coming back. Paz is in a really big position, but Sensei moved over as well. Look at all this space that's now been created.
Yeah, he's being held for. Perfect. Nut. Damage would be nice here. There's one kill. Oof. Maybe could have got a second on the Soul Flyer, but no. That's a beautiful round for Fireflux, where as soon as they get that kill towards B, you instantly just have... it feels like you've won the round, to be honest. And Sensei also plays a really nice round.
It was a nice little swap, wasn't it, between Sensei and Soulfly, because it just meant Soulfly could be just playing the little head glitch on towards default in case they went back A. I rate the mind games from TMB to jump over with the bomb and then they walk back, but it feels like they were ahead of it.
This is a shockingly a low purchase from Ecstatic, even though we've had quite continued success there.
They're just gonna run through the smoke,
and they're
I'm just gonna hear this.
Well, the bomb can get planted. That's the issue here, and yeah, it does. So look, the round's over. Bomb down. Only one kill. A second kill would have been pretty big there, not gonna lie. But it's only one kill in total, but the bomb down is massive because we have quite disjointed economy with only 1900 loss bonus, if I'm not mistaken, going to this round, plus the extra $600. Everyone has a full purchase, whereas previously maybe Nut would only be on, like, let's say 4k, but now he can at least get full utility, and same with Crystal on the AWP. So we're in a very good position for Ecstatic currently.
Still don't know how many rounds you really need on either side, to be honest.
I was taking a look. Fireflux, they seem to have quite a dominant CT side against Alaska. So I don't know if they're CT sided. Sensei, boom, gets the collat with the AWP, and Skrunk's not even caught off guard by Syrah in connector. This round was looking so good, and then all of a sudden a collat comes out and it all unravels.
Very clean. I mean, yeah, what can you really do about that? You just get collatted and then all the riflers lose their 1v1s. Great round. Out of Fireflux, great round. Out of Sensei. I mean, this smoke's missed. I mean, that's the... What can you do about it? Well, land your smoke, actually.
Yeah, so against Alaska, Fireflux won 9-3 on train on CT side. And they actually won T-side pistol, but still struggled to like get going on it. I just don't know really if that means Alaska are C-sided or Fireflux C-sided. I think this map's C-sided personally. I think you should be looking at getting like 7.5, 840 halves. But I think it's a lot different. I think it's still in a very flow statey, like lifespan right now, where it's just whoever favors one side, that's what side it is.
I feel like Ecstatic are going to be really good on CT.
I would imagine so.
If this is what they're showing us on T side, and yes, Fireflux have made a good response here, and they're about to tie things up. I don't know. I feel like Ecstatic are playing better Counter-Strike.
So what I've somewhat deciphered on train, and this is my opinion, is that on a T side you can get away with things. As a CT side, if you are a better team on the CT side, it really shows. But on the T side, you can get away even maybe if you're not as good.
Interesting. We'll see. They've made it out B, and they found the opening kill. Bomb planted just about. So again, more money entering the pockets for Ecstatic. They've been really good at finding their way on towards B and claiming a plant for extra money. Analele's got enough to drop this AWP over as well. Let's see if they can find that 6th round and maybe even that conversation for 7-5. But right now, Fireflux are on a spree of rounds. And this is very much... It bears a lot of similarities to what happened on Dust 2.
Yeah, it feels quite similar, doesn't it? Another overtime then? If we must. Oh, this is a big change up from the CT side. Sensei is getting aggressive towards Ivy. He could catch Nutnut off guard, who's very deep. In the meantime, Analele... Oh, he's just walked into pop. That's a really easy kill to be taking. And also, Nutnut spotted Sensei over towards Ivy. TMB caught with utility out. Paz, how's he been able to get 2? How's he been able to get 3? And Sensei, after showing himself in Ivy, has also rotated back towards A. Banjo's been baited in perfectly. And, well, you gotta tip your hat to Paz there.
Well played from Paz. That's all you have to say, really. The fact that he re-swings, he just completely catches them off guard. Exactly, do not expect him to re-swing. And TMB, the gun is not in his hands, so that's a free 2nd kill. The fact he gets away with a 3rd is even more audacious. Ooh. And those nades are brilliant.
Yeah, Sira's tried to get out of A main. Not today. Final round of the half. It's a full investment for Ecstatic, but you wouldn't really notice, would you? Paz, again, able to do good work towards pop. Unfortunately, only good for 1. And during all that commotion, Christus also just walked through the sandwich smoke. Oh. He's gotten 1, but speaking about walking through smokes. Speaking about walking through smoke, Soulfly does it again. Brandon, we're just swinging each other. We are just taking these straight up duels. They know Soulfly's towards connector, but Scrump is currently the unknown factor, and he has not moved. He has held his ground towards Hell. There, okay. He shows himself. He also gets smoked off. Soulfly towards connector, could deny the bomb, but instead Nut denies him. Christu's also walked through another smoke. Can we get a counter of how many smokes have been walked through? But it doesn't matter. It's Ecstatic. They go to 6.
3, and Christu walked through 2 of them. Check out this pre-aim as well. That's even after losing Syrah.
It was a, I mean, it was a 5v3.
That was the important round here, was the important moment, I think, was this swing into pop in the 2nd here. Grabbing this kill.
This is big from TMB. Not TMB, Nut. Nut's had a huge round there.
So we do end even. TMB with his goofy our view model is now looking in towards A main. I think the dualies here feel very powerful.
Yes, agreed. And are they going to show it? Yes. There's the first. There's the second. There's the third.
There you go.
There's the bomb. Well, you said they were powerful. Yeah, I think so.
Hey, Paj, kept killing us in pop. Unlucky, mate.
Yeah, not today, buddy. Skrunk's got a full set of utility.
Poor Skrunk, he's just watching on. He's just like,
oh, long day.
I like his skin.
I like your skin, but I don't think he's going to win this one.
No skin in the game in this round.
Hey, yo.
At least he's dropped all his util, so they can't pick that up. He expects the flank of Nut.
He's going to have tough skin after that round.
Yeah, cool. Alright, Ecstatic with the
and
pistol.
Nele's just doubled his kills, by the way.
Fair. I mean, this was awesome. Although, gotta be said, why are we not swinging him together?
I was going to say, it doesn't feel crazy special. Like, that he gets 3 kills, but, you know, it doesn't feel Has that nade just disappeared? Oh no, it's been picked up.
I don't know, I didn't see.
It got picked
Didn't
up.
get
It got picked up by someone else. That's an alternative to this throwing. Oh, that's a lot more consistent. Okay, that looks way easier to throw. That A main smoke, because the A main smoke is really hard to land. But yeah, and that's an interesting smoke as well. That's a deep Ivy smoke. So here comes the B execute. We haven't really smoked archers. We smoked deep Ivy. Because the issue is everyone's kind of already on the bomb site. So sure, we have got cool smokes, but we've been unable to get past the defense. This is a force buy from Fireflux, even though they didn't get the bomb down. Isolation of the 1v1s is possible, and Paz will achieve the first. Nut left up into the clutch, and he's already on the move. He's already repositioning from connector where last spotted, and Paz, he's about to be backstabbed. None the wiser. Does he not get spotted? Nut. He hasn't spotted Paz. Will that come to... It should still be fine. Oh my god. I thought the timing was going to get crazy there, but unfortunately for Paz, he just gets outplayed by the youngster as well.
I mean, he's just always on the move. I think that's been the interesting thing, just actually watching both of these CT sides, just in the series, not directly applicable to Train, but you have got the players that are feeling themselves just consistently on the move, getting a kill, repositioning, get another kill, moving all the way around. And there's so many horrible little angles to try and clear. They go all in again. It makes a lot of sense to actually reinvest. Wow. Because you only left one player alive here.
Yeah, for sure. And that is a awkward duel in pop where luckily, yeah. And look at this towards A main though. Sira's playing up close. He might not get cleared. He isn't. In the meantime, Christu is laying perfect support. TMB alongside that. And Scrunk, it's again not able to get any skin in the game. And it's now flawless. What a change up from Ecstatic.
Yeah, they needed that as well. Because that just bankrolls you. Gives you a chance to get double digits as well. They look very calm and composed here, and you've got another individual stepping up. Nut is having a blinder.
Oh yeah.
Without the, I was gonna say this has all been without like the AWP support as well. Like Christu's been on the rifle like 90% of the game.
Yeah, I mean it's Train's one of those maps where I'm not convinced yet how easy it is to get AWP support. Samay yesterday was fantastic, to be fair, and I think he's one of the best players I've actually seen so far. Well, he's had one of the best maps on the CT side I've seen so far as an AWPer. But
what a flash.
Yeah, what I've noticed about, I'm gonna go on a small tangent here.
Yeah, go on.
Like, you know how it's like, oh, nice flash into Sira in pop. What I've noticed with some teams and just kind of from us, that is an insane nade, is that it's easy as a CT side because you've obviously got two players who normally play in and around A main pop, right, towards E-box. It's very easy to sometimes get lost in the source and have one player fighting A main, one player fighting pop. And I know it's like this round doesn't really matter, but it is good to see teams like actually kind of coordinating a lot more. Of like, okay, even though maybe we have util down on A main, we still are going to be ready to engage towards pop. And it's just those type of things where I've seen teams get a little bit lost in the source of that at times.
I get you. New map, confusing experiences, there's a lot to go on. And
yeah.
Because you haven't really got the necessary reps, you don't really know what the defined meta is. You're still anticipating.
That's
You're not anticipating
big counteraction. Good read from Fireflux. It's always a scare of a CT side. It's always very scary. Because you could just walk into... Like, you don't see that coming until it's too late. So that's a very important round for Fireflux. They've got a very important opening kill. We were talking about Christu on his AWP Brandon. Well, he's actually picked one up going into this round. And look at this mass rotation from Ecstatic. They have basically completely left A. They've got 3 players on this B bomb site. Syrah close round, and Lele in heaven, and this has got very awkward because I think Ecstatic have basically just revealed. Ecstatic have just revealed they've got 3 players B. So that's why we see TMB rotating off. Rotating and re-aggression, but more engaged. 2 together, Scrunk. Expecting Syrah, but it doesn't matter. Bomb drop, 3 versus 3. Syrah can just leave this now. He's completely by himself. Just reposition and play the clock because it's already so low.
Oh yeah, he's in the little horrible angle.
He's in.
Yes.
30 seconds
The
left.
thing is, they have to go B now.
They have to, but do Ecstatic realize this? TMB,
Yes.
he's here, but this deeper angle can be negated quite easily. He's jiggling, getting the information, takes the contact. Will they clear Syrah? Low HP, and he unfortunately has to look at too many angles at once. So because of that, Paz, who comes late out ramp, is able to catch him when he's looking the other way. And Ecstatic, that was almost a perfect round, Brandon. But you know what I mean about TMB and Connector?
Yeah.
Like, if he'd actually committed to the bomb site, I think that's a different story.
Yeah, because if he's a little bit deeper there, then
or closer.
You've got that's what I meant. Closer to the bomb site, deeper in B.
Yeah.
Then you've got Syrah that can just look at B main.
Yes. Kind of precisely for me. It's like Syrah, he actually isn't really getting any support there from TMB. And then, you know, on top of that, Sensei Zorp just holds for him, right? Yeah, okay. It's a round for Fireflux where they always had the kind of advantage, but that gets very close towards the end. Like, I think if I'm Fireflux, a little part of me is like, whew, that got close.
Yeah. You're thinking, wow, they dropped the bomb, we still just went in there. Good recovery.
It's a good call.
That's their first T round, by the way.
And also, it's a round where Christu Zorp just didn't even have an element of impact.
I wonder if they know it's there.
I don't think they do. Speaking about Christu Zorp, though. Meow.
Syrah's heard them run as well.
Yeah, they're very much in the know. There's a deep smoke in B. So currently, the T-side are kind of trapped around that. But they're peeking towards window, and they're peeking into Nut Nut. Grenade, Kobe. Oh, doesn't get the kill. I said it too early. But they won't expect Christu here. Yeah, really huge. They maybe expect there to be like a rifle, for instance. Not an AWP holding you.
Do you reckon you could wallbang where Banjo is?
Wait.
With the AWP? Do you reckon you could?
Yeah. I'm gonna write that down.
Thank you.
There was a wallbang Mantu was trying to do.
That's in the new notebook of things Brandon says.
It's one line.
Yeah.
Did you see Mantu trying to wallbang from brown halls to through the windows? I was actually planning to go and see if he could actually do that. Ooh, that's a... Sorry, Sensei's made this 3v5 very contestable. Syrah's the ultimate difference maker here. He's not getting cleared. They're running out. There's the first. Wait, no, he doesn't expect Banjo. Oh, Syrah, he had to get 2. His position was amazing. Nut Nut almost just died to a Molo, but even though he hasn't fallen, he's revealed his position, and he's been held for. Sensei, what a round from him. Gets inflicted on a dink, but it's Christu on the AWP is not going to be able to capitalize on this low HP. He's going to have to utilize his pistol, and if only Syrah had got 2, he's gone from hero to 0 for me. And now Christu walking out, big quick scope. Also, doesn't take a lick of damage. No kit. Is there a kit down anywhere? I actually don't know.
Could be one at backside, not sure though.
No, but he has... He's picked up another flash. Sensei's just looked at the bomb, by the way. Oh, wait, no, it wasn't planned for him. Is there time? No. There's a kit down. I think he's got it.
He's got it.
Oh, it's close though, Brandon.
He's got it.
Oh, he's got more than enough time. That's a massive clutch from Christu. And I thought Sensei had positioned himself in a place that he could actually spot the bomb from a little bit deeper, but no. He had to make noise running up, and because of that, Christu just gifted the clutch. Okay. We're on 11.
I can't believe that. I mean, amazing work from Christu, but that afterplant feels really sloppy. Because, look, you got Sensei that's got obviously backlines to clear everything. If you're Banjo, you can't, like, you can't reveal yourself there, and he does. So that's the 11, 2 rounds away for Fireflux losing a best of 3. And they lose the AWP early. Good trade out of Banjo.
That's a massive kill. And Lele scampers away with the AWP, though. He's holding for Scrunk. And I don't think Skrunk's going to expect this cranium cracked open by the 40 cal. And now Fireflux. It's just looking at these individuals to try and make space. Nut, he could be on the receiving end of a deathly blow from Soulfly, but...
Really good molly from him, by the way.
Yeah, he kind of stops them, blocks them coming out of ramp. And now his rotations are here. Flashbang through. It doesn't blind Paz, but you know what? It does the job. His teammates are putting pressure on. It kind of discombobulates Paz. And that's a round where from an opening kill, it just goes so far in the favor of Ecstatic.
And that was all, can you just flash me Ivy, bro? Yeah, okay. And then Analele does the rest. They can't go anywhere because they haven't got any A main space, they haven't got Ivy space. The only space they've got is in towards B. They put a smoke down. Nothing that counts it with the molly. You can look at Heaven. This is... I don't want to say it's over, because we've already seen one of these leads slip into OT.
Yeah.
But it feels different.
It feels very different. Paz also dunked by nades and just not even... There's nothing he can do right there. There's no sandwich smoke as well. Okay. Okay.
We're getting a little bit silly.
I don't know what just happened. Okay, well, Fireflux have a single smoke on Sensei and... Oh no, another one on Scrunk, but... I don't know where Scrunk can actually smoke from Pop. Maybe Arches? Also, Sensei's terrified of now A main control, which
hello.
Rightfully so. Oh, hello! What? Bye-bye, Soulfly. And that's also the identification of at least one more. TMB playing close A main. He deals with one, but it is a good trade. Doesn't matter. In a beat. Ecstatic drop both the last 2 players, and they do it with extra style points. What an awesome last round. And the Danes, they go 3-0 in the CCT main Swiss, Brandon. What a good start to the year for them.
And everyone's chipping in. You got Syrah and Alele on map 1. And then you've got Christu and Nutnut on map 2. Like, that was fantastic from Ecstatic. On that CT side, it felt like they were always in control. I think the reason why they can do that boost, by the way, is because they've got all that deep A main space. And the player that's boosting is also holding in for the Ivy push. And Christu doesn't overstay his welcome. He gives a glance into Pop, he takes his kill, and he gets out. Again, promoting this dynamic movement from Ecstatic. Brilliant work from them. We'll see them in the playoffs. Fireflux, they played well on D2. Train was a little bit out of their grasp. They've still got more matches to play. They've still got 2 chances to try and make it through to the playoffs here in Series 16.
Yeah, and it should be pretty good for them. Like, that's actually Fireflux's first loss of the year. In all the tournaments they've played, they've actually been playing some pretty serious Counter-Strike, all things considered. But for now, we are going to be moving on to the next game. Spirit Academy versus Amkal. It's 2 young CIS teams looking to brawl.
Yeah.
You better be sure it's going to be an electric game of Counter-Strike, but in the meantime, we've got about 30 minutes until we go live with that. So, ladies and gentlemen, do not go too far. In about 30 minutes, we'll be back with our next 2-0 game. Whoever wins will join Ecstatic in playoffs. Will it be Kyosuke, this touted legend, or will it be Molody, who everyone has been like, who is this kid? Don't care. He's amazing, so he must be pretty good. I will be seeing you guys in half an hour for that. And welcome back to our final game of the day, and you better buckle in, because this is going to be a very high octane, high intensity, a very exciting game. We've got our last 2-0 game, Spirit Academy versus Amkal. One of these teams is looking to join Ecstatic into the playoffs.
Yeah, and look, it'll be a good game as well, because you've got two really young teams. One of them has got an unbelievable amount of firepower in Kiyosuke. You've got Melody on Amkal, who is looking to prove himself at this level and is looking really damn good as well. And I'm excited. I know there's some critiques of Spirit Academy's structure that we can dive in and talk about just as the best of 3 goes on. But I think when we take a look at this team and we see they're both in the standings of 2-0, Spirit Academy lost their 10-map winning streak, their 10 best of 3 streak against Zero Tenacity yesterday, and I was watching that and I was casting it, and it felt like they should have won the game. There was a number of opportunities that they could have, and they just didn't. They just weren't able to close. They came back from being 9-3 down on Mirage and couldn't close in OT. Nemanja was just playing out of his mind, as you'd expect, and yeah, that ended that, but they're looking for redemption here, looking to bounce back immediately. And for Amkal, they've been on a really good swing of form lately, and I've always was a big fan of the DMS roster, and I'm glad they've now got Amkal picking them up.
It's a serious kind of rise in organization.
Yes,
Wasn't DMS, was it an unofficial academy team of Amkal? Or was it?
I don't know.
No, or was it Parivision? I think DMS was like the unofficial academy of Parivision.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
I don't know if that's the like. Don't hold me to that, but there was something I saw about. Yeah, it was something along the interwebs. But
Okay.
this is, I think the reason, like, just springing to mind, I didn't watch that game yesterday against Zero Tenacity, but for Spirit Academy, look, when we watched them against ESC, they won 2-0. They looked like the better team. Not tactically, though. It was all individually. And a lot of the flaws came from the fact that their system just seemed a bit all over the place. And I want to take a look at that team first. And I think it's very easy to break down the inconsistency of Spirit Academy. You've got Outcrum. That guy's a very inconsistent AWPer. And I think that isn't the crux of it, but it certainly doesn't help.
Yeah, I think so. I think if Alcrane gets confidence, he takes over the server. And if he starts off slow, then it takes him a while to rebound in. The thing is, you don't know what performance you're going to get out of Alcrane, which is really difficult as your AWPer. I think Sypho is really good in this team. I think Mokajin's really been stepping up recently. The floor of the team's been stepping up, which has helped them and helped Kiyosuke just sort of take over games. But I'll be real, over the last like 4 best of 3s I've watched of Spirit Academy, Kiyosuke has had one map where he's been mega, and then the others he's actually a little bit quiet on. So I'm interested to sort of see his development this year, and this entire team's development this year as well. I don't know how much firepower can get them through best of 3s alone. I mean, it's been working so far, but yeah, something has to shift a little bit tactically to get them to that next step.
Yeah, Kiyosuke is just kind of stupidly good. And someone who has also been a bit too good for my liking is this Melody kid. I think there's a lot of comparisons between Kiyosuke and Melody, but actually more so impressively for Melody, because he's actually yet to have a negative HLTV rating this year. So if we head over to the Amkal roster, he's gone negative once in their opening game against NIP, still at a positive HLTV rating. And you know, he did amazing against Fnatic, Sinners. Like, those are some pretty big teams. Brandon, I'll be honest, I don't know anything about this guy. Are you able to break it down for me?
I can a little bit, but I also want to just have one thing that's completely unrelated, and that is, look at AW. Look, he's smiling. Guys, can we encourage smiling in team photos? We're just all so serious and just all angry. We're young kids, we're enjoying the game, we're playing really well. Like, let's have a smile in our media pictures.
Like a cheeser.
Yeah. But Melody, he came in for Height, right? And this team just elevated. Height was really good in my opinion, and I thought it was him and AW that were doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Now it's just Melody just taking over games. I don't know where he came from, but I'm glad he's here, and he single-handedly destroyed Fnatic in their game and gave Fnatic their loss, and he was undeniable. AW, I've always been big on. I really like AW a lot as a rifler. I think he has the perfect balance between being aggressive and then also the game sense at such a young age to know when to disengage, to reset with the team. Smet has really improved over the last couple of months as well, in my estimations. I really like this roster. I'm a massive fan of it. They were really good at the start of 2024 when they first broke onto the scene. The second half of 2024 was a little bit middling, and now they hope, I think, with the new organization back in them and the belief shown in them, that they can step up and rise again.
Yeah, I think for me, when I look at this team, AW was always the one that I was looking at with a lot of like, oh, okay, this guy's really good. And now that's somewhat shifted. And there is a worry for me that Melody is the hard carry, because everyone else so far in CCT in their four maps they've played against Sinners and Fnatic, they're actually yet to get a positive. Like, they are not positive. Okay. No, sorry, they have got a positive, but like overall, they're not positive. Melody is the only one who is above a 1 rating currently. It just so happens he's on a 1.42 rating, but especially when you're against Spirit Academy, like, I don't know. I don't think you can get away with just having Melody as this kind of like star, this, you know, carrying them over the line. Like, you need AW. He's probably the one that I'm going to be looking at a lot more.
Same.
Because I know what he can do, and I feel like he maybe has to do. But let's go take a look at the veto, because I think what's interesting with the veto in general is obviously Mirage pick of Spirit Academy. It's their map pick, but that was the map they lost yesterday against Zero Tenacity in quite a weird, like, comeback, unsuccessful comeback. Like, that seemed like a really weird series.
Their T-side sucked, is the brutal honesty of it. Also, Joffo had a life game. Joffo ended the half 23-4 or something. Like, it was actually insane. And then he
20 and 3, okay.
Yeah, 20 and 3, and then he got like 3 kills for the rest of the half, and when they made their comeback.
He got 7.
Yeah, like it wasn't great, right? So yeah, I look, they just need to work on their T sides a bit. They'll get the chance to do it in this map, because Amkal will start CT side on Mirage. Map 1 Ancient, you look at this veto overall, and I think this was the expected outcome. Neither of these teams really wanted to play Train. Spirit Academy keep floating it, and it's almost like, hey, we used to play Vertigo. Hey guys, like we can play Train. Amkal say no. Well, you know, Ancient's a good map for us. Spirit don't really want to go to Anubis, because aside from that win over Zero Tenacity, they've been getting destroyed on it recently. So they get rid of that. They go to Mirage, Dust 2 Decider. It makes a lot of sense, especially for these two teams that have got a hell of an amount of firepower.
Ancient's a weird one for me with Spirit Academy. As I'm blending into the background. Ooh, I'm a ghost. When we watched Spirit Academy against ESC, and I feel like it's kind of, like, just looking at the scoreline of this Cyber Show game as well. Like, I don't know, very random. Is that the word I'm going to be going for here? You had Kaisuke running Red Room on the T side at 1 minute and 40 seconds with the rest of his teammates like B doors, and you're just looking at that and you're like, okay, he gets a 1-for-1, and then I went on a whole tangent about how it's actually worse to get an opening kill and then instantly be traded, like, when you're too aggressive. And then for DMS, look, they look quite legit on Ancient. Weird beginning of the year against NIP, getting smacked 13-5, but then really back-to-back decisive win against Eyeballers, Sinners, Fnatic. I don't want to say it, but I genuinely think DMS, Amkal, could take map 1 at a minimum here, and especially if Mirage is going to prove to be even further difficult for Spirit Academy. Amkal looked good on that map this year already. So if that's going to happen, we need more from other players. That's not just Molity.
Yeah, I back that. I back that a lot. Let's take a look at this, though, because you've got players scaling. Robo's just shooting through the smoke just to put pressure there. But for Amkal, They thought about going shelf. They've changed their mind. Look at this setup, though, for Spirit Academy. You've got Alkaren tucked in at Brokey, and you've got Mokajin boosted. This is difficult.
It could be very easy if Alkaren falls, or if he doesn't hit his shots. Both same. There's the shot being hit. Same from Robbo rotating CT. Do they know about Mokashim? I really don't know. There was a Molotov thrown towards A main. I don't know if that was for the T or the CT side, but no, they don't seem to be aware of Mokashim. But everyone's freezing, and we're waiting for Kalash to make his move. But Spirit Academy, once they realize that everyone's frozen, they kind of start to clock that, okay, maybe someone's coming from, let's say, CT, and that's exactly what's happened. Bomb tap, Mokajin spotted towards A main. Kaiosuke, he's rotated towards Temple. And right now, for Amkal, they just can't get the bomb down. There is a Molotov that's going to be thrown towards Temple, and Mokajin's forced out. Maybe a bit of miscommunication there, thinking Kaiosuke can peek, but he's been blocked off. Robbo's got a smoke, but for Amkal, the bomb going down changes everything, and AW shows us why. I said I needed to see more from him going into this series, and already we're starting off with a bang. Robbo, there's no way he clutches this up though, and Molody and AW, the most dangerous two players you can have in a 2vx, push it over the line.
Yeah, I mean, what an awesome recovery from Amkal. And that was even after, you said it yourself, they went and got isolated Kalash, they held, but it's AW pushing on Cypho and then going back into site. That makes it really tricky. And then there's just individual gunfight after individual gunfight being taken by Spirit Academy. They had all the players there. They could have swung together. They didn't. And yes, it was a good round from Amkal. Some necessary shots needed to be hit, and it was fantastic. At the same time, though, you look at that and you think, structurally, why aren't you swinging together?
It was all really perfect, to be honest, until Mokajin, I think, played A main, and then Kaiosuke couldn't play Temple. That was, for me, where it all fell apart. But right now, B-Dog. That was a very easy, very quick anti-eco for Amkal. Molody's already got an AWP out. He's been dropped it over, I think. And it's going to be 5 A1Ss for Spirit Academy. It's going to be a big lean over towards mid and A currently for Amkal. Missed elbow smoke. That's massive. However, a really good re-aggression with the flashbang.
Brilliant.
Oh my... What? That was perfect from Mokajin and Kaiosuke. And it's... wow. That round... There's no way they knew the elbow smoke had missed there. Surely not.
No, I don't think so.
Either way, that was immaculate.
That was
the
brilliant.
elbow smoke missing actually helps Spirit Academy because it pushes Amkal forward.
This is where we learn that it was deliberate. Hey, guys.
I was literally just thinking. I was like, not gonna lie, it's not super common to reflash in there. So I'm like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, did they know?
Either way, it was a beautiful sequence between Kaiosuke and Mokajin. I really rate that from Cypho as well, right? At the end of the round, we don't get to see him, but if you look to the minimap, he was in spawn. Like, he was in T-spawn, holding for the deep rotate of these players, and also if, for example, Kalash gets the kill there, then he goes towards ramp, Cypho's ready. So, a much better round of Counter-Strike at Spirit Academy, and they made that round look so simple.
I mean, it was just that flash play, to be honest, and then also a crunch from Cave. Ooh, Kaiosuke, he gets... Oh, what? He died to a smoke! Oh
no!
My God! I've never seen that before! He gets run boost into the Molo, and then the smoke Cave! Oh my God, it lands from T-spawn! The smoke coming from T-spawn kills him!
No way.
See you on
Reddit. Died
Reddit!
to a smoke. Wow, that's the opening kill. And now Amkal, they sit back in their positions. I like this aggression out of Spirit Academy. Robo, Mokajin. They take A main space. Robo drops off Mokajin. Goes, oh, there you go. Smet is holding for this. Or he was holding for it. But that's going to incentivize Amkal to go in towards B. And you've also got Robo immediately on the way. Smoking towards Donut is hopefully going to delay rotation from Mokajin and
pivoting.
Robo. But they're pivoting. So everything I've just said is completely wrong.
Yeah, I was like, I don't want to correct you, but I actually really like the fact that Amkal are doing this. Because
I like the fact they're taking the space away just from where Mokajin
yeah,
was.
you kind of see this a lot nowadays in CS, where it's like if they have time, they're gonna reset and actually go back to places like A where they lost a player because they know that Spirit Academy are probably gonna stack up towards B, and that donut smoke blocks any info. 15 seconds, we're accelerating onto A. There's one late middle, 2 out, A main, and Mokajin. Oh, Mokajin denies absolutely everything. 4 kills collected for him, and with 4 seconds left, AW has no hope in hell.
I mean, awesome hold from Mokajin. If you want to be a little bit critical here, if you've retaken that space, you've got 30 seconds, he's going towards A. With AW on a Tech 9, he can't really be a lurker. I feel like he needs to go in towards B and at least hold back those rotates. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because Mokajin, as the solo A hold, gets 4 kills. But you can kind of see my point. I think that's a little bit of a blunder there for Amkal. They're going to reinvest a little bit. Spade 8's gone all the way down to $0 with a Mac 10, and it achieves nothing. Right, we need Melody on the AWP.
Sorry, I've just looked at I've just rewatched the clip of him dying. So the smoke just gets thrown, shelf, it just lands on him.
That's so funny. Like, they had to be like, lol, what?
I've never seen that in my life.
Kiyosuke's like, 1 T-spawn?
Well, so it wasn't even T-spawn, it was actually thrown from lane.
I will say this, and that is for Melody, who is on a 1.4 and is an AWPer. Feels like Amkal mismanaged their money a little bit.
Well, it's Ancient. Ancient's one of those weird ones where it's like, maybe you just do want him on a rifle more so. And for plays like this, because we're just popping onto the B bomb side, Spirit Academy have 2 players in cave, only 1 directly on the bomb side. He instantly falls without really any retaliation. And look at this as well. You have Smet who's lurking through A. So Alcaran's gonna probably fall, and now all the focus is over on this retake from ramp, and so far, well, I actually kind of like it. Mokajin, 4 bullets, snaps onto the head, but this is when Smet starts to activate. Alcaran, backstabbed, it was scary, but still works. Oh, Robbo, the IGL comes into glory. Mokajin sticking the bomb, but Smet comes around the corner with milliseconds left, and they line up for him.
How's that happen then? Imagine if Smet whiffed on Alcaran, that wouldn't have been possible. I mean, up until this moment, Spirit Academy's retake was sublime, but it was that extra element, wasn't it? It was Smet in the back lines. Robo knows he needs to go and cover Mokajin. Bomb planted for long. Might have even had seen Smet cross short, but it doesn't matter. They're both low HP, and they're both down in the dirt. Amkal are able to keep this one even, and they still really want to fight for middle.
Alcaran flashed off. Ooh, he's in trouble. They're ahead of this Molo. Ooh, Alcaran's been annihilated, Brandon. That's a massive opening kill. This is very fast. And they're just reacting off the kill that they've been given. Shoulder spotted towards Temple. Mokajin, hello, guys. Why is the bomb down? What's going on? Molody has got his AWP, and he might have to do a lot right now, but he's been knocked down a peg. USP out for Mokajin. This guy is invincible right now. Finally, he gets denied, but AW, he's just left by himself. It's a ropey spray, but Robbo, the IGL, he's had big back-to-back rounds. And Spirit Academy, sure, they lose the 1 versus 2, or I guess the 2 versus 1, but they do bounce back and actually end up winning the 4 versus 5.
I am shocked I mean, maybe you didn't see the shoulder, but we certainly did. And then the molly came into big box, and I was like, oh, it's a big box molly that's going to cover temple. It didn't spread all the way, so they're able just to hop out. So that might have been a commed over sort of player position, but the molly not spreading and then punishing. You gotta deal with Mockajin on A. And to be honest, with these few rounds that they've had, Amkal, where they've just been shut down time and time again by him, there's a conversation piece where you go, okay, we'll just leave him, and we'll just go and try B.
Then when they went towards B, Mockajin also got a multi.
Okay. Operation Stop Mockajin.
Which is always dangerous when he's not supposed to be the, like... No, he's not the one you normally worry about. Robbo's also playing really well. Kaisuke's the one who's actually not been doing much. He's also the one dying of smokes. Mid out again for Amkal. It's a low purchase for them. You've also got Kalash walking up lane. Ooh, Kalash has somehow got past Robbo there. I thought he was going to die. It's a decent start for Amkal, things considered. They've got a lot of space, but they also do have smoke and flash left.
Smoke long, flash up, maybe. The thing is, the Mac 10s and the Tech 9s can do serious work. Yeah, smoke. Not going to long. They're going to group up and get a little bit closer before heading in towards cave. Melody even holding just in case there is that backstab. Smoke goes in towards cave at a really good time, and that's going to force them through into the fight. And AW starts to scale as well with the Mac 10. Catches Robo. Rotations are here, but that lack of coverage with the smoke grenade might be a bit tricky here for Amkal. Alkaren, I don't know how that was whiffy, but also I don't know how that shot did like 40 damage. It's almost like the bullet bounced off the floor and up into the leg.
It was actually a ricochet. Ooh. Okay. This is a really weird map so far, Brandon, I'll be honest. I don't really know what to make of it. Fast mid. This has had mixed bags of success. This time, though, Svede and AW really good on the pop. Mac 10, though, negated by Alkarin's reposition. And on top of that, Robbo is going to kill down towards B lane and is already instigating himself in the back line. Cypher, he knows there's two towards A main because of that boost. He's dealt with one of them, and they're very aware of Molody being maybe towards CT, maybe towards Donut. Regardless of all of this, though, Robbo, his lurk is successful.
And the bomb's dropped. I can't believe that round is a 3v5 and then they don't lose a single player.
It's a bit weird, right? Because, like, obviously it's against pistols and, like, Mac 10s. Because it's also, honestly, a perfect reaction for Spirit Academy. Like, you have Alkarin coming to help middle. And then you also then have, like, this really good push from Robbo, who kind of realizes that, okay, well, they're a lot towards middle. There's only one towards B. He gets that, and then, boom, instant reaction. And because he's got all of that control, it allows for the rotation of, who was the guy? Was it Cypher on the bombs? Yeah, Cypher, who supports Alkarin, being like, okay, well, I know they're going to be A main, and... like, they're honestly very good heads up from Spirit Academy here, all things considered.
I think the thing with Spirit Academy is that they've been incredibly responsive, and they've been reacting to situations that potentially could spiral out of control very well. And there's always personnel there to ensure that rounds don't go awry. They're fighting middle again. And they got good space here, Amkal. No one challenging this time. It's Kiyasuke that is just over towards sort of Red Room CT. Mokujin's going to take first contact here in Donut. And that means that the 3 players on B, for the moment, they can steady themselves. Great utility in Donut, but again, you got to get by big old Kiyasuke.
Yeah, well, he hasn't had the greatest of games, and he's also splitting his attention between A main and Donut. Little does he know, pretty much everyone's towards Donut, but that spam from Kalash just draws his attention away. And sure, Kiyasuke was on the bomb site, but he gets nutted, Brandon. And that was a nice nade. Is this a possible retake? Robbo, oh, he could catch a W. He does, nails the shot, and now we can accelerate for the retake without any worry of someone coming in through the back lines. Molody also matching up against Robbo towards Donut, but it might not matter because Molody's teammates are all falling. Kalash just about survives, and Alcaran just stuck between 2 mines.
I'll tell you what, I actually thought Cypher had played that brilliantly, and then he didn't win the 1v1. He knew that Kalash was A main. If he gets that kill, it's a different story. Melody also gets Alcaren's AWP. And you're right, Kiyasuke not having the impact we expect from him, but I imagine T-side will be a completely different story. I'll tell you what I've been impressed with from Amkal, as we've had the discussion before, literally in the pre-game, just about Melody and how he's been the talisman of this team to really lift and carry them through games. Everyone is having really good moments now here for Amkal, in necessary moments. Like, this round is so important to the remainder of the first half here for Amkal, because it keeps the money honest for Spirit Academy here. If they win this, it will definitely be 6-6.
This has felt like a really evenly matched game, to be honest. Okay. I like this call from Amkal. We're going straight towards A. Issue is, I was gonna say the issue with Brandon here is that, like, look, the whole of mid is taken. If Spirit Academy can take lane control, it's gonna be very free rotations. And yeah, lane's being taken at the same time. Okay, what we gotta do on A is just not lose anyone, because now this retake, even though it's a 5 versus 5, it is in favor of Spirit Academy. Mokujin, he's been very slow since those opening few rounds, and it goes 1 for 1, but that's the big kill that breaks the camel's back potentially. Cypher falls, Molody providing perfect overwatch through CT smoke, and because of all this commotion, we're going to start now seeing the activation of Kalash. He hears Kiyasuke running away, and he's even going to backstab him in the process. Robbo left last alive, and Spirit Academy just very disjointed when that execute comes through.
You can't really add anything to that, because I was going to like try and step in, but I was going to say, genuinely, bar for bar, exactly what you said. If Spirit Academy take the lane space, that as it's been conditioned by Amkal, when you don't see anything in towards mid, you take that ground, you can rotate freely, but beautiful entries onto the site. The key thing for Amkal there is getting that trade onto Mokujin. And AW just blasts one through the smoke. Not sure if Amkal even blew open the CT smoke, whether it was Alcaren rotating in from CT. Regardless, doesn't matter who did it, it's Melody that has the last say in that round. And denying Kiyasuke and AK is everything, because now he's on what? Just a pistol and armor. At least Alcaren's got an ult. There is still a little bit of venom into this round, but I think, by and large, Amkal have been the better team. It's just these individual moments that are getting the best of them.
Yeah. Amkal are looking a lot better, I'll be honest. I was talking about individuals. Oh, pardon me. Talking about individuals stepping up for Amkal. I didn't realize I'd have to say the same for Spirit Academy. First kill Mokujin got in the last round for a long time. Kiyasuke's just gone under 5 kills.
That smoke has gone way too deep, but they're going to push
Oh
it anyway.
god, yeah, that door smoke is in Narnia right now, and Kalash is actually playing around it, but it's forced the re-smoke, which at a minute 15 of Amkal coming back over towards B is actually really, it's really valuable for Amkal.
Yeah.
At Spirit Academy have been forced to put down the re-smoke really early on because the smoke's now faded, and guess what? Everyone's here. You're leaving Smet as a lurk. He hasn't had many kills, but he's been very effective when he's been needed. And Cypher's also just going to get smoked off. Well, as in, segregated by the smoke. Smet does actually fall quite early on. This means that we're going to be going into a retake still in the advantage of Spirit Academy. And Kaisuke is putting a lot of pressure in from Cave, turning our attention to Kalash. He's got players. What's going on? Hello?
Not ready.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, he's got players hounding him down. I thought he was gonna have to get flashed in, but then I saw Molody was in Cave, so he couldn't flash. And his teammate didn't either. Molody, 1 versus 4, bombs being defused. Nada. No chance. Spirit Academy. I don't know, man. They take the lead in the half. Same as the game against ESC. Doesn't feel like, I don't know. Doesn't feel good.
I'll tell you what happens there. The most crucial kill is that Robo one in elbow against Smet. Because what it does is it puts additional pressure on Amkal, but in the same vein, with Kiyosuke being really loud over towards Cave, they're stuck in between two mines, and Melody has to walk through his heaven smoke to go and check for Robo. Where has Robo gotten off to? Well, he rerouted all the way to CT, but because you've got all of these different pieces worrying and stressing about everything else, it means you can't go for the overall goal, which is takes deep space into CT. Because you completely negate his heaven rotate, you completely negate the player in Cave if you just take space into CT. Good counter utility from AW. Dual Berettas ring out in his favour, and he once again annoys and deletes Kiyosuke.
Well, Amkal won the first pistol round, remember? So they only got 5 rounds of the half. Maybe the second pistol round is a mandatory win. Mokajan's being wrapped from elbow. What a re-aggression from, I think, who's that behind him?
Oh no, Sfade.
Oh, Sfade, you silly boy. How is Mokajan still alive?
There we go.
What are we doing, Spirit Academy like? We've left the bomb on shelf by itself. Sypho's now fighting for his existence, but he should just wait because he's got 2 players coming behind him in Cave. He just has to hold on, but they're taking the fight to him. Oh, Sypho, fair play, he gets one in that situation, but still, he falls far too early, and because of that, Molody's been able to readjust onto behind. Robo, no armor, but he does have the element of surprise.
Melody is still jiggling this.
Yeah,
Perfect peek. Notice how he's just leaning with his shoulder, so he's got a little bit of space. As soon as he spots any pixel, he can then just wide swing. It's perfectly set up for Melody. Impact in that round, getting those 3 kills. Sfade, mate, that should have been all over, and we shouldn't have had AW falling in Cave. But regardless, it will be that round for Amkal. And you mentioned that Amkal getting the double pistols. Spirit Academy, in general, when I watch them, it's just the gun rounds. Like their pistol play is quite weak. I don't know if we can get a stat on that, but from me watching them personally, they don't win many pistols. Which makes it all the more impressive that they went on a 10 best-of-3 winning streak.
So many things with Spirit Academy. I'm like, how are they actually winning games? It's like, oh, okay, well, apparently they can all just click heads really well every now and again. Well, they don't win pistol rounds. They don't have good cohesion, but they still beat everyone. Let me check. Did you check stats on that?
No, just from watching them. There'll be one map where they lose both pistols, then there'll be another map where they win one, lose one, and then they'll somehow end up just winning both. But it's not convincing. great nade that gets thrown onto Sypho, but he's still scaling. Melody forced out by the molly straight into the scaling of Sypho. Kalash swings and doesn't actually deal with the player that's already been tagged down quite low, so they softened up. He finds another. AW at the back of sight gets deleted through the wall by Alkaren, and here comes Kiyosuke. Svede on the lurk. 2v1. Has got a smoke, but no defuse kit. There might be one littered on this bomb site, but Alkaren, he's playing really nicely with Kiyosuke here. Kiyosuke will never lose contact. He has to swing now as Svede finds the opening kill. It's messy, but it's Kiyosuke to lock it in. Spirit Academy, their first gun round. It's a success.
Yeah, this is kind of furthering that point we were kind of talking about of the lack of pistol round wins, and then them still winning though the gun rounds. I've just done a quick stat check. So, okay, they win 49% of pistol rounds, which is below average, obviously. Like, it's not good. But their second round conversion when they win pistol rounds is 86%, which is really good, actually. Their second round break is they never do it. So it feels like they just fully eco every time, go onto the gun round. Yeah, go onto the gun round, then boom, just win the gun round. So, look, if it works, right? And yeah, now you go into a round where already there's been big damage in middle inflicted onto Smet and Fadate. Fadate's already fallen. Oh my sweet Jesus, Molody. Well, we only caught one of those kills, but they've just double swung Molody and Temple. And look, they've just lied down on each other. Alkaren, why are we testing him? What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, these shots are amazing, but we're feeding him. However, Kiyosuke, 1 versus 4 is on the cards until AW denies.
If you've got enough players, you can kill Kiyosuke. But, wow, that went from good to bad to really good and then bad for Spirit Academy. And that is one thing that Alkaren needs to kick out of his game. And that is going for the less optimal play. He takes the most amount of risks I think I've ever seen out of a Counter-Strike professional player.
Everyone I speak to is like
he's
crazy
incredible.
Inconsistent.
So, for example, that didn't work. But then I've seen a 1 versus 2 from him against Bait. Long dust 2. He rotated in from short. He got the kill on the player's site. Head trick was on the, you know, the left-hand side, the raised stairs on pit.
Yeah, sure.
Holding for the bomb. Alkaren wide swung him with the deagle and just insta headshot him.
Okay.
It's actually, it was one of the most insane rounds. And the thing is for Alkaren, weirdly, is that if he has a round like that, he'll then end the game on 20 kills.
Yeah, okay. I mean, there's so many things wrong around that last round. Like, why don't we just play double donut? Why don't we... Oh, that's really pissed me off, actually, watching something like that happen. It's just so stupid, realistically.
Shout out Melody, by the way.
Yeah, shout out Melody. Like, it undermines Melody's great round. It almost... Maybe he didn't want Melody to pick up the AK. Maybe that's one of the reasons, you know? He didn't want to pick up the AK, so he went and decided to dry peek him with an AWP close range. Either way, though, Kiyosuke, first show of greatness we've seen from him in this round, in the whole series so far. Mokujim opens up for one. Molody doesn't connect on Kiyosuke. Bring around the rosies. And, well, Melody falls down. Svede, it's nothing he can do this round. And, okay. Spirit Academy back on it. Nice. That was a Tech 9 round, basically, with 1 AK.
Yeah, sounds right. It's ridiculous because like you watch these guys play and you've commented again about some of the fundamental mistakes, but they'll just bail themselves out. Every single player on this team will just bail themselves out with individual firepower. It's got to be said though, it's a 1-round game. Amkal still looking pretty good, but money on the brink, and Spirit Academy can take over if they don't let another one of these half-by deagle round sort of things through their fingers. Then you're looking at 11. Missed elbow smoke, flashbangs affect everyone, but Kiyosuke and Mokujin just mop up.
these type of back and forth affairs always favor the T side. I don't want to say favor the T side. I want to say disfavor. What's the word for disfavor?
Unfavor.
It unfavors the fuck.
Unfavorable.
It's Jeez. These type of situations where it's back and forth is unfavorable for the CT side.
Yes. Because it's way easier to make money just plant the bomb on the T side.
And then on top of that as well, you got to take into
Extra.
consideration Spirit Academy are in the lead. So not only have Amkal invested fully into this round, so on one hand, you have no money for the next. That's even worse due to Spirit Academy now hitting 10 and will be most likely going on to 11 for free.
Poor Smet. I feel
I
like
got it
Smet's
out.
just walked. I feel like
I got it
Smet's
out.
just walked. I feel like Smet's just walked around the map the whole game and just been shot in the side of the head.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like he's had a great game. And I can't even comment on necessarily why.
And no M4 saved either.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking, I was like, how much of a difference will that actually make? Well, in the hands of Melody, potentially quite a lot. But look, it's been a weird game where no one's really taken over individually, which is something that you almost expect to be a guarantee when you see Amkal versus Spirit Academy. It's cool to see a lot more of a cohesive, like, you know, AW and Melody. You've got Kayasuke and Mokujin, while also Robbo had a really good start. Saifo's been playing quite well. Like, you know, it's nice to see it. I like seeing it a little bit more depthy. But yeah, this is the 11th round. Mokujin Molos, and Ecos. No one falls, which is actually, jokes aside, the most important part.
Yeah, true. Just bankrolls it a bit further. This is make or break now, and no warp for Melody. Limited in seeing what he can really do. He hasn't really been unleashed on the AWP. Still top of the server. Outside of, well, I guess for his team. AW closely behind him. And you can see those odds. Spirit Academy are definitely your favourites to take this map now. AW will punish Robo. Instant snap down onto the in-game leader of Spirit Academy. But although he's got the cave space, it's Spirit Academy that have got all of middle.
You win some, you lose some, right? Also, this donut smoke.
Are they pushing the donut smoke or are they boosting?
I think they're boosting behind it. Issue is, Sifo reads it, and alongside Mokujin just spams through. So sure, you have donuts, but you have cave control, but now you're,
AW.
I think, in a 4v1, basically, because AW is going to fall momentarily. Okay,
That was
AW
risky
doesn't
for
die,
him.
but it's a lovely response from... He got mollowed off, by the way. That's where he got forced
Yeah,
forward.
you ran through it.
Yeah, I mean, fair play. That's a lovely response from Spirit Academy to get those kills in Donut, and you already have Alkarin at the bomb rotating towards A. On top of that, you have Kayasuke taking space in Red Room, the rest going through Donut while still holding A, still holding for Heaven. They know those are the two A defenders, and they know they can kind of still take map control in this position that they're in because Amkal are committed towards B. That's a really nice reaction from Spirit Academy off those two kills that were got.
Yeah.
No one
I
survives.
agree. That did look like a much better complete round of Counter-Strike. The fact that you are still taking the map control. That molly in towards Heaven was so pivotal as well. You can see why AW has run from cave through Heaven to middle, because if he grabs the kill in towards Red Room, potentially he can create a bit more space for Spade 8, but it doesn't even matter because he gets instantly deleted. This game was 6-6, and then it's the T side, it's the individuals of Spirit Academy that have taken over Amkal's map pick. And the last stand here is MP9s and a FAMAS.
And there's only one player on A. Oh, I think this could be over. Have they seen Melody? I don't think they have.
So.
He definitely has seen them. But he's just blocked out. Smoke a CT comes quite late there. But it's all good. Ooh, Robo does fool. Okay. So 5v4 for Amkal. Got no kit. 5v3. That's a good spam. Bomb does go down. This could be the difference maker. No more utility Brandon for Spirit Academy, but no more Kalash. Cypher, he's able to hold on to A main. Now is the fight for Temple, which will go in favor of Spirit. And this smoke donut, I don't know, it's weird. We're going through it, we're staying behind it, and yeah, AW last alive. Spirit Academy, look, ultimately they're against that retake where there was no utility, there was lower weaponry, there was no kits, and you lose A main, you lose Temple, and it allows Spirit Academy to keep control of the primary zones, which makes it so hard for them to come out of donut and A main.
Yeah, I was really impressed that Cypher was consistently worried about the flank. And by him looking at the flank, it does give the space for the double temple setup to be established. They get rid of Melody, then they can just all swing in tandem. A 3v5 converted again without losing a single player. Impressive stuff from Spirit Academy. We go to Mirage next, which is their map pick, and it's one of those where I feel like they should be fine now. It just all depends what Amkal we get. We saw good moments out of AW, we saw good moments out of Melody as well, but the rest of the team need to just elevate themselves up, because we got that out of Robo and we got that as well out of Cypher.
Agreed. So, with that in mind, I think it's probably looking like a 2-0. Let's see what happens on Mirage. Sure as I wasn't muted. That was a bit of a weird first map. Amkal looked contestable, and we actually commented that we think they looked better as a team, but ultimately it was the individuals of Spirit Academy that toted over the line on their opponent's map pick. They're now going on to Mirage. It's Spirit Academy's bread and butter, but Brandon, yesterday they fell apart against Zero Tenacity. Do we think maybe it's a little bit different now? They look so good on map 1, and it's, you know, just a different kettle of fish.
Maybe. I mean, they look really good against Zero Tenacity on map 1 as well, and that was Anubis, where Zero Tenacity have played it about 1 million times in 2024.
Yes,
so
that too.
Their T side was sloppy, their T side was very individual, and it was actually really similar to almost what we got from them on Ancient, but I think the difference is that for Spirit Academy on Ancient against Amkal is that they were responding a lot faster. Like, their protocols seem to be really good in instances, and it's just about getting that consistency, I think, for this team. So I want to see more out of them. For Amkal, I want them to manage their money a little bit better, because I think we only saw Melody like once or twice on the AWP. I expect to see him a lot more here on Mirage, and yeah, he top fragged, but I think he can do even better, which is an unfair bar to put on someone so young. But with a 1.4 rating over the last 3 months, I've not seen him. I've just genuinely not seen him play. So I'm really excited to watch him with the AWP. That's a lie, actually, because I watched the Amkal NIP game. But
That was interesting, though.
that was a spectacle where you didn't know which way it was going to go. You obviously had a lot of eyes on it. So I think for this one, for Amkal, I just want to be a bit tidier on their T side. For CT as well, I need Smet to be involved a bit more, and I don't really think it was his fault on Ancient, but with AW and Melody playing so well, you need to have someone else stepping up, because we had that for Spirit Academy, we didn't have that for Amkal. We need to see it now on Mirage, and the game's live.
Yeah, as we're going on to Mirage, we can comment on the fact that when we went into this series, I was saying how we need someone else other than Melody, because he's had a 1.42 rating in CCT so far across the 4 maps we played against Fnatic and Sinners. He didn't live up to that 142. Ancient's a weird one with AWPing. It's sometimes quite hard to be super involved as an AWPer. And ultimately, I think, yeah, like, it felt very one-sided when we went to second half. Amkal won both pistol rounds. They fell a lot on the gun rounds. Mirage, Spirit Academy, they've only played it once this year. That was yesterday, and they lost. So hopefully we see a little bit more unification on the T side. And Mokajim already off to a great start. Wow, what a trade though from Spade.
And Melody never revealed himself, so you still got that extra element of Melody in sandwich Cypho.
Ooh, he gets goosed by his teammate. Oh,
Not
that's
ideal.
That's very weird, and now it gets quite
Still got
messy.
Melody here.
Yep, that's what I was about to say. Still got Melody. They go to clear him, but the bombs drop. There's even support being initiated from short, and everybody's crunching down on this A-bomb site. Amkal go 3 for 3 on pistol rounds in this series.
It was a awesome round, to be honest, because you got exactly all of the instances that we spoke about coming into fruition immediately. And that is a great trade out of Sfade onto Mokajin. So Mokajin can't get up to any antics. You've then got the short players moving in tandem. Sfade's really good rotation in towards the window, which then allows Smet to come forward. And then you still got the Melody contact, and then the player steps in from CT. Smet has just been deleted by Alkaren.
Okay. One more.
Don't give him it. Just don't. You don't need to fight him.
There's a Deagle on Cypher, a Deagle on Alkaren. Everyone else is on a Glock. If Alkaren had got another kill there, it would have drawn potentially Clash away from this B bomb site and may have allowed the bomb to go down. But I think ultimately, now that dust has settled and Alkaren's probably not in the same position and also dead, I think this round, the excitement is probably over. Maybe we see another Deagle from Mokajin who's picked up Alkaren's. Maybe we see a Deagle from Cypher, but this shouldn't be a difficult round. Melody's nailing Mokajin.
Play that well.
Yeah, he played that well, but again, it's against a low buy. I think there was excitement at the beginning, but no more. Bomb's also just about to be dropped. But these are not the rounds that we're looking at for Amkal. The rounds we're looking at is the gun rounds, because you always have Spirit ecoing. That's it's something we've come to terms with. They've lost all pistol rounds, and for Amkal, 4 of their 8 rounds, half of their rounds on Ancient came from pistol round. It's not good.
And look, I know I just
no consistency on the gun rounds.
I know I just said, oh yeah, good sequence from Melody, but he got the kill on Alkaren. He then jumped to clear Palace, but also to sort of fake that he was going up there. And then when he knew Mokajin was just on the corner, he just wide swing and pre-fired, so he gave the Deagle just no chance. Double flash play. And a push from Sfade. Sfade has been very dynamic to kick off this CT side for Amkal.
He's also just completely cleared out the apartments. You've got Kalash with him, and he's actually gonna leave Kalash now in a bar. What are we doing, Kalash? What's the... Okay, Kalash staying in apartments with the AK. Melody's already on the AWP, by the way. And yeah, fair play. Just swings into Robbo. The nade on the corner of the smoke exposes Robbo a little bit more. And this T-side round for Spirit Academy has had nothing going their way until Kaisuke catches one off, head turned. He's been allowed to progress up short, and the only defender currently on this B bomb site is Fade on low HP. He's not been able to contest, but the issue is the T-side are too far away. Kaisuke, sure, that's another one to his tally, but Melody should have rotated in time to cover the rotation. Oh, Kaisuke, I take everything back.
He's played that so well. He gets the kill at Market Door. He then puts himself onto an angle where he can't be cleared from short, and he's just holding that one angle. He knows that if Melody gets on and posts in towards apartments, his teammates cannot run through and plant that bomb. So he hits the instant headshot. He unlocks the door for Spirit Academy, and hey, look, it's a gun round. Sure, it's the half investment, but there was an AWP in there for Melody, and now it's gone. There will be a drop. AW will save his AK and then bring forward the sniper and gift it to Melody, but that was insane from Kaisuke.
Kaisuke had a very slow start to Ancient. He really failed to have a lot of impact on the city side. So seeing him already putting his dominion on the server can be quite scary for Amkal. Also, Alkaren's got the AWP. Melody's been dropped over another one. So at least he does have the big green. Kaisuke doesn't care if you got an AWP or anything. He's still gonna rock your head. For Spirit Academy, that was a 3 versus 5. So Oh, Molly's been spotted. He needs to get out of middle. He will,
He
but
does it
a
just.
lot of damage being taken.
And a lot of space has been gained because you leave the AWP in towards mid. AW, sure, he rotates over, but look at this. Kiyasuke just immediately gravitates towards the space once occupied by that AWPer. Now you can get the boost in towards window again. AW trained on the position, and hang on a second. It's not a boost to go into window directly. It's the hold for AW in towards ladder. Sfade and Melody looked like they were going to push the issue together. They don't.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe trying to go for a mid crunch, which is still, I think, maybe on the cards. Cypher spotted. AW dispatches another advantage for Amkal as Spirit Academy look to progress through connector, through Palace, but everybody is holding for them. Sfade lines up 2. Smek gets 1. They knew about Alcrin in Palace, and he's able to get 1, but Brandon, I think this is where it all falls apart. And for Amkal, it's a really nice reaction. They had 2 players short. They had 1 towards jungle, 1 CT, and 1 close ramp. It's just a lovely setup for Amkal to react off the mid aggression from Spirit Academy.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the way they navigated this. And you've got the double layering in towards jungle, so even if Cypher maybe picks up that kill on AW, jumps in the window, he'd be dealt with by Sfade. They line up for him there, but it's a result of his good positioning. And then Melody is still hanging around as well, so you've got that third piece to the puzzle for Amkal. And Spirit Academy are taking a pause. They're thinking, we took that mid space, we tried to do something more with it, but Amkal were ready. That means, in my eyes at least, you have to put more emphasis on the extremities to keep the rotations anchored or at least locked in towards ramp, palace, B-apps, etc. Draw the player away from con, isolate that fight on towards short maybe, or vice versa. The point is, I think you need to put a little bit more emphasis in other areas of the map rather than being one-dimensional in mid. I will say their CT side was impeccable against Zero Tenacity. Their T side, as spoken about before, was limited. They got 3 rounds all half on that CT side. Sorry, on that T side.
And the only round they've got so far is because Kiyasuke ran and got 3 kills. This is a...
individual.
It's an interesting round. I think there was util to separate. So it's good counter.
I feel like you get really annoyed watching Alcaren sometimes.
I mean, I think I specifically said I did actually on Ancient.
You might have, I can't remember.
I think my exact words were, "That's really pissed me off."
Oh!
Sweet
That was
Jesus
a nice
alive.
shot.
Yeah, that's something.
Fade 8. That was a fadeaway. Bang. See you later, Mockajin.
Sfade with the fader, but
I didn't even think about that.
I feel like I've my philosophy of T side and in general of CS has changed slightly in the last 6 months. I used to be a little bit by the book, and now I'm trying to. What I find I think is perfect CS is blending the two of like perfect CS and then also having individuals where you give them the freedom to make individual plays. And I think when you blend the two together, that only works if you've got players on the team who can make those plays, obviously. But on this server, you obviously have that caliber. And I think when you blend the two together, when you give guys the freedom to you know, these guys know how to play CS, they know how to make plays. You give them that freedom while also mixing in with methodical, kind of, simply put, good CS, like the kind of the, what would be the word, like the CS we like, where it's just by the book, and you mix those two together, and I think you get this perfect blend of madness, but contained madness.
Speaking of containment, Kalash has got to do his best job at dealing with the impending B split. Melody. Melody catches Kiyasuke on the face.
What a shot.
Oh, it's
He's
a great
fast.
flick. He is. 6-1. Here comes that impending doom I was speaking about, and Kalash moved in towards shore, and there's no one here to help him. Sfade will jump over towards Market.
very
Cypher mollies
fast.
him.
Yeah, this is awkward now. Fnatic can't really assist. And Kalash, he's committed towards short. And Alcaren's just going to be holding for him. Drops the bomb out of apartments. You can see that Alcaren still wants to patrol with the AWP, hold these deeper angles. And this is really powerful when you're in a B site as a T side. When your AWP is just able to hold down these angles, it can be really difficult to retake. Mokashin, perfect reaction to come into market door after utility. But we're still alive with this. We're very much alive. Robbo, he's very late in apartment, so Alcaren's going to have to hold on to the bomb site directly, completely by himself. Smet straight through the smoke. That smoke that was thrown by Amkal ended up helping Yorper. But that spam changes everything. Robbo, 1 versus 2, spotted out. There's a kit on Smet, and he's just defusing. Molody, it's definitely sporadic, and it's a little bit erratic from him, but he ends up winning the round for Amkal.
I think he played that really well, to be honest. He jumped on towards Van, he gave it a little bit of a shoulder, didn't commit to the fight, and then he jumps down and he stands in front of the bomb diffuser, holding the one line that Robo can peek in from. Yeah, brilliant retake from Amkal, all things considered. Alcaren, he's worried about short, he's worried about apps, so he feels like he's got to commit to the market window angle and just get spammed out by Smet. Their reward for that hard work in the retake is an eco from Spirit Academy. Yeah, they've got a bit of utility, and they got the deagles, but they missed the window smoke, so Molody's got free reign. But Alcaren's just out B. Not for long.
Was out B. Bomb's still looking to go out apartments. There's a player in middle, and there's a player in ramp. What's going on?
So, Mockridge is going to put all the pressure on now at A.
Yeah, he's got an AK.
Plant. He can disengage now. If he just runs, he can get to B in time.
Oh, he's been spotted running away. Okay, so Sypho is going to be able to get the bomb down on the B bomb site scot-free. There's a rifle he can pick up. It's a massive rifle to be collecting. The issue is, you've got like 15 seconds till Mokashin can come over. Let's say 10 seconds, actually. So Sypho, he needs to either survive or get a kill. They know Mokashin's going to be far away, and Sypho's played this perfectly. No bullets on the A1S, pistols out for both, and it's going to be Sypho who basically just wins a 1v2.
I think one key mistake that a lot of players make in that situation, pro play, but also just in your game, something you can take away from this Twitch chat as well, is the fact that Sypho doesn't take space. He doesn't go in towards market. He doesn't enable them to have this fight for free. It is always, he's sitting at the back of bench. He has to stay alive, so he picks an angle he can burrow himself into, and he does not move. They have to directly clear him. They have to get into his vision directly in order for them to remove him, and that is buying all the valuable seconds for them to rotate over.
Oh, God.
Important one. A really important one. And I think his positioning, obviously he gets the kills, but his position, his decision to tuck himself in behind bench wins that whole round.
Yes,
Completely.
Sypho plays that pretty much perfectly, I'd say. And also, when that last call came in, Mokashin had already rotated in. So you got to understand that worst comes to worst, you had the rotation and time was already quite low.
Exactly.
Because Amkal had to disperse towards A. That was a long rotation. So Amkal is still definitely doing better though than Ancient. They're getting the gun rounds, but they're losing to these weird purchases and weird rounds where they have the advantage. However, AW, he's been having a pretty good game so far, Brandon.
Good series.
And he just gets, even better though on Mirage. And he's just pretty much been gifted quite an easy opening kill, where Robbo, great series, as in great Ancient, and now he's really seemingly starting to struggle on Mirage, as he's only got 1 kill, and has been the first to fall in round 8 within moments.
Pressure here to push Stayday out of Con. AW loves this little angle
Nade.
towards ladder. And
Bad nade.
wow, that nade did 2 damage.
It bounced very far, that's why.
A break on the smoke. I think Melody potentially could have been peeking that, instead it was Smet.
I think they
Hit it
both
triple.
were. Ooh, wait, smoke's faded.
Timing
Svede,
here. They know
DC.
AW loves ladder.
AW dealt with. Svede also caught off guard in window. Kalash is all by himself from this B bomb site, tucked away, easily dealt with. Kaisuke opens up this B bomb site, and that is a hell of a lot of flashbangs in market, but I think that one kill on Kalash just ends off the round completely. Melody and Smet are too far away to deal with anything. And Spirit Academy, they take so much space, and as soon as the smokes fade, all hell releases on Amkal.
Yeah, I like the slowdown in that from Spirit Academy, and it's just good, diligent clearing. You've been burned by AW in towards ladder before. He's got a little hot spot that he just likes to sit in there. So 2 players go in and they clear him. They then also just completely take the space in towards B apps, and because it's so late into the round, Amkal can't react. Because there's 30 seconds left, you've got your players in Smet and Melody, who you know were over there because the connector smoke just broke as well from jungle. It was really smart because it just can't rotate in time. Melody will keep his AWP, but that will probably be the only thing that Amkal have got in round 9.
Saved AWP, saved M4. One short, one's connector. Gonna be A smokes. We don't have a nade for the smoke. We just boost, and we do have an opening kill. Mokashin, down. Smet's rotated very quickly in towards connector. Spirit Academy, they have the utility, and a nade round to Melody. That's what I mean. You've got the utility where if you place it correctly, you can slow down this retake. Instead, we're just gonna let smokes fade and not look at them. Am I scared? I'm scared. It's a 2 versus 2. It's a 1 versus 2. Alcron, AWP, spotted, missing shots. There's a kit on Smet, but he's now all alone. Melody dealt with. Running out of bullets at Alcron. Oh, okay, he may be inconsistent, but when he shows up big.
Right, okay. I've gotta credit the decision making there from Alcaren in that 1v2, because his target selection there is perfect. And I'll tell you why. It's because, look, the pressure's being applied in by stairs. Alcaren's got a decision. He knows that they know that he's ramp. So does he hold for the stairs player, or does he give himself another chance to remove the AWPer? I think most players, again, would be holding that stairs because it's a guaranteed kill. He has to swing into you. But then you're losing track of where the AWPer's gone, where Melody has repositioned to. And there's also M4s on the site, and he can burrow himself into these angles and just get on the defuse. He wide swings. And he's able to get both. Smet then gets both on A. We are going back and forth and blow for blow here on this A bomb site.
Yeah, mid got dealt with really well by Sfadate, so it allows for all these rotations, and what the hell?
Sure, yeah. Cool.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that Sfadate gets the kill in the middle, then opens the ability for Amkal to rotate freely. But it's worked out so well because Smet gets 2. As soon as Smet gets both of them, you see there's basically 5 players already on this A bomb site, and Melody just does terrible things to Alcaran. And as Mokashin's last alive, if he comes around the corner, I think there's 4 players all holding him. Well, 3 now, but still, I'd be terrified.
That was, I can't believe that Melody kill. No, that was just, Hold mouse 1 and hope.
Disgusting.
Well, Spirit Academy have got more T rounds than they did against Zero Tenacity. They still have the chance to get a couple more. Can Mokachin get rid of one of these players? He can. That was a disgusting peek, but traded immediately by Smet. Hero of the round for Amkal. Said I wanted him a bit more involved. We've got it.
Well, it's a Tech 9 round for the penultimate. Is 4 good enough? Worst comes to worst? I don't know. You said their CT side looked much better.
They've won rounds like this before.
Yeah, they have. Kaisuke, though. Brandon, outside of that 3K, he hasn't got a round since that 3K, by the way. A kill since that 3K.
Oh, that's true.
And this is going to be no different, as we've got solo plays being attempted by Outcron on B, and Kaisuke on A. And yeah, none of it's working. These slow Deagle rounds, they can be dangerous, but apart from Robo getting another...
He dinked.
He
dinked
dinked AW through the wall, but apart from that,
Ouch.
there's nothing else to be had.
This looked very good from Amkal, it's got to be said. I'm really impressed with how they've been conducting themselves. Kalash has had a bit of a slower game, but everyone else is stepping up to the plate. But what I will say is we did see this on Ancient, right? First half was good, and then second half was shaky. And it was actually their T side that was the shakier one, not on Ancient. So let's see how this one pans out. Let's see if they can get an 8th potentially. A full buy coming in for Spirit Academy. The thing that lacked for Spirit Academy against Zero Tenacity was executes. They just didn't really do any. And when they lose mid control, they then just sit and wait, and it feels like the round just reaches its natural conclusion. It feels like a lot of these rounds are all in or nothing on mid.
Double AWP. Kalash has had a pretty slow game over towards B. I think he's actually consistently failed when tested. Spirit Academy probably could actually make more of an effort to go towards B. Instead, Fade is just going to make Robbo's life a little bit worse. This ends the half 3 and 12. Alcrum loses the AWP duel once more. Melody now in a bit of pressure towards Connector as everyone's falling around him. Everyone really is falling around him. Melody being hunted, but Kaisuke is no match for him. Cypho, sure, does get a kill, but time's ticking down. And when I say time, I mean his clock of life when AW, yeah, puts it in for an 8 round half for Amkal and Spirit carries map pick.
I mean, that could have got a little bit scary, and it could have been the individuals bailing them out, but Melody, I think, hits the crucial shot. If they're able to get through Connector there, Spirit Academy, then it would have been a different story, but they don't. They're not allowed to. They are trapped in, and then AW pushes short his own smoke, and then you've got the rotation in from jungle. Cypho has nowhere to go. He has to fight himself out of that corner, and it doesn't happen. It's a huge lead.
Well, if there's ever a time to win your first pistol round of the series, that's it for Spirit Academy. We've got Fnatic currently for Amkal. He's going to be smoking top con, I can imagine, on A, and then double flashing over. He's also got a mollo. He's got 2 smokes. Okay, he's just done A smokes. He's mollowed sandwich and he's flashing over. Any rotations? No. If anything, Mokashin's backstabbed him. In the meantime, though, we look over towards the B bomb site. Cypho, after previously being instantly gooshed, still collects 1. Is there any kit down for Spirit Academy? I don't think so. I think they've all got armor, and the retake now in a 4 versus 3 has been knocked down by not 1, but potentially 2 pegs. There you go. Melody 17 and 4. I'm starting to understand why this guy has crazy stats now, and supported by the rest of his teammates. Robbo, there's nothing he can do, and Amkal stay flawless on pistol rounds.
His decision making is just so good. Like, the decisions are going towards apartments. Take the first kill because he sees Akron looking the wrong way, but here's the footsteps. He's like, okay, my position is known. In Counter-Strike 2, I have to wide swing, and he does instantly. But then reassesses the angle and reevaluates the gunfight. It's always on his terms, even when he missed the first few bullets. So sharp shooting out of Melody. Kiyosuke's been knifed in the back by his teammates. It is going from bad to worse again for Spirit Academy.
I would assume we're going to a third map, and this is not looking like the best of starts for Spirit Academy on Mirage this year. It'll be back-to-back losses. They're only maps played on Mirage in 2025.
They're always good. They're always good for one when the guns come out. So
yeah, they're always
we'll
going to get one round.
We'll see how it looks. You got a couple of Mac 10s blended in here for Amkal. It would be interesting to see if they're just going to run the default with the Mackies or if they're going to go for something a little bit faster. Could split B, go quite quickly up short. No, instead, it is going to be this control. Alkaren blows open the window smoke and he's rewarded with a kill on AW. Kiyosuke could have swung in towards short, but he gets punished immediately.
Mokujin's just taken all of Palace though. So we've got all this commotion going on in middle, and Mokujin's already flanking T-Spawn at 1 minute and 30 seconds. Alkram, that nade, it does a lot of damage, but it actually helps him peek in towards middle. Smet dealt with. We're going towards B. Sypho needs to hold on for one here, and that's exactly what he'll do. Mokujin still coming in from the back lines, and Sypho's done really well at just not dying. Even though he's double moloed, he still flashes his way forward, and Fnatic backstabbed finally by Mokujin's espionage.
And this
There's
is why I
the
like
one.
this guy. Yeah, this is why I like Sypho, because he just stays alive. No matter what the circumstance is, he just stays alive. The fact that he was to get 2 kills there is kind of outrageous, to be honest. But yeah, the issue is that you can't get rid of him. You just cannot get rid of him on the bomb site.
Having an anchor that can just survive and also get killed, but surviving the most important factor is the difference maker between these sort of teams. Especially when a team's gonna be a little bit, what the hell? I was gonna say when a team's a little bit inexperienced, and a little bit volatile, those anchors can mean everything. The AW, he doesn't care about Kiyosuke, he doesn't care about your anchors. Kiyosuke has been left on 5 kills on round 16 because AW has just launched him to space.
That's what I'm saying, like, Kiyosuke, like, gets one... he has a really good map, and then the next map he doesn't follow it up. And I don't know whether that's just me cursing him by watching him all the time recently. But it's happened in 3 best of 3s that I've seen him in now. And then third map he'll just own. I don't understand, but he's so good. Still. Good catch from Spade. Won't be ready for the second player. It's Sypho multi-layering with Alkaren. Mokujin's now revealed he's in jungle. He's not pushed ramp or palace, even though Smet's going to clear it. Smet is 17-5, by the way. Didn't even notice that.
Yeah, him, AW, and Melody have been playing some fantastic Counter-Strike. Kalash, you know what? He's been having a sticky one. But it's the impact kills, baby. And Robbo's boosted on the B-bomb site thinking, what has gone wrong?
I think what's great about that from Amkal is that they are assertive in what they want to achieve. And they're going in towards middle with intent purpose. And that is, we need to kill the short player. We also need to try boosting towards window. We know how much the window position and ladder is difficult because AW was just killing Spirit Academy consistently in that spot. But Kiyosuke is the short player. Normally. So you get rid of him early from AW. You know that there's going to be a response from Spirit Academy. Didn't expect the second player there coming through for Sypho, but it doesn't matter because there is a trade. 11-5. Dust 2 feels inevitable.
Well, Spirit Academy had their one, Brandon. You said they're always good for one. I think we've seen it.
I'd love to know that stat. What's the first gun round? How often do they win it?
Probably quite often, to be honest. Probably be an
Alvarez still hanging
extraordinary
about.
quite big. Oh my god, that is a shot. And AW, who hit the banger on Kaiosuke last round, gets a taste of his own medicine there. How are we reacting now? The T side are still keeping players in middle, while the bomb is heading over towards B.
Break on the smoke, but Fnatic can't punish.
Alkarin's
Kiyosuke-
holding for Spade.
Oh, Kiyosuke just walks the edge of the smoke and then just repositions. Alkarin does get bested by Spade, and Spade is now looking for Kiyosuke. Kiyosuke will give him this fight, but the timing's not amazing for Spade. As he jumps up, that's when Kiyosuke peaks. 4 versus 2. Melody looks to open up on Sypho, and if he can, the B bomb site is somewhat volatile.
Yeah, Kiyosuke though, he's still towards shore. And as soon as he gets this kill on Kalash, well, there's no one else short. They're probably in apartments because Mokujin has also pushed the whole of A once again. And Kiyosuke, look, Brandon, he's had a very slow game, but he's basically just doubled his kills in one round. Is this the start of something more for Spirit Academy?
Maybe. We'll have to see. I'm not ruling anything out after I've sort of seen what happened yesterday. Conservative approach taken for Amkal for a moment and then decided against. They know the money's a little bit limited here for Spirit Academy, so if they get this mistake out of them now, it'll be really easy to close this game. It's your standard mid-control. This Alkarin starting towards short, been very dynamic on this orb. Still peeking in towards middle, but he's come from windows, con, and now he's in from short. Means that Kiyosuke is left to occupy jungle. Those nades are beautiful. Removed one with utility, removed one with pure firepower. 5 versus 3 for Amkal. Alkarin will find Spade trying to get tricky with it in towards jungle. But where on earth is Mokujin? Still under Palace. Now thinks about moving in towards ramp. And he takes the space away from Amkal. And they know that Mokujin loves a little push. So they're going to go B instead. To go with Sypho and to go against Alkarin.
Alkarin's not currently involved, but as soon as the contact's taken, he is going to be able to snap over with the AWP. AW getting a lot of work done towards A. I think they've just heard Alkarin's scope, and he's, yeah, currently looking towards A. AW completely bypasses him now as he goes into CT, and Sypho's actually looking at market. No one's currently looking at B apartments, but there Alkarin switches over. Nope, he goes back towards short. There is still no one looking towards apartments, and here comes the flashbang. Not effective, but they've waited for AW to get close, and look at him in market. Sypho's patience is going to be rewarded, and now Amkal, they've wasted all the clock waiting for AW to activate. He's failed, but Alkarin domed. They need to deal with Sypho on the back of the bomb site, and with 6 seconds left, they will. Mokujin, because he was so far aggressed in A, he's so far away from this B bomb side, and Alkarin, Amkal will be looking to go to 12.
I mean, up until that they executed out of apps, that was brilliant from Spirit Academy. The communication there from Mokujin, yeah, there's a time in there. Alkarin's look, con can't see, can be a time in there. So Alkarin moves over and he says, okay, bro, I will come and hold B apartments. Mokujin slides over to hold the short play, and Sypho can hold B, can hold market. And they are rewarded with the first kill, but then Alkarin gets overwhelmed by the speed of the Tech 9s, the Mac 10s, just jumping down into him, and then Sypho is effectively 3v1. 12-6. And it was a good decision in the end to force from Amkal. Because now this is the easiest round to try and close. You're going up against 2 M4s. And that's it.
Seems like we're going to have to end this on Dust 2. Spirit Academy's Mirage not looking the best. Yosuke though. It's a good opener for him. And that's also the mid lurk. Oh, he just killed himself. Oh, gosh golly.
in this series, Kiyosuke has, yeah, blown himself up and died to a smoke grenade. Robo. Oh, Robo. It's the best of one and the second. And now you know there's a trade. That was awesome from Robo.
Imagine if they'd lost the round.
But they didn't.
I've never seen that in my life. I don't even know what he was trying to do. Was there a smoke top con at least? Like, was he trying to... I don't know, man. It landed perfectly at his feet. Oh, it's a good retake from Robbo, though. He's had a very slow game. Bless his heart.
But that was an important moment.
That was an important moment, especially when your star player kills himself. I love how they give him an AK as well. They're like, okay, redemption.
They always give him the AK.
Yeah, I can understand why.
Wouldn't you? Yeah.
Nah, bruv. It's my AK. Fair square. Finders keepers.
Amkal really want them to make a mistake here, Spirit Academy. Cypher this time a little bit more involved in his jiggles on balcony. Starts there, spamming the smoke. Kalash brought down to half HP. Robo moves in towards top mid. In fact, everyone moves in towards middle just to deal with the pistol of Melody.
Okay. Probably going to go to 8 here.
They did it yesterday, they can do it again today.
Yeah. You've also got a weird... You've got a weird purchase now going into the next round. Where AW and Melody aren't going to have any kills. Any mullah, any money. So, let's say you're probably going to get 9 for Spirit Academy. I would like Amkal to eco this next round.
Yeah, I agree.
There's no need to force any issues. You are letting Spirit Academy build a bank, but like it doesn't really matter. Like they're gonna, if they lose the round, they've lost the map, so it doesn't matter. Okay, yeah, you've got 2,400 next loss bonus going the next round, and we're buying up. This feels like a very throwaway round. You've got Galil, Tech 9 Deagle, 2 AKs, and both the AKs have low utility and both pistols have low utility.
Throwable.
This is a very interesting tool, and it feels like it's a let's just get this game done with, which is the worst mentality to have. In Spirit Academy, this could be a gateway into a 10th, and that means one gun round between them and overtime.
Depends on the timing from Robo, and now he's locked out, and he knows he's here.
They can't do anything. They don't have a mollo.
Oh yeah, they do on Smet, but he's not involved, and Alcaraz just swings and gets rid of AW. Melody on the Deagle. He's going to recover, at least the Galil.
Yeah, but he's on such low HP.
I was going to say, you know Alcaraz just going to swing him anyway.
Yeah, okay.
5v3.
This whole round also just feels like a let's get this done with. Like, oh, Melody, I'm gonna peek before my teammate comes behind me. I'm gonna take these 1v1s. What? Why are we buying? What? Like, what even is this round as well? Like, sure, it's a cool play from Spirit Academy to get in your face, let's say, but I feel like we're throwing away this game. This to me is just a 101 of how to throw away an advantage. Because now you've got 9. Well, it's 2,400 loss bonus for this round, so you're not going to have anything. So that's 10. That's a gun round. That's one singular gun round with not an AWP out, no AWP between... And it's a double tactical pause, I think, to me signifies... It almost furthers my point of maybe Amkal being like, oh crap. Now we realize the mistake we're in. The trouble we're in.
it doesn't feel great. But at the same time, it's like, okay, we'll just try and get some kills. If we can get a bomb plant here, that would go a long way. With 2,200 loss as well, and with the finances the way they are for Amkal across the board, yeah, no wonder. Oh, Melody sells and then rebuys. He wouldn't be able to afford an AWP with armor. It'd have to be a glass cannon. So he wants to have an eagle in this at least.
Okay.
He sells it again and buys a
Buy
smoke.
the smoke. Yeah.
And yeah, he throws it. They're relying on the bomb plant. Well, they're relying on the Deagles doing some work. That was a chance, but not taken by Fnatic.
Like, I'm not even amusing this round. It's no armor. Eagles on 4.
I'll amuse it. Okay, I'm done.
Yeah. Also, I think you've missed the opportunity for Amkal to close it out when Spirit Academy also were not, let's say, shooting on all cylinders. Because there was a big part of this map where, honestly, everyone for Spirit Academy was having a really rough one. Kiyosuke is definitely warmed up. That's not a good sign, especially considering this is your final gun round. And I've just seen that Molodi's bought an AK, and that means he's going to have a smoke. A singular smoke in this round, I think. Unless he's dropped util.
This is very similar, actually, to the T side of Spirit Academy. I'm sorry to cut you off, but it's like, where have been the executes? Because you speak about smokes.
He's been dropped util.
It's just been the same thing over and over again, really.
Yeah, and we're kind of going back to that same old thing of now we're sending 2 under, 2 top mid. Robbo, it's one piece of aggression could be everything, and it is. 2 players have been spotted in Palace, but it's so worth it. Early on, Amkal cannot react anywhere because of that, and it's a massive opening kill. Fade though, rockets Mokashin's head through the smoke, and right back to the 4 versus 4.
And this is really clever as well. Melody is now reset, and he's gone in towards Palace. So he's taking all the space back. Okay, they're not here anymore. So you twist this into an A exec, the difficulty you're going to have is the smokes. AW's got 1, and that's it. But there's no one here for Spirit Academy. There is nobody here. They completely left A.
This seems like a crazy call, and they're going to realize they're going to regret it because Robbo's pushed the whole of apartments, and now Sypho's rotating back, Kiyosuke's rotating back, Alcaran's rotating, but it's a little bit too late. We're going to have to play a full retake of this A bomb site to see if the overtime dream is still alive.
They haven't planted the bomb yet, so they will be here in decent time. To be fair to them, this kills everything. AW is being harassed as he tries to plant the bomb, and you got this flank. Look at the flank. Sypho hits the headshot. AW still not planted. Alcaran holding for Kalash pushing jungle. And
oh, baby!
Okay, maybe you don't need that flank, but Robbo is here anyway to lock in and seal the deal. We get all 24 rounds of play.
And money's also broken. With no bomb down, that extra $600 could have been everything. Sure, you do have max loss bonus, but that's what I mean. You get the bomb down, you have AKs, you have utility. Instead, you're on 4 Galils and 1 AK and splatters of utility. Spirit Academy, God, they are so lucky that Robo makes that proactive play. If that wasn't the case and they just held their guard on B, that would have been a disastrous round. But Amkal, they never got the bomb down, and they're just a little bit too late to the punch. Overtime is looming.
5 rounds in a row achieved from Spirit Academy. Looking for a 6th. Looking to go 12-6 to 12-12 and resetting everything financially.
Momentum stinted then as well for Amkal. We go into overtime, it's a completely different cookie. Spirit
Kalash.
Academy, that's when they get all the advantage. And yeah, Kalash. Well, this is a weird one. Robbo, if he doesn't actually clear, yep, this is what I'm scared of. This is what I'm scared of. If he doesn't actually clear kitchen.
No, he's commed it.
Okay, he's commed. And the awareness for them to realize, yeah, there could be someone there is massive. Now Robbo, one tap onto the first, but ooh, he's pushing. He hears one T-spawn, here's one middle. Oh, there's the bomb dropped. Going for more, Robbo! He's sending us to overtime single-handedly. The IGL, who was on 3 kills at the half, just picks up 3 kills in this one round. And what a time to do it.
That was insane. It might not even be done there. Finally put to rest by Kalash, who was that player that you were scared about. You were scared about the wrong one, mate. You should have been scared about the in-game leader of Spirit Academy, pushing, driving his team off an individual play to overtime. 20 seconds left. Kalash, obviously known, has to go through Con, has to kill Sypho, does manage it. But then you got to get by Alcaran. There's no way you anticipate him at Tetris. We reset and we go again.
Oh, it's definitely an exciting game.
That round from Robo is cinema.
Absolute cinema.
So is that. Oh. The fact he's able to get himself into this corner right here and hear both players and
That's
then isolate the
crazy.
fights is fundamentally amazing.
Honestly, those shots are really kind of crazy. Like, that's really good shooting from him.
You said it. Look, momentum now with Spirit Academy. Amkal had the chance to see us go to Dust 2. They still have a chance to see us go to Dust 2, but they have lost 6 rounds in a row. They haven't felt victory in a very long time, and that flashbang dodged by Sfade, but Robo keeps up his heroics, and Alcaran saw the shoulder and makes no mistake at the second time of asking. Keeps trying to fight on the angle, though. That allows the way in.
Okay, are we overfighting a little bit too much? Like, he probably could have fallen back and taken a more deep angle. Kyosuke trying to pave the way for his success, and he just dry peeks the AWP. He's dry peeking everybody, runs out of bullets, but AW now trapped and imprisoned. Spirit Academy take the lead on Mirage for the first time ever.
I'll tell you what, that was awesome from Kyosuke, because you could see that split-second re-evaluation of his decision when he goes short. He thinks, I could wide swing and kill default, but I better check apartments first. And he gets rid of Melody instantly, and then he moves himself to a wider angle, so the default player has to peek him. And then his mechanics shine through. Good news for Amkal is, funnily enough, that they do lose that round, because imagine going all the way losing and then winning that first round of OT.
Being like,
Feels like that just hurts more.
Maybe we should have just gone B once. Has Kalash heard Alcaran? Has Kalash heard Alcaran? Big nade. Sfade though rips Kyosuke's head off. Sure, Melody's taken damage, but as an opening kill, you'll take any day of the week. And now the bomb is coming over towards B. They're never going to expect the AWP here a second time unless he was heard jumping over it. Well, they've definitely heard that scope, surely. Yeah, they seem so aware of him. The double scope will be the death of him. And Kalash, his patience pays off. Sypho, he succeeded on the back of this bomb site before. They're not clearing him, but he misses his opportunity. A dink onto Kalash, running out of bullets, though. Brandon, as soon as he reloads, he's going to be hunted down. How is he still alive? And I seemingly cursed him, because as I said that, AW deals with him. Spade's actually been mollowed by his teammates, but in the meantime, 2 players in apartments dealt with. Smet onto 23 kills, and Amkal back to a tied scoreline.
Maybe we should go B. Really, really nice work from Kalash. Look, Alcaran didn't need to unscope there and rescope in, but he was heard, and then Kalash just jumps over. He offsets the crosshair, and then Alcaran, it's a 1v3 where he doesn't even have a chance to shoot his weapon. I'm glad that they fought back. Let's see if they can get that second round. Remember, these are 8-4 halves on the CT side, so if anything, Spirit Academy, they're the ones that are going to need to get 14.
Yeah, Amkal just winning 1 round is maybe enough. Because this is what happened yesterday, right, against Zero Tenacity. If Spirit Academy kind of fell apart in overtime after taking it so far to get here. Is Alcarin changing up his immediate directive? He starts over towards the A-bomb site now instead of B.
We need melodies get loud for Amkal. He was been very good all map, but he's been really quiet.
Same
on
with
this
Smet.
Spirit comeback.
They all have, I feel like, Brandon.
Yeah, that's true.
There you go.
There you go.
You want them to get loud? Can it be any louder than a kill onto Kiyosuke? Sypho on Apartments is able to get one, but now you've got 3 players hounding you down. There's nothing more he can do. Melody still controlling, prowling around middle. Mokujin looking to be his next victim. But this will be Amkal taking 2 rounds in a row now in the first half of overtime. And, well, that actually just might be enough to push us still to a 3rd map.
Yeah, there's no way in for this retake unless Mokujin gets a number of kills. Alcarin is being held fort on the edges of the smoke. Not been spotted yet, but the utility will give the game away, and it just allows Fnatic to move ever closer to him in towards the doorway. And AW still not revealed. Hey, that's a nasty surprise in the Apartments. 14 for Amkal.
Well, that's a real shocker, considering that they were 6 rounds in a row near flawless. Maybe it just shows the difference when Amkal actually are able to get a consistent purchase, the difference it has, because they never really had like a properly good purchase. They never had Melody on an AWP, so now that they have the economy to do so, it really does make that big difference. And for Amkal, I feel like this is map 3 destined.
Should be. But you never know. No AWP for Alcarin. They want straight AKs. Which means something could be a little bit faster here. It's a double AWP for both Kalash and Melody. And straight through the short smoke. And straight to trying to find his first victim is Kiyosuke. Will find it on AW, who always welcomes these fights with open arms.
That could be the difference maker on Spirit Academy's Mirage 2 side. Kiyosuke being a rocket in middle.
Oh, Mr. Smet has to be careful.
Yeah, this is a dangerous but potentially amazing position. And okay,
Depends
is that
how
smoke?
thorough that clear is on ticket, right? When the players are coming up connector.
Well, Smet's also faded back and he's put a Molotov towards ramp. Unfortunately, it hasn't tickled
This is
anybody.
clever.
Yeah, we're boosting into window. Little do Spirit Academy know, but they have found the perfect area, the chink in the armor. Smet, though, he might actually get the opening kill on Kiyosuke, and he will. Now we need to see the activation of Robbo. He's got Smet trapped towards connector. Molody trying to take the fight towards ticket. Kalash is also making noise. Wait, are they clearing Robbo? They are. Oh my god. Kalash so aware. Both Robbo and Kiyosuke not able to commit anything towards connector. Mokujin has to get off the bomb. Smet's just run through connector smoke. Sypho only good for the first. And Melody has never fallen. He stays guard towards ticket. And he's able to put Amkal onto 15.
Really clever from Amkal. Saying Spirit Academy, look, you've got the time in. Robo didn't know whether someone was holding him in towards market, didn't know whether the AWP had rotated over to hold the murder hole. So he just stays and doesn't give away his position. Actually says to his team, after Kiyosuke falls, right, Smet's just walked in towards connector there. I'm going to hold and I'm going to see if I can hit this time in myself. But good coordination from Amkal. Gets them 2 rounds, 2 chances. Again. This would be 8 map points to force us to dust 2. Looks like they want to pressure the weak point. They want to pressure Kalash on 10 kills.
Oh, he actually
Everyone
he
is
got
here.
2 last round, didn't he? He actually had a pretty good round.
And he got 1 in OT in the first half. So he ended regulation on 7.
Yeah, so at least he's stepped up in overtime.
True.
Okay, Robbo's in middle. He's actually got Sypho coming underpass. Feel like we're waiting to put some contact in middle. Yeah, okay, so Robo smoking window, Sypho smoking top com. They're taking away control towards middle, but Svade's taking away Robo's life. That's a massive opening kill. Kalash, we've been commenting on his overtime performance, and there you go. Another multi-prime. And Brandon, he's looking for more. The read is impeccable at Amkal. They lose 6 in a row for it to go to overtime. They even lose the first round of overtime, and then they go flawless. Dust 2 up next.
Classic Spirit Academy on Mirage, where they can force a comeback and then they just stumble over themselves in OT. It just felt like they completely ran out of ideas on what they wanted to achieve there. But it does mean that Amkal do force that decider. I mean, good work from them. That first half was brilliant. They did struggle to close, but they were able to get it over the line. And that's the most important thing. And yeah, Dust 2, we were set up really nicely for this because it's Melody versus Alkaren, it's AW versus Kiyosuke, and it's all about whether the remaining pieces. I mean, Smet had a blinder on Mirage, and you expect him to sort of have the same turn in form, really, on Dust 2. We'll have to see how that one pans out. Our final best of 3 of the day, and our final map of the day is Dust 2 between these two squads. Which team will go through to playoffs? We'll find out just after this.
Wag 1, my drillers, we are going into the final map of Spirit Academy versus Amkal. It's a 2-0 game. Mirage was a fever dream, and now we're going on to Dust 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what a perfect intro for that, really. I'm sure that's all the kids say these days. But
So
yeah,
I've been told.
Amkal just about got there. But the important thing is, they got there. And now Dust 2 I think is really interesting because you're going to have a lot of firepower on this server. It is by and large the most aim intensive map we've got in the pool. And I'm really excited to sort of see how it plays out. I think AW's been playing brilliantly. Him versus Kiyosuke, I mentioned it before, he kind of went off air in between map 2 and map 3. That's the head-to-head I'm looking at and I'm thinking, oh, that's spicy outside the obvious Melody Alcaren back and forth.
Yeah, it's I'm very intrigued in general, kind of taking a step back of like Mirage for Spirit Academy looks really weak, and like honestly, they've got an issue there of 2 overtime losses in a row completely because of their T side, and
Yep.
like I wonder how they're going to reset, because obviously yesterday they didn't reset. They ended up losing the 3rd map after, you know, winning their opponent's map pick, losing their Mirage, losing map 3.
To be honest,
yeah.
they should have won that 3rd map. There was just some ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous multi-kills that came in where on any other day, I think they just go ahead and take it. So I wouldn't actually be too overly critical about their nuke or against Zero Tenacity. I think they reset really well, actually, and I think it was just a little bit unfortunate towards the end. So I'm not actually that stressed about it, and the fact that Amkal have now just thought, whew, we got there. I think the pressure's more on them, because for Spirit Academy, you already won Ancient. You kind of, I think at 12-6, you already had conceded the fact that this could go to a 3rd. And you dust it off and you go again, quite literally, on Dust 2.
Hell yeah. Dust 2 is an interesting one for both of these teams, because DMS, Amkal, it was never a massively played map for them, and it feels like one they're happy to float, or if someone else picks into it. They picked into it against Bigger Creeper. That's an interesting one. They absolutely owned them, but unfortunately that was quite a one-sided series. And I think there's a somewhat differing quality between the two opponents now. And for Spirit Academy, they've looked good on it this year. They very decisively beat Cybershock. Those are 2 very informed teams currently, especially Cybershock look really clean recently. So I think this is a pretty decent map for both teams. Amkal obviously happy to play into it because they've picked it before, and Spirit Academy just have the reps on it recently. And honestly, as we go on to Dust 2, is like, where's Spirit Academy's head going to be, or has Amkal just got all of that momentum?
Yeah, sorry, my water went down the wrong way and I'm crying. Yeah, Dust 2.
People have that when they speak to me, you know, like tears is a usual side effect.
Yeah, it wasn't so much what you said. Do you think the knife round bears any significant? I need to sort this out. Do you think the knife round has any real significance here? If you're Amkal, I think Amkal are. Well, they won the knife, so they're going to probably choose CT. I think that's probably best for them, right?
Yes, because there's definitely a lot of parallels you can put between Mirage and Dust 2 as maps as a whole, and obviously we just saw a really poor T side from Spirit Academy, and I think there's a chance that does cross over. So as we go into it, Amkal have won every single pistol round. I would put more focus on the pistol rounds rather than the knife, in all honesty.
Amkal, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think Amkal we need to see them win the pistol rounds. But against Spirit, they haven't actually played much T-side this year. They went 6-6 for the first half against Cybershock, and then won a 10-2 CT half against Bait. So, you know, their CT sides.
That game was ridiculous, by the way. That CT side was. I've never seen anything like it.
Okay.
It was dominant.
Okay.
I don't actually think I've seen a more dominant CT side in the past year.
Okay, well then that that furthers the point of Amkal needing to win at least this pistol round and get a good start on their CT side, and don't give Spirit Academy much to wake up on. And this is an interesting T side round. We've thrown one smoke already towards B doors, and we've got everybody up on short. Sypho has a smoke and 2 flashes, Robbo has a flash, and Alcaran has the P250. We're looking to most likely smoke first, but Melody, he actually throws a smoke at a perfect timing, and they're just going to go straight through it. Smoke's coming a little bit later. They're just popping through, and they're actually smoking CT. They're just trying to take this fight directly onto the bomb site, which they will do successfully. Now the P250 starting to fire down towards long. Alcaran, he's picked up both kills already in the round, but he overextends slightly against Smet. So therefore, we enter this 3 versus 3 post plot where Robbo's actually dropped a lot of HP.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if Sypho finds these kills, and he does instantly. 3v3, turn back into the advantage. Smet now noted over at long. No kit. No nothing. So has to try and reroute. In fact, he might just be saving his Kevlar. He is running off into the sunset on Dust 2. I really like that decision from Spirit Academy. They see the smoke come in and they're like, right, we're not allowing you to get set up. We're not allowing you to do anything here. We're going to burst through. The smokes will land later. They will be our safety policy a little bit later on. But Sypho at the helm of all the organized chaos for Spirit Academy, and they get the pistol.
And this makes me a little bit scared now for Amkal. First pistol round being lost. It's on the 3rd map where Spirit Academy seem a little bit hotter on, and more so on their CT side. So if you're giving them the advantage to get going on the T side, boom, scary. Amkal, they will force into this though. They've got a scout, 3 pistols, and an MP9. Already though, a miss long Molo, and Mokajim takes advantage of that. He runs straight through, and it's an instant opening kill where they're looking to commit further up long.
Oh, the gap in the smoke as well. And Kiyosuke can just hold his spray to get rid of Smet. Now, Melodi's in an okay position, actually. Because, I was going to say, players are tagged, but it doesn't matter if he's just hitting instant headshots. Sees one player fall away, saw the trajectory of the spam as well, knows that one's in towards pit, and Kalash has just cleared all the lowers and mid. Difficulty is you don't really know too much about how many players are in long. It's all of them, and it's Melode dealt with again by